Other counties, what they do within the state of Colorado. Okay, so I guess my question is, I just recently attended a high school class reunion up at Anderson Farms up in Longmont, Colorado. The Andersons are good friends of mine, actually from high school, but they have petting zoo, fire pits, a bandstand for bands. They do hay rides, a pumpkin patch, a corn maze. They do entertainment, have a barn, have food trucks.
Good afternoon and welcome to the land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Thursday, September 14th. Thank you all for your patience. As I indicated to those in the audience earlier, we do need to make sure that all voting members of the board that are present can hear the hearing in full. So we were unable to begin without some members present. With that, I have called this meeting to order and we'll begin with item number 1.
Item number 1 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item number 2.
Item number 2 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be September 26th at 9:00 a.m. at the Regional Development Center located at 2880 International Circle.
And to clarify, that is for a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting and not a land use meeting on the 26th. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. This is the public's opportunity to speak on an item that is not scheduled on today's agenda. And Madam Chair, it looks like most of the members of the public signed in for item number 4, but there were a few that were blank.
Okay. Do we have any interested people in making comments on any item that is not scheduled on the agenda? Any in the room? Okay, you're all here for item number 4 then. Are there any members of the public online wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Before we move on to item number 4, we do have one commissioner absent today. Can I get a motion to excuse Commissioner Gonzalez?
I move to excuse Commissioner Gonzalez.
I'll second.
That has been moved and seconded. Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Commissioner Gonzalez is excused with a vote of 4-0. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a land use regular item, and I will be reading in 2 corrections to the agenda item wording that I will notate as I'm reading the item into the record. Item number 4, special use, Colorado Kids Ranch Pumpkin Patch. A request by Colorado Pumpkin Patch LLC for approval of a special use on 40.52 acres to allow agri-tainment activities with over 50, and correction to the record, vehicles allowed at any one time during events in the RR5 Residential Rural Zoning District. The property is located at 18065 Saddlewood Road. Agri-tainment is a permitted use by right in the RR5 zoning district. However, agri-tainment which does not comply with the provisions of the Land Development Code shall require special use approval. The Planning Commission heard the item on September 7th, 2023, and voted 5-3. Correction to the record should be 5-2 to recommend denial of the application. The Planning Commission had concerns about traffic, neighborhood safety, and the number of vehicles permitted on site. There was also significant discussion about the conditions of approval and the required roadway improvements and timing of those improvements required based on the applicant-provided traffic study. Parcel number 61160-00001, Commissioner District Number 1, File AL 2217, Ryan Hauser, AACP Planner 3, Planning and Community Development. And Madam Chair, for the record, you've been provided 2 handouts which included additional public comment received via email that was not provided in the backup.
Thank you. And to confirm, all my colleagues have received both of those packets. Okay. With that, Mr. Hauser.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Justin Kilgore, Planning Manager. I'll be relying on Mr. Hauser and Mr. Torres. They were the staff that completed this. So what's before you today is a AL 2217. It's agri-tainment. The agri-tainment use for this is already approved. You'll hear a lot of comment. We've received significant comment both for and against this case. There's a lot of impassioned people that feel both ways on either side. And but that's not what's before y'all today. What's before y'all today is the approval of the increase over 50 for the parking and the traffic. So just want to let everyone know, clarify. As Jackie said, the planner is Ryan Hauser. He completed the staff report that's before you. Daniel is the engineer that worked on this project. Public input. Just want to remind everyone, if you're watching remotely, not provided a name and a reliable phone number, and you wish to comment, please email that information to pcdhearings@elpasocode.com. Before you is the criteria of approval. It's code section 532C. I could read through these, Madam Chair, or I can leave them on the screen if you like. Yes, ma'am. The special use is generally consistent with the applicable master plan. The special use will generally be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood and will generally be compatible with the existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area. The impact of the special use does not overburden or exceed the capacity of public facilities and services, or in the alternative, the special use application demonstrates that it will provide adequate public facilities in a timely and efficient manner. The special use will not create unmitigated traffic congestion or traffic hazards on the surrounding area and has adequate legal access. The special use will comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding air, water, light, or noise pollution. The special use will not otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, the present or future residents of El Paso County, and/or the special use conforms or will conform to all other applicable county rules, regulations, or ordinances. So we've included some definitions here. Here before you, the first one is the state definition of agriculture. It is very similar to our expanded use of agriculture. Below is the El Paso County Land Development Code definition for agriculture and for agritainment. So the request before you today, and if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'll read the applicant's revised letter of intent. This was presented to the Planning Commission last week on September 7th. A request to allow for agritainment activities with up to 325 vehicles on site, whereas the Land Development Code limitation is 50 vehicles at any given time. The agritainment use is an existing use on the property, and the use itself is already permitted by the Land Development Code in the RR5 zoning district. But approval of a special use is required if the use includes parking for more than 50 vehicles at any given time. So I also wanted to give the commissioners a note that there's not a condition before you today in the staff presentation that is limiting the number of vehicles as a staff proposed condition, nor is there a condition limiting the number of events that may occur during the year. These conditions would normally be tied to an approved site development plan or letter of intent, and both are still in review by staff. Pardon me. The current condition number 1 limits to the site plan that was provided with the requirement that an approved site development plan, there are two different things, is completed in a timely manner. And is actually a code requirement. This is required to initiate the use. The conditions before you is the compromise between the applicant's requested conditions and what code actually requires. However, it is well within the purview of the board to add a condition to an approval of 325 vehicles at one time with on-site parking being addressed or any other conditions the board so chooses to come up with. Here's additional portions of the request. Again, it's a special use to expand an agritainment for the allowed vehicles of 50 to 325. 526E is the section of the code that requires this. And agritainment as a special use is 526I. While paragraph E of section 526 states shall not exceed 50 unless otherwise approved by the PCD director, paragraph I of 526 requires a special use approval for uses that do not comply with the section. Those special uses can be approved administratively. However, section 532H, which is special uses, gives the PCD director the discretion to elevate special uses to a public hearing. This has been done in the past for other agritainment requests with opposition, and historically, projects that are the result of code enforcement violations are most often elevated to a public hearing in order to give the citizens an avenue to have their concerns heard. So here are some other agritainment requests that have been approved recently. AL 1727, it required a special use. It was smaller than the 35 acres required. It was RR5. It required PC and BOCC approvals. And one of the conditions, they limited them to their letter of intent and site plan. The concerns were traffic. AL 1804 is Smith Farms. It is also under the 35 acres required. It's RR5 as well. It was an administrative special use. It was also limited to the LOI and site plan. And AL 1928, Muddy Little Cowboy Ranch. It was also under the 35 acres that's required. It's in RR5. It required a special use, Planning Commission, Board of County Commissioners approvals. It was also limited to the letter of intent and site plan, and there was public opposition for that one. Before you, here's the timeline. There's 2 slides for this, and then I have some supplementary information at the back of the slideshow if you need additional information. I would like to add a couple things that are not on this slideshow. So just for the public record, the early assistance meeting, which is what applicants come to the Planning and Community Development Department to kind of start their process. We help them out, guide them through, let them know what all is be required to initiate their use. That was on March 21st, 2018. The site development plan to initiate this agri-entertainment use initially was also in 2018. It was October of 2018. Two things that I have to add are significantly before this. A question came up. Canterbury, which surrounds this use on both sides. Canterbury West was platted in October of 1963, and Canterbury East was platted in August of 1964. As you can see on the timeline, there were several code enforcement complaints. One of the most important code enforcement complaints here is the 2022 one where the notice of violation was sent. Some of the other code enforcement complaints were closed due to inactivity at the site. That's is generally a 6-week event, so the event's closed by the time most times code enforcement comes out and gives them time to remedy the situation. So there was another site development plan created to correct the noncompliance. And we had several meetings along the way. Here you'll see the deviation request was submitted. Temporary use was also submitted around the same time for a tulip festival. The tulip festival had a expanded allowance for the parking. It was approved. The applicants had violated the terms of the temporary use, and so the second weekend of the Tulip Festival was rescinded. Please note the official denial of the deviation on May, the deviation resubmitted and denied, and the county engineer following up with the consultant on why. And the county engineer is here today if you have any further questions for the deviation process.
Commissioner Geithner, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my question is in regards to what the violation was. So if it was revoked for the second year, just says there was a violation, what was the violation that was happening at the time that caused for that revocation?
It was the expanded use of the traffic and the parking and the cars on site. But code enforcement is here. They can give you the exact.
I would love to know what was allowable under the permit and what the use, what the specific violation was of that. So if it was a 50 car at that point, and then it was a 300, whatever that is, I'm trying to understand what was allowable and what was broken, just so I understand the context.
May I clarify, ma'am? Was it for the agri-entertainment use that you're speaking to, or is it for the Tulip Festival?
The Tulip Festival, yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I can answer that. So, and if you don't mind, would you tell me what it was approved for? Was it 80? 70? So it was actually approved for 70, which was a little bit over, and I believe code enforcement counted above 80 cars that were there for the Tulip Festival.
So code enforcement physically went and counted the vehicles that were parked there at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to have code enforcement come, or does that answer your question, ma'am?
No, that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So this is the site plan that you see in your packet, and this is the site plan that the condition references. It shows the gravel parking area, the overflow area, and some of the other facilities here. So the revised site plan depicts locations of the agri-entertainment activities, parking, traffic, circulation. It doesn't depict landscaping, and it only depicts buffering and screening on the west side of the property. And again, what's required to initiate the special use is the site development plan, site plan required. In that last sentence there, however, the site development plan or site plan shall be modified by the applicant to reflect conditions of approval. So that is what's normally required by code to even initiate the use. Here's an aerial of the property. It is located adjacent to Highway 105 and very close to Highway 83. And as you can see, it is surrounded primarily by RR5 properties in the Canterbury subdivision with a PUD to the north. If I can go through the PC summary for y'all. 6 citizens spoke in support of the
I'm
application.
sorry, can I ask a question? Can you go back one slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So Canterbury West is on the west side. Is Canterbury East on the east side?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
The PC summary, 6 citizens spoke in support of the applications and 11 citizens spoke in opposition to the application last week. The benefits of agritainment were discussed in depth. Citizens spoke in favor. Their children work there. It's good for the community. It provides opportunities for children, for numerous portions of the population. It allows things for something for the local children to go to, and as well as their other amenities that they have during the year. Citizens speaking against described the danger of the speeding cars on the unpaved roads. They're designed for an equestrian community. They spoke to the dust clouds, the noise generated, the volume of traffic that they saw, and the additional fire hazards in a community without fire hydrants. Citizens identified that this no longer meets the definition of agritainment when they came up and spoke. The denial of the deviation for access to 105 was discussed. It was asked if all the avenues had been exhausted for the deviation. The applicant's representation has a differing opinion than what the ECM states about deviations, but denial of deviations are elevated to the ECM administrator, who is the county engineer. Safety, traffic impacts to the neighborhood due to the usage were discussed. The approved allowance for agritainment is 50, once again. The request by the applicant is for an allowance of 325. The appropriateness for classifying the expanded uses as agritainment, concerns about a limit on number of weekends and days was brought up by the planning commissioners and the citizens. Specific planning commissioner comments, they stated that the use seems to be sliding into amusement center outdoor definition from the LDC. There are several similarities. It's possible that a case can be made to consider the use as outdoor amusement center due to the transition of use from Fall Festival to the Tulip Festival and other year events they hold around the year. Members had also asked if partnership with law enforcement to address traffic was explored. They had asked that if the pursuit, once again, to Highway 105 had been exhausted and there was a way to appeal the denial of access. They had added the potential limit on the number of vehicles, and if there was a tiered system or a timeline that required improvements with tiered system of traffic that was allowed. They made recommendations of the applicant and had come back with a suggested 5-year span. They compared the situation to when other developers came in with proposals. They're not given negotiated timelines to make the improvements. The members also stated that they would feel better about having a defined number included in the conditions instead of leaving it open to anything over 50 vehicles. Zoning analysis. Agritainment, once again, is a permitted use by right in the RR5 zoning district. However, there are specific provisions of 526 of the LDC. They're not met. Special use consideration is required. The applicant must demonstrate compliance with special use criteria. The applicant is proposing mitigation measures to address some of these issues. However, staff at this time still has concerns about the landscaping, buffering, screening, visual impact, and the timing of the required improvements. I believe you have in your packets a updated letter of intent and a site plan as well. The El Paso master plan identifies this as large lot residential. This is a support, this can be found, could be found that is a, agritainment is a, fits underneath the supported recommended land uses. The El Paso master plan also identifies this area of change as minimal change developed. It is, again, that's permitted by right in RR5. The intensity proposed with this special use may constitute a substantial change in character for the area by generating greater levels of traffic and noise that would normally be found in a residential neighborhood. Despite the noted impacts of use and due to the seasonal nature of the use, these additional impacts are limited to specific times of the year and therefore may not result in a significant change in character for the area year-round. And once again, staff did not recommend a limit for this, so there is no limit in the conditions. The master plan also identifies this as a key area in the Tri-Lakes. Identifies and recommends development in this area should strengthen commercial employment and entertainment opportunities, and agritainment businesses do that very thing. And if the chair will permit, I'll ask Mr. Torres to come up and present the engineering sections.
Thank you. And please, both of you, accept my apologies for the name mix-up earlier. I was reading straight from my sheet and then looked up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Daniel Torres with Engineering. In terms of drainage, there is a FEMA 100-year floodplain located within the property. Any development or modifications to the floodplain would require additional processes through FEMA. It's not anticipated that the applicant is planning to do any development within that floodplain. It is within the West Cherry Creek drainage basin. Drainage fees are not assessed with special use applications, and there are no fees. A drainage report will be required with the subsequent site development plan application. In terms of transportation, current access is provided via Canterbury Drive to Saddlewood Road. Canterbury Drive is a paved local roadway, and Saddlewood Road is a local gravel roadway. As was previously mentioned, a deviation request was submitted by the applicant for direct lot access to Highway 105. It was denied by staff. Additional access contradicts the purpose and primary functions of a arterial roadway, which is to provide traffic mobility for high volume and high speed traffic. Additionally, driveway access is not permitted on arterial roadways. Where it is permitted, it's via roadway intersections, but intersection spacing would not be met at the proposed access to 105. It was brought up in the Planning Commission if a roadway was proposed at that location, if that would be allowed, and that would not meet our criteria, as it's only about 1/3 of a mile away from Canterbury Drive. Additionally, just to the north of where the proposed access is Cherry Springs Ranch Road. Within that subdivision and that plat, it's identified that that roadway will be closed when a additional access is provided further to the east for that subdivision. Additionally, reasonable accommodation exists within the existing road network, and no justification to not use the existing network was provided. Within that deviation request, it was also requested to omit the installation of necessary turn lanes that was identified in the traffic study. Thresholds for traffic volumes for those turn lanes were met, and they were identified in the traffic study. Traffic volume is the state and nationally recognized criteria for providing turn lanes when they are triggered. The traffic study did identify the vehicles per hour turn movements along Canterbury and Highway 105. And here you could see their traffic generated was 63 vehicles per hour on the weekend versus 10 vehicle per hour threshold for the left turn lanes, as well as 97 vehicles per hour versus the 25 vehicles per hour identified in our criteria for right turn lanes. We did consider other regional standards when reviewing that deviation request, but we found that those other regional standards presented by the applicant also met the thresholds for providing those turn lanes. Additionally, omitting the turn lanes would compromise the safety of the intersection. It was also mentioned the possibility of work zone traffic control as a substitute and that wouldn't be an appropriate use of work zone traffic control, especially at Highway 105 in Canterbury. It was also identified in the Planning Commission as a comparison, the Western Mining Museum that I believe was brought before this board some time ago. Is different situations. This is a 2-lane arterial roadway. Northgate Road, where that Western Mining Museum is a 4-lane roadway, and it has auxiliary turn lanes. Additionally, justification was not providing for not installing those turn lanes. The ECM administrator is the final authority on all deviation requests. And as I indicated, this was submitted previously, this deviation request. It's not part of this application, and it was denied by staff. Traffic study was submitted with the special use application specific to the Tulip Festival and Fall Festival. The study is still in review as there's outstanding comments on that traffic study. The traffic study did identify average daily trips of 454 for the weekdays and 1,678 for the weekend. Roadway intersection improvements are identified in the traffic study, consisting of auxiliary turn lanes going eastbound and westbound, and as well as northbound on Canterbury at Highway 105 in Canterbury, as well as at Saddlewood and Canterbury. Additionally, the paving of Saddlewood would be required as it meets our thresholds and our criteria.
Commissioner Geithner.
Would the entirety of Saddlewood have to be paved by this? Because I believe it's right off of Saddlewood. So would it be the entire, or would it just be the portion leading up to the venue?
It would just be the portion from Canterbury to their site access.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant has indicated in their letter of intent that they're willing to design and construct the necessary improvements. Those improvements would be reviewed at the subsequent site development plan stage, where construction drawings would be submitted and reviewed by our staff. The applicant is requesting an extended time frame for the completion of those roadway improvements, but staff's recommendation is that until those improvements are implemented, the development should limit its uses to the allowances provided to the previously approved agri-tainment use. And if you don't have any questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to our county engineer to provide additional comments.
Good afternoon, Josh Palmer, County Engineer. I just want to thank Daniel and Justin for their all the work that they put in. There's not much that I can add to what Daniel and Justin stated is from the technical perspective. I will say that the county and engineering, public works takes the matter of safety very seriously. We did work with the applicant to thoroughly research and vet out all possible options, including direct access to 105, the requirements for the turn lanes. The county is amenable to phasing. We do want to support this business like we do all businesses. We are amenable to a phasing approach. My priority and our priority and the focus of our biggest concern as far as safety goes is the traffic movement along Highway 105. The requirements for the turn lanes are essential to help traffic move into and out of this neighborhood. The requirement to pave Saddlewood, in my professional opinion, could be something that could be delayed until the applicant has sufficient funds to do so. I believe it's, you'll see it later, condition 4 for the special use has shown that the county is willing to compromise. We would typically require any roadway improvements to be installed prior to the development that would be triggering them. This could be residential, commercial, business, whatever may be triggering those improvements. We would typically require those improvements to be done before the traffic is shown to impact the safety of this roadway. Condition 4 has shown that we would be willing to allow the applicant to delay the installation and construction of these roadway improvements, the turn lanes on Highway 105, until September of 2024. We recognize that they're up against a tight timeline, that their window of business is very short. we believe that we could properly manage and monitor the safety issues in the area. But delaying the necessary improvements beyond that would be in direct conflict with what our criteria says. So we are in support. We are willing to, and have shown that we're willing to work with the applicant to exhaust all alternatives. There were a few mentions during Planning Commission of uniform traffic control. This was not something that we specifically looked into. It would be something that the applicant would have to work directly with, whether it's the State Patrol or the Sheriff's Office to provide that. Although, just like as Daniel mentioned with the consideration for a work zone traffic control, uniform traffic control is not a substitute for the safety benefits of the turn lanes. There may be a benefit to improving the safety throughout the neighborhood, which is one of the things that you'll hear in opposition today is the amount of traffic that goes through the neighborhood. That is an option that we would consider and we would support, and we have stated that we would support additional traffic control, anything that would remind and encourage safety throughout the neighborhood, additional traffic control, reinforcing speed limits, not blocking driveways, things like that. We would encourage that. We would support that. Our immediate concern is the safe movement into and out of this neighborhood, and the fact that Highway 105 at this intersection and along this corridor is a 2-lane road. There are no shoulders, or limited shoulders in some places. There are no turn lanes. As we're well aware, we are constantly working to correct discrepancies in proper planning. Highway 105 is a principal arterial. We do have projects going on the west end of Highway 105, as I'm sure everybody is aware, and there is a continuation of an RTA2 A-list project that will extend some amount of improvements all the way out to 83. We don't know what the scope of work yet is. We're working on the first 2 phases, which are closer to the west, to I-25, but this is a principal arterial. We are following through on the requirements of the engineering criteria manual, which is approved by the board, and the ECM administrator, myself, has a responsibility to enforce. So again, I don't have much more that I can add from the technical perspective. Daniel and Justin did an amazing job, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Palmer, can you tell us, with those necessary roadway improvements with the addition of turn lanes, is that simply a restriping and repairing the road there, or is there right-of-way acquisition required
I don't believe there
for
would be
that
any
as well?
right-of-way acquisition, but it would require additional road to be constructed. There's no room currently in the
Base
footprint of the
construction.
road. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question about the 105 access that's been spoken of a bit. One of the things that was said was that it's not doable there because it's not within or not more than, I guess, a third of a mile, or it's less than a third of a mile, I should say, from Canterbury. What is the distance?
So our engineering criteria manual requires, there's 2 pieces to this. Direct parcel access is not allowed on a principal arterial, which is what this is. This would be direct parcel access. In addition, we require a minimum of a half-mile spacing between intersections. So even if you were to fall to the lesser of these criteria, it would fall outside of the required spacing requirements.
Okay, and what is the distance?
Half-mile for intersections.
Understood. What is the physical distance between Canterbury and where they would be requesting this access?
About a third of a mile.
About a third. Okay,
Yes.
so that's where I got the third.
Can I pull a thread on that one a little bit too? Does our ECM address whether that has to be right in, right out, and any other things about that with the access, or just the proximity to the next one?
It doesn't go into specifics about what type of movement would be allowed, right in, right out, full movement, 3/4, things like that. It's all kind of defined by what the traffic study would say. But these requirements are industry standards, and Daniel referred to other agencies that we did look at, and it was provided to us by the applicant, then that it's a pretty standard, pretty nationally recognized set of criteria that we follow.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Palmer? Okay, thank you.
Before you right here is the conditions of approval. Madam Chair, would you like me to read them in, or would you like to just peruse them?
I think we can peruse them. We also have them available in our packets. Is that good with everyone? We'll take a few minutes to review them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Here are the notations for this file. These are standard. They go with the special use.
Thank you.
So Planning and Community Development did post this and notified, provided the poster. Notified 28 property owners on August 21st, 2023. And I believe we've had significant public input as well as some extra that have been overnight and this morning that I believe you have before you today. The owner is the Colorado Pumpkin Patch LLC, and the representative is Vertec Consulting Services. The representative, as well as the representative's engineer, is here today. And yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I do have some more background information, but I put it at the very end. The timeline covers most of it, but if you would like to see it, I can scroll through it. It's quite verbose.
Okay, without going back to that. Thank you very much. I think in the interest of, if you're ready to move on to the applicant presentation,
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
interest of ensuring that we can do that all in one segment without taking a recess, I think we'll take a very, very brief recess right now, just to ensure that we can all sit here during the entire applicant presentation and then move into public comment. With that, we're in recess for 5 minutes. We'll call this meeting back to order. We are on item number 4 and about to go into the applicant presentation.
I'm even shorter, Justin. Oh, looks like I accidentally opened the wrong one. Sorry about that. It's loading, but as it's loading, thank you. Nina Reese with Vertex Consulting, representing the Colorado Kids Ranch and the Chapman family. Included within our team as well and available if there are any questions is Brett Lauk with SMH. He prepared the traffic study. So if there are any specific questions on the traffic study, I'll pull him up because I'm not a traffic engineer. So first off, I wanted to just thank staff for all of the time that they've put into this application. I know when you're dealing with applications that have a lot of input, both in favor and in opposition, it takes a lot of time just to manage all of that communication. So I recognize that and thank you guys for all that you did. And also commissioners, I know you read a very thick packet, so thank you for taking that time. So Justin covered this, but just a reminder, the specific request is to allow for the number of vehicles to exceed 50 vehicles at any given time. Reminder, agritainment is a permitted use within the zone district. The current operations are in place for 6 full weeks and 2 additional weekends, and that represents the Fall Festival and Tulip Festival. So first I'm going to cover a little bit of background. So that background includes the Planning Commission legislative background, so how the regulations came to be, as well as background for the particular property as well. Justin provided a summary, but I'll just go over it one more time from our perspective. So the Planning Commission heard the item last week on September 7th. The Planning Commission discussion included confusion regarding what conditions of approval could be imposed. If you read through the minutes, you probably saw there were several questions about what are we voting on? Are we voting on the recommended conditions of approval that staff has provided? Are we voting on the requested conditions of approval by the applicant, or can we add our own? Ultimately, they made a motion for approval based upon the staff's recommended conditions, and that motion failed. When that motion failed, there was confusion by the Planning Commission, and they thought that they could make yet another motion that would include additional conditions. The county attorney clarified for them that the motion failing was a recommendation for denial. So the hearing stopped at that point. Some of the specific items that were brought up, Mr. Smith expressed concern that the deviation was not appealable to the Board of County Commissioners to allow access to Highway 105. Ms. Miriam brought up a request for uniform traffic control in place of the Highway 105 improvements. She also suggested that the construction of the roadway improvements and/or uniform traffic control should be shared by El Paso County. Mr. Schupeltz brought up concerns regarding the timing of the Highway 105 improvements being installed. And then Mr. Moraes suggested an incremental increase in the number of patrons. There were several members of the public that spoke both in favor and in opposition of the request. Those in favor believe that Colorado Kids is enjoyed by many within the neighborhood. One thing that everybody did seem to agree on, those in favor and in opposition, is that Colorado Kids does serve as a benefit to the overall community. I was surprised to see that many of the people that spoke in opposition agreed as part of their statements that it is a good thing for the overall community. They just didn't really like to see it in the particular location that it is today. Those that were in opposition also spoke about concerns regarding traffic on the local El Paso County roadways. This was not 105, so this was not that Canterbury 105 intersection that they spoke on. It was their internal roadways. No one really testified identifying that there's issues at 105. And there was also testimony regarding direct access onto 105, and that if there were direct access onto 105, the issues would be resolved. Everyone would be happy. So now I'm going to go through some of the legislative background. So the state of Colorado supports these types of activities. In 2014, House Bill 1280 was passed specifically for agritourism, which is synonymous with agritainment. This is a direct quotation from the bill, and it states the General Assembly also finds that the state and its citizens derive numerous economic and personal benefits from these activities. It is therefore the intent of the General Assembly to encourage these activities. So that legislation was put in place because the state wants to see these activities continue. They want to see them be successful and be able to grow. El Paso County followed suit with the state and approved the agritainment regulations August 8th of 2017. Prior to this time, agritainment was not included within the code. Around that same time frame, numerous violations were filed by one upset individual, so the county realized we may have an issue with the code. This is a direct quotation from the Land Development Code amendment from that staff report, and if you'll bear with me, I'm just going to read it. Current county regulations categorize agriculturally related entertainment uses as outdoor amusement centers. Outdoor amusement centers are only allowed within approval of either a special use or variance. The special use or variance of use process can be somewhat overwhelming for individual property owners, which may cause them to abandon their business idea rather than pursue the appropriate land use approvals. By adding agritainment as an allowed principal and accessory use in the more rural zoning districts in the county, the land use approval process will be more streamlined while ensuring that all potential adverse impacts, specifically traffic was identified, are appropriately mitigated. So the county and staff's intention was to find an easier process to allow for these types of activities to occur within the county. And even at that time, it was recognized that traffic could be a great concern. This is just a summary of the Land Development Code amendments. So permitted use of greater than 35 acres. In Justin's presentation, he did identify, I think there were 3 total agritainment uses that were permitted as special uses. And I wanted to point out that the reason why all 3 of those were special uses was due to the acreage. The code does not allow for administrative approval to decrease the size of the lot. There is a limitation of 50 vehicles, but then there is a caveat, unless the PCD director allows variation or unless approved by a special use. So the code does allow for variation by the PCD director to limit the number of vehicles. It also requires a site development plan and requires a building permit for all structures open to the public. So it's always important to understand what the legislative intent was when whether it's the House bill going into place or the Land Development Code being amended, because the code can be interpreted multiple ways. So we listened to the Board of County Commissioners hearing and also took a look at the Planning Commission for these Land Development Code amendments. Commissioner Vanderwerf, you'll see that you're cited here specifically. So in just a moment here, out of respect for you, that way I'm not putting words in your mouth, we will actually listen to that hearing. But I'll quickly summarize ahead of that. So Mr. Joya brought up, I believe that although it's a move in the right direction, I believe the new code to be too restrictive. Commissioner Littleton spoke of an event that she had.
Okay. So I guess.
Sorry, Blake, just a little too early. So Commissioner Littleton had brought up an event that she attended that had at least 800 participants, so 400 vehicles. And she wanted to make sure that the code would allow for this or even similar or larger events. The event that she was talking about was not specific to a fall festival. It was something that could operate year-round. Commissioner Vanderwerf, we'll hear from you in just a moment, but you identified concerns that you wanted to see a business be able to grow and succeed, and you wanted assurances that there was an easy way for that use, if it does grow and exceeds the 50, for it to be in compliance. During that discussion, fall festivals are specifically called out as well. And Blake, if you want to play that now.
My question is, I just recently attended a high school class reunion up at Anderson Farms up in Longmont, Colorado. The Andersons are good friends of mine, actually from high school. But they have, excuse me, petting zoo, fire pits, a bandstand for bands. They do hay rides, a pumpkin patch, a corn maze. They do entertainment, have a barn, have food trucks, etc. Will we also allow, because on their site, they were allowed to have porta potties and hand wash stations as well? So those going to be allowed?
That would be up to the health department for their review. So with the site development plan, we do send it to outside agencies like the health department.
a little bit too early here.
So they could look at the specific proposal to see if it's appropriate to have porta potties. I do know from previous reviews that they have a certain threshold. I can't speak as to what that threshold is, to where they'll say porta potties are okay versus requiring permanent restrooms.
Okay. Well, I would hope that we would allow that, because it was really a really well-functioning thing the way that they did it. I'm concerned about the 50 vehicle max, because this reunion that I went to was, all of Longmont High School from in perpetuity to now. We had people that were graduated in 1939. And I think there were about 800 people in attendance. So a 50 vehicle max concerns me. I don't think there were 800 vehicles there, obviously, because people came in couples or pairs, or, but it's certainly, are we allowing the use of, having it be a reunion, fundraisers, et cetera, for whatever they want to use, whatever purpose on the property?
Could I get the overhead, please? So if we look at the way that the vehicles, under vehicles limited, it says the total number of vehicles at any given time shall not exceed 50 unless otherwise approved by the DSD director. So within the proposed code, it gives the flexibility for the director to approve more than 50 vehicles. So if a potential agri-tainment use knows that they are going to have a few events that may exceed that allowance, in their letter of intent for their site development plan, they could outline that, and if it seems appropriate, the director could approve that request. Also, if they're consistently going to exceed that amount, and it doesn't seem like it's necessarily appropriate, then that is something that they could go through the special use, the administrative special use, to allow them to exceed that 50. So there are ways built into the proposed regulations for it to be varied.
Okay. I just recommend, if you guys have not contacted Anderson Farms up in Larimer County, that you do so, simply because, it contributes greatly to their revenue, I think, up there when they do the corn maze and the pumpkin patch. And I mean, they pay a lot to have people come in and design the corn mazes and put it in place. And it's become a very popular, people from down here actually go up there to go do it. So I'd love to have them just stay down here and do it down here.
Okay. Commissioner Vanderwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I have kind of a similar line of questions. First of all, I think this is great. I'm kind of amazed that we haven't had this before, so I'm glad we're proceeding forward with that. But again, I noticed in the former proceedings, these questions about 35 acres and 50 vehicles have come up before. So can you explain for me in the Planning Commission meeting kind of what took place about those two articles? Because I'd be interested in knowing if somebody wants to do something like this and they have a lot and it's less than 35 acres, is there recourse for them to somehow go forward still? And so I'd like to hear that. And then on the 50 vehicle, if they're not anticipating 50 vehicles, but then 70 vehicles show up, what happens under those situations?
So for your first question about the
Like, if you want to go to the
acreage,
next
so
one.
First off, we chose the 35 acres to be consistent.
We're talking about the 35 acres, so I know the hearing's going to be long, so I'm going to just skip that and get to the 50 vehicle.
We do many, many administrative special uses a year.
Okay, and then the 50 vehicles, and of course, if you anticipate 50, more than 50, I think what you have written in there is fine, but sometimes you don't know how many you're advertising and marketing, and you really don't know how many are going to show up. So what happens in those cases where you're not anticipating 50, but you get more than 50?
We're complaint-driven only at the moment, so our code enforcement people don't go out looking for violations. If it's just a one-time occurrence and the owner recognizes that it could be something that's ongoing, then they could come to us and ask for their site development plan to be amended, and we could review that proposed amendment to see if it's appropriate under the agri-tainment or if it requires a special use. But the business owner would be able to recognize that in their own business, and if it's going to be an ongoing issue. If it's an ongoing issue and it impacts the surrounding neighbors, then we would receive complaints and we could enforce on it.
Okay, I think that's acceptable. So if they not anticipating 50, but they get 50 or more, the behavior that we would perhaps want to see is that they would at that point go and request the approval, because maybe it'll happen again, I guess, is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so probably if it's a fall festival, they probably know up front that for this time frame they may exceed it just because of the popularity. So they could either write that into their letter of intent, or if their business grows and it's successful and they know that from this point on they're going to be exceeding that 50 because it's successful, then they could bring that to us, and then we could either revise their site development plan if it's appropriate, or require them to go through the administrative special use at that time.
Okay, thank you. That's, those are satisfactory answers. Thanks.
Okay. You can stop it there, Blake.
Craig Dowsey again.
Okay. Thank you for bearing with me there. Commissioner, I didn't want to put words in your mouth, so thank you for allowing me to give you that respect. So as you heard, the intent of the code was that the 50 vehicle limitation was not a hard and fast rule. It was intended to be, if somebody has, you heard Fall Festival specifically brought up. So if somebody has events that they know would exceed the 50, that could be approved just at the site development plan stage by including in their letter of intent that they knew it was going to exceed. It was not the intention that every single time a user exceeded 50 vehicles, they had to go through the special use process. The whole purpose of the regulations was to prevent putting a burden on these businesses so that they would be able to grow and succeed and continue to be in our community and really enhance our communities as well. As Commissioner Vanderwerf, you also brought up, you don't know how many people are going to show up to your business. You always hope for more, I guess, but you don't really know how many people are going to show up. So if the 50 is a hard and fast rule and you end up having 70 people there, it's unrealistic to send them a notice of violation on a daily basis. We understand that that is not the way that the code is being utilized, and that the PCD director has chose not to utilize their authority to approve it under a site development plan. So that's why we're before you today for a special use. But we thought it was important to at least provide that legislative background, and to provide the background that the 50 was just an initial marker, so that anything beyond the 50 could be reviewed by the director to determine if impacts could be mitigated. Okay. So we will move along to the previous approvals for the specific property. So Justin already covered this, but October of 2018, the site development plan was approved. It included a total of 49 parking spaces. Within the documentation for that site development plan, there's some odd wording in there that says 50 cars per day average. So the property owner got the traffic study, which he understood to be an average daily trips that would be calculated for 365 days. So you take what you have on one day and calculate it out for 365 days. He got that confused with the number of people that would be on site. So that's the reason for that odd verbiage in there. It was never his intention to be out of conformance with the regulations or to be out of conformance with his site development plan. There was a special use approved for a commercial stable in June of 2021. This did not include agritainment. It also was not brought up by any of the reviewers at the time, so the PCD reviewers, that he should add agritainment, or that there was even a need to add agritainment into that special use request. So that's the reason why it's specifically for a commercial stable. You heard Justin speak of that temporary use that was approved May of 2023. Commissioner Geithner, I appreciated your question regarding what was actually approved versus what they observed on site. So the approval was for 70 vehicles. He did utilize a reservation system to try to keep it at just 70 vehicles. Unfortunately, people were enjoying the Tulip Festival and didn't leave as he had planned on them leaving, so there was a little bit of overlap. So during the overlap from one reservation time starting and another reservation time ending, code enforcement did observe 85 vehicles. So it wasn't a significant, at least in my viewpoint, not a significant violation with him just being over by 15. So I wanted to cover the zoning violation. You saw Justin provided a very lengthy timeline for this property. I wanted to point out that for the zoning violation, the very first notice of violation that the property owner received wasn't until September 16th of 2022. So he did not receive notice of violation prior to that. That means he never got anything in the mail. The one time that he did receive something in the mail was September 7th of 2021, where a courtesy letter was sent to him. And you'll notice that he was actually already taking action prior to that courtesy letter. August 19th, 2021, he submitted a site development plan because the uses on his property had moved. So he wasn't thinking that he even needed to revise his site development plan for the number of vehicles. In his mind, based upon the information that he had received, he believed that he just had to revise his site development plan because his activities had shifted on the property. That site development plan was resubmitted a couple of times, and then it wasn't until a new planner was assigned to his site development plan that it was first brought up that he needs to apply for a special use to allow for the number of vehicles to exceed 50 vehicles on site. So I know that by some, the property owner has been characterized as being a violator, but the timeline shows that that's just not the case. He was unaware. Justin kind of skimmed over this, so I'm going to just cover it again if you'll bear with me. There has been some testimony by those in opposition and then also by some of the Planning Commission members that he does not meet the definition for agritainment. So I wanted to just read that into the record really quickly and then cover why he meets that definition. So agritainment is an ongoing or seasonal event and or activities, whether for remuneration or not, of an agriculture nature that are offered to the public for purposes of recreation, entertainment, and or education. PCD has determined that he meets that definition, which is why they asked him to submit the special use to legalize the activities on site. His activities on site do meet this definition. So they are of agricultural nature. He has, within the activities that he has that exceed the 50, he has a petting zoo. He has an area where kids can learn how to milk a cow, which is also entertainment. He has pumpkins that are being sold. The hay from the property is, well, it's really more of a pyramid now. It's not so much a corn maze, but he does have a pyramid of hay. So it is agricultural in nature. It's also entertainment based. I know that there was some discussion about, well, you know, now that you have hay rides on the property, now that you have kids going around in the cow trucks, that's really an outdoor amusement center. It's not agritainment. But the definition for agritainment includes that it would be for entertainment purposes as well. So I wanted to cover some of the other agritainment criteria. So under general standards, pumpkin patch, hayride, corn maze, hay maze, petting zoo, and agricultural festival are all specifically identified as uses within agritainment. There's a requirement that the person conducting the agritainment is also the owner of the property, while the Chapmans are the owners and the operators of the agritainment. This is not a temporary use because it does exceed 5 days, and he is in compliance with all other county, state, and federal laws. As discussed previously, due to the planning director not utilizing their authority to exceed the 50, he doesn't meet the 50 vehicles limited. He has obtained building permits for all of those required structures. He is not any of those excluded uses. He doesn't have any overnight accommodations either. And so because he exceeds that 50 vehicle limit for currently 6 weeks out of the year, he's requesting a special use. So we did a significant amount of neighborhood outreach to try to determine what the impacts are to the neighbors and how those impacts could best be mitigated. So in December of 22, myself and one of their employees went door to door to all of the adjacent property owners to try to better understand what those impacts are and to talk to them about what they are and to try to troubleshoot together, figure out what we could do to resolve the issues or mitigate the impacts. In addition to going door to door, we also sent 37 mailers to the adjacent property owners, also trying to seek input on what those impacts are so that we could address them. The responses to those mailers were both positive and negative, as I'm sure you've seen today. There's both in support and in opposition. The specific concerns identified included the need for dust mitigation, additional screening, better direction from Highway 105 through the neighborhood to the property, and then also additional setbacks. So I did want to point out what we're proposing in order to mitigate those impacts that were brought up. So long-term, what's being proposed is that the driveway and the parking area would be resurfaced with asphalt millings. Now, we know that it's going to take time to get through the site development plan and for him to actually do that construction. So in the interim, what we are proposing is that the property owner would utilize a watering truck or trailer to wet down the driveway to ensure that the driveway does not create dust. We did speak with the county about any potential of doing something similar on Saddlewood, and we understand, you know, they don't want other people maintaining their roads, so that offer was not accepted, and that's okay. For the screening, this purple that you can see here is a proposed privacy fence that would be along the boundary of the property. That's a 6-foot privacy fence to screen the parking area from view. We heard that some people get lost when they're trying to get to the pumpkin patch. In particular, a lot of folks try to turn right here on Charros Loop, thinking that that's the most direct access to get to the property. Well, clearly it's not, it's a cul-de-sac. So we are also proposing to add additional directional signage. So you can see at 105 in Canterbury, at Charros and Canterbury, and then at Saddlewood, and then lastly, right across from the entrance. So that signage would direct folks on where to go so that they don't get lost in the neighborhood and become a nuisance. In addition to the signage, you'll notice that on Charros Loop, we are also proposing cones because we know that that is a troublesome area. And then the orange that you can see here, that is a proposed 100-foot setback. The RR5 zone district only requires a 25-foot setback, but we did hear from the neighbors that they would like to see all activities be set back further, and so we're proposing a 100-foot setback for all of those activities. There was, in the Planning Commission, if you read through the Planning Commission minutes, draft minutes, You probably noticed that there was one individual that had concern regarding why is there nothing being proposed on the east side. The reason for that is there's a significant difference in elevation from all where the activities occur and where those houses are. So putting up a privacy fence really wouldn't do any good because they can see into the property because they're so much higher up. And then just a side note, when I did the neighborhood canvas, the great majority of those folks on the east side were proponents of the pumpkin patch. So that's another reason why we didn't hear specific concerns, with the exception being that one individual. So the common neighborhood request that we heard over and over and over again, and you've heard the county staff speaking about it as well, was that everybody wanted to see direct access onto Highway 105, and that if direct access to 105 was obtained, the issues, with the exception of dust mitigation and screening, the issues would go away. So we spent a significant amount of time trying to figure out how we could get Highway 105 access. We went through multiple iterations and gyrations of how that could work. So throughout the month of December and January, we had multiple emails, calls, and meetings to try to figure that out. Just to provide additional background, this adjacent property owner actually has direct access onto 105 and is a proponent, a very large proponent of the Colorado Kids Ranch. So we did explore utilizing that driveway and then establishing an easement to come into the property. That wasn't acceptable. So then we suggested, okay, well, if that's not acceptable, maybe we can line up the access with Peaceful Pines and extinguish her existing access and then create an easement going this way, an easement going that way, so that everybody gains access. We're not increasing the total number of driveways onto 105. That was also not an option. So what we ended up submitting as our deviation was for the access to align with Cherry Springs Ranch. The deviation was not for 365-day access. It was only for 24 days out of the year. So that represented those peak days. So primarily the weekends, that's what the peak is. And then all of the other traffic would still have to go through the neighborhood, but at least we would be addressing those peak days. We also included proposals for traffic control, and we had discussions regarding UTC. Prior to the deviation being denied, we also met with staff on site to kind of take a look at the access, discuss what we could possibly do, but ultimately it was denied. So that was denied in May with no option to appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. So now I'm going to cover the special use criteria. So this is a quotation from the Land Development Code, and I'll just read that first portion there. The purpose of the special use process is to address potential impacts of certain land uses on existing and allowed uses in the same neighborhood. This property is zoned RR5. The surrounding properties are also zoned RR5. So I wanted to provide a list of other permitted uses that may be considered similar or to have similar impacts. That would include a dairy, farm, kennel, wholesale nursery, public park and open space, ranch, religious institution, tree farm, and agricultural stand. Now the difference is all of the uses that I just listed off are not limited in scale and intensity. So there is no criteria within the code that says you can only have 50 parking spaces, you can only have so many trips per day, nothing like that. It's a permitted use. In some instances, you have to get a site development plan. In others, in the instance of a tree farm, for example, you do not even have to get site development plan approval. So if we look at the purpose statement of the code, which says to look at existing and allowed uses in the same neighborhood, our argument is we're only talking about parking spaces, so 325 parking spaces, and those impacts that are associated with that, which is an increase in traffic. Our use is no different and is actually perhaps better because it's a seasonal type use. It's not in operation 365 days a year currently, the way that all of these other uses are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying all of these are uses by right, or they would need to be permitted?
They're uses by right. Some of them require site development plan approval, but some of them, for example, the tree farm doesn't even require site development plan
So
approval.
if, for example, the Colorado Pumpkin Farm ceased to exist tomorrow, they could perhaps sell this land to a, say, religious institution, and they could have any number of cars parked there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, were there any other questions before I move on to the, okay. So now I'm going to cover the, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing the package that we have, in one of the citizen comments, there was a reference to a thing called a FAM camp. And then there are a list of non-allowed uses, which includes overnight stays and camps. So do you have something that looks like or is a FAM camp? I'm not sure I know what the definition of FAM camp is, but, are you doing something where people can put up tents or stay overnight or anything like that?
That's a great question, Commissioner. So I will have the owner is actually going to describe it in greater detail, but I'll just give you a quick summary. So the farm camp is not overnight accommodations. It's actually for children where they come in just for the day. It's small groups, so it's actually not part of the specific request to exceed 325 because it's, I think, 20 kids per. Is that right? Okay. So 20 kids at a time. And it's for kids to come on site and to learn about how a farm operates. So they help out with feeding the chickens, mucking the stalls. I know that JD has told me they even teach them about how to do canning, so stuff like that, but it's not overnight accommodations.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first criteria for approval is general consistency with the master plan. I know that Justin covered this. I'm going to just do it one more time and I'll be quick, I promise. So the key area is the Tri-Lakes key area. This key area does specifically support residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment opportunities. So what's being proposed here is an excess of 325 cars. In excess of 50, not 325. 50 cars. So that's in order to support commercial activities, having additional employees on site, and providing entertainment opportunities. This is within the area of change, minimal change developed. Interestingly enough, this area change does recommend and support intense urban infill. So not even in being consistent with the surrounding area, you could go more intense and go urban. That is what the master plan recommends. That is not what he's proposing. So what the Chapmans are proposing is actually the inverse, where they are proposing for the majority of the year, this will operate as a farm, but they will have some events here and there where it'll be commercial in nature. So currently 89% of the year, it's a farm. The place type is large lot residential. The primary land use is single family detached residential. That is the way that they are utilizing the property. They do live on site. The supporting land uses include park and open space, commercial retail and commercial service, as well as agriculture. So the activities on site go perfectly in line with the primary land use and supporting land use. Now again, our specific request here is for the number of vehicles to exceed 50 vehicles. So we have to relate it back to the number of vehicles in the parking area. So you cannot have commercial retail, you cannot have commercial services with a teeny tiny little parking area. So the master plan absolutely supports having a larger parking area. So just summarizing master plan consistency, Tri-Lakes key area promotes entertainment opportunities. The area of change would support more intense urban infill. However, they're proposing to utilize it the majority of the time as a working farm. And the large lot residential place type supports commercial activities and preservation of farmland. So the next criteria is in harmony with the character of the neighborhood and will generally be compatible with existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area. So that's kind of a two-part. So I'm going to address the criteria in two separate parts. So first I'm going to talk about the allowable land uses in the surrounding area. So I already gave you that list of all of the allowed land uses within the RR5 zone district. But I think we can all recognize that there are certain uses within a neighborhood that are critical for the health of the neighborhood. And we've all accepted, yes, there's additional traffic created by these uses. Yes, there's larger parking spaces and larger parking areas that are necessary as part of these land uses, but we need them in our neighborhoods. So that includes school, church, and general community gatherings. What's being proposed here is no different. This really is, as I'm sure you read in all of the letters of support, this is a neighborhood gathering. It's a community gathering. It's where you can come together and see your neighbors. So what he's proposing is no different, with the exception being this is seasonal. It's not in operation 365 days per year. It is true that he's not specifically limited, but the types of activities that go with agri-tainment, they're seasonal.
But I have a question. I guess my question is, as I'm reading in the file, I'm not seeing any commitment to the increased traffic is only going to be seasonal. So I'm not seeing we only want the increased 325 vehicles on 2 weekends during the Tulip Festival and 6 weekends during the Pumpkin Patch. That is what I'm not seeing. It says at any time. It seems to me, as I read through the packet, it indicates at any time they can have 325 vehicles on their property. And that, the county roads cannot sustain that.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair point. And commissioners, you could discuss if that's an additional condition that you would like to impose.
Okay, thank you.
So now I'm going to address the second part of that, and that has to do with mitigating impacts and how through the mitigation of those potential impacts, the proposed special use is in harmony with the neighborhood. So per the traffic study, there are improvements required on the roadways. Those improvements include improvements at Canterbury and 105, so left turn from 105 to Canterbury, from Canterbury to 105, right turn from 105 to Canterbury. Down at Saddlewood in Canterbury, there is a requirement that a left turn from Canterbury to Saddlewood be installed and a right turn from Saddlewood to Canterbury, as well as pavement of this portion of Saddlewood. Canterbury is a paved road. As I mentioned before, we're proposing additional signage, directional signage, so that people can find the pumpkin patch more easily. I did want to point out, this is the closest residence to the parking area, and it's over 600 feet. So that's more than 2 football fields. So just distance alone is assisting with mitigation of potential impacts. As I mentioned before, we are proposing a solid privacy fence along the property line, and we are proposing an interim situation of utilizing a dust truck.
I have a quick question about the proposed signage. One of them closely related to the answer to the other, so bear with me for a second. On whose property are you proposing that those would be? Will it require an extra signage permit? And then the follow-on question is, at whose cost?
I apologize. I should have mentioned that previously. So this signage would be within the county right-of-way, which would require a license agreement. I do understand that the county engineer hasn't identified any concerns with that signage. And the cost would be up to the property owner. So the property owner would create those signs and place those signs after receiving approval of a license agreement.
And again, assuming that agreement would limit the size, and that size would then be confirmed by the engineering staff to not inhibit sight distance and all of the other things that have to be considered.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that's what the property owner is also committing to.
Okay, thank you.
So then I wanted to provide a few images that really demonstrate in context. So the proposed use in context to the surrounding neighborhood. So this is the edge of the parking area, the existing parking area. This is the location of the proposed fence. So you'll see there's a house right here. There's another house kind of back here. There's thick vegetation on the west side of the property, which helps with screening the parking area from view. So that, along with just the distance, the over 2 football fields, and the privacy fence, we do feel as though the visual impacts will be adequately mitigated. I understand this might not be a fair picture because it's empty, so I've got another one. So here's another image showing the parking lot being full. It's a different view as well. So this is Highway 105 up here. This is the approximate fence location. This is probably the closest home to the parking area and the home that is also the most impacted by the parking area. You'll recall when I was talking about the deviation that property owner is a proponent of the Colorado Kids Ranch and does not have any issues or objections, and does not feel as though the impacts are significant.
I have one more quick question based off of this picture even. So it looks to me, just at a cursory look, that is exceeding the 50 cars, most likely. And so on a day when the parking lot is full, so to speak, is everybody still able to park on the private property of the property owner, or are you seeing parking along private streets, highways, and walking in, or blocking other driveways?
So I have not heard any complaints that people are parking off-site. Even though the parking area has exceeded 50, it's my understanding that all vehicles have been on-site and they have not been off-site. So people have not been parking within the county roadways and walking in.
Okay, if I can just have the property owner keep that in the back of the mind and address that when you come up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Was there 2 parts to your question? Did I miss part of your question? No? Okay, thank you. The impact of the special use does not overburden or exceed the capacity of public facilities and services, or in the alternative, the special use application demonstrates that it will provide adequate public facilities in a timely and efficient manner. So this is only public facilities, so we'll address traffic in another slide, but porta potties are being utilized because it's only in operation part of the year. Health department has determined that to be okay. They're utilizing the existing well for all of the agricultural uses, and people can choose to purchase water on site if they would like. And there have been limited additional electrical upgrades that have already been completed for the use. The special use will not create unmitigated traffic congestion or traffic hazards in the surrounding area and has adequate legal access. So first, let's just talk about numbers here. So the peak trips, so this is worst case scenario. On the weekday, we are looking at 454 maximum trips, and on the weekend, 1,678 maximum trips. Now, keep in mind that this study was based upon only 2 people per vehicle. We know this is a family function, and so most likely there's going to be more than 2 people per vehicle. So this truly does represent worst case scenario. So if we look at, okay, sorry, looks like you had a question. So if we look at the level of service, first off, I'm sure you're all familiar with what level of service is, but if anybody is listening and they're not familiar, this is the definition from the ECM, a qualitative measure of traffic flow. 6 levels are defined as A through F, with A being the best operating conditions and F being the worst. Section B41A of the ECM has provided that the design objective is a level of service D or better. So if you are a D or better, your intersection is deemed okay. You don't have to do improvements, with the caveat being there's some triggers depending on the number of turning movements. So if you look here, the level of service is an A or B. It's important to note that this level of service is without any Highway 105 improvements. This is adding the traffic to the current conditions. So the Highway 105 improvements are not causing it to be an A or B. It's currently A or B with the existing traffic and additional traffic. Just to give you some comparison, Highway 83 in Hodgen is a level of service C, Woodmore and Deer Creek is a level of service D, and then Highway 24 in Stapleton is a level of service F. So that gives you a little frame of reference for what we're looking at. There was quite a bit of discussion on safety and if the roadways are safe to utilize. Obviously, as you've heard us say, our preference, the neighbor's preference, would be that there's direct access onto Highway 105. If that's not possible and access is not permitted onto Highway 105 and it has to go through Canterbury and Saddlewood, El Paso County has already determined the access location to be safe. They have determined that it is better than Highway 105. El Paso County also maintains these roadways, and they have been specifically designed to allow for multimodal traffic. So there's an implied blessing by the county identifying these roads are safe for people to drive on and to walk on, just based upon the roadway cross-section. The traffic study also identifies that the road will meet all El Paso County standards with the additional improvements. So just to summarize, all intersections are functioning at an A or B without any improvements. The maximum delay, so that's right here, worst case scenario delay is 14 seconds. So that means somebody is waiting 14 seconds to make that turning movement. The maximum queuing, which is right here, is 17 feet. That doesn't even represent one car length. That's not even one car in queuing. The roadway meets El Paso County cross-section for multimodal transportation. El Paso County has determined this access to be safe. And so we feel as though we meet that criteria and that we are not creating undue hardship. We are not creating an unsafe situation, and there is not unmitigated traffic. So I'll just cover this one last time. We are still proposing mitigation measures. So the asphalt millings long-term for dust control in the interim, a watering truck or trailer, and paving of Saddlewood. The parking area has been oriented kind of tucked away in the corner along 105 and the adjacent properties with screening in order to lessen the visual impact. And then I already talked about those improvements that are required. Are there any questions on traffic before I move on? Okay. Comply with all applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding air, water, light, or noise pollution. In the Planning Commission hearing, one gentleman brought up that there's a sign that's required to be posted pursuant to that House bill that I referenced previously that was not on the property. I did provide the timestamp here in case there's a concern that he just put it up, but that sign is in existence. So the property owner is absolutely in compliance with all state and federal laws. The special use will not otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the present or future residents of El Paso County. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. If you might go back to the water, light, noise pollution. There you go.
Yeah.
So perhaps you might get into it a little bit later, but you're saying that it will comply with these? And obviously, light is not applicable unless there's like evening operations and so forth. So what does the applicant intend on doing with regard to evening operations? Is the answer not having them, or, what are they doing?
I can have him respond to that. He does not currently have any evening or nighttime operations. Currently, his fall festival it's daylight hours, so from 9 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock at night, which is pretty normal. I haven't been to a pumpkin patch that's open at night unless you have some kind of haunted house component, which is not what he's proposing.
I'll be happy to ask the applicant when they come up
Okay.
about that. And then on the noise pollution, which is a difficult thing to really get to a proper addressing of that, because one person's noise pollution is another person's, different view. So, but with regard to the laws regarding noise pollution, can you elaborate a little bit more on that? What may apply here? And then for whatever does apply, what is the applicant intending on doing to ensure? Because there's a statement made here, but it doesn't really get into the specifics.
Sure. So the only ordinance that I'm aware of is the county's noise ordinance, which is enforced by the sheriff's department unless that's changed. I don't know if somebody can shake their head to verify that's still the case. Yeah, okay, I see, yes. Is the county's noise ordinance enforced by the sheriff's department. The activities that occur on site, it's normal speech. He does not have concerts on site, so it's, kids laughing maybe. Could be the loudest, or if there's a kid that's upset that they didn't get the pumpkin that they want, maybe they'd throw a little fit, but there's not any noise on loudspeakers. So knowing that the county's noise ordinance wasn't intended to limit speech, I would believe that they'd be in full compliance with the noise ordinance. Does that answer that question?
I think so. I might also ask the applicant to
Okay.
respond to that as well. Thank you.
I would just add, with all of the uses being centralized within the property and there being such a great distance from any activities on site to the adjacent property or residence, just distance alone would help to dampen any noise. But I would be shocked if any of the activities would exceed the noise ordinance. Okay. So the next one has to do with public health, safety, and welfare. These terms are not defined within the code, so I just grabbed them from Webster's. So health, the condition of being sound in body, mind, or spirit. Safety, the condition of being safe from undergoing or causing hurt, injury, or loss. Welfare, the state of doing well, especially in respect to good fortune, happiness, well-being, or prosperity. So in a moment here, I'm going to ask the property owner to come forward and to elaborate on some of the uses that occur on site. We recognize that the request is specifically for 325 vehicles, but those uses would not exist if he was limited to 50 vehicles on site. And I believe that we've covered the safety aspect sufficiently. So with that, I will have the property owner, J.D. Chapman, come forward. Want me to click it?
Sure. All right, yeah, thank you for the sacrifice of your time this afternoon. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And so I just want to talk about really quickly some of the other activities that we're doing.
If I could have you move just a little bit closer to the microphone
Sure.
so that we can
Sorry,
all
let
hear
me
you. Thank you.
Pick that up a little. So for the community impact, we have Johnny Pumpkin Seed. We were wanting to try to find a way to reach out to kids and their families. So we started Johnny Pumpkin Seed as a way to reach out to special needs kids and their families. We're also included in that program as special needs adults. So we'll have groups come in from town that may be a special needs group of adults that come in, but also foster kids and their families. So when we bring them in for free, and they get to take it from Pumpkin for free, but we really wanted to find a way to reach out to them because we feel like that was a group that didn't get much leeway anywhere else, and they had a really tough situation. We have, my wife and I both have backgrounds in kids programs, and so this was a way to reach back out to them. and those in need. Right. Another way is the farm camp that we were talking about. So the farm camp is, again, just a way to teach, probably 100 years ago, a lot of our families were connected to agriculture. And today that's not the case. So we want to have kids come in, and so there won't be quite a distance as it used to be, have them have some familiarity with the taking care of animals. And also, if they're going to have pets at home, the parents really appreciate teaching them to clean up. But we're kind of showing them all the way around the farm. We're showing them how to take things from the garden and, make jelly and stuff out of them, and tractor equipment and stuff like that.
Can I ask, how many kids do you have at the farm camp attending? That's obviously not during the tulip or the
Correct.
pumpkin patch.
Correct. So we have a 3-hour window, and actually on our website we have a reference to the state organization that came in to approve that. So we have them in there from 3-hour segments, and most of the time we would have 20 or 30 kids come in for that segment, and that's generally the number that comes in for that. And so we run that for 2 weeks with those morning and afternoon segments of 3 hours.
And that's in the summer?
That's in the summer, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, and community impact. So this, this has ripples in the community that we hear back all the time. We have people come in and tell the stories all the time and how much they really appreciate, that we're here. A veteran coming back from combat, talking about bringing his family there, but also we've been able to make an impact in visibility. So when we were, a few years ago, when we were in Douglas County, year after year, we made the top 20 places to take your kids at Kids Out and About. In 2021, we actually made Pioneer Woman's top 25 pumpkin patches in the nation. So there is some visibility of what we're doing, and we really appreciate that. It's an accomplishment. But we're also trying to do this in a way that is beneficial for kids. So we have some kids that have been able to make it here today, maybe to make comment, but we're trying to take them, a lot of them, this is their first job, and we're trying to use that as a mentoring opportunity, as a safe place where they can make mistakes and learn, not get chewed out. And a lot of them are, to get a job, sometimes you have to be 16 and drive, but for us, you don't. So parents come in, drop them off, and we're just mentoring all kinds of things that have to do with dealing with the public, running the register, taking care of animals, and all these other pieces, parts of the pumpkin patch. Community impact, and I think this slide can go along with the last commentary about community impact. We just continue to see, along with the stories, we'll have a dad in Denver and a split family meet at the pumpkin patch. So we continue to hear stories of how that's making an impact across both Johnny Pumpkin Seed and with families, both of foster special needs and other families that come in to spend time on the property. And Commissioner Vanderwerf, did you want to cover that question?
Yes, I'd be, thank you for that. I would like to ask that question of you. One of the requirements for special use is with regard to light and noise. So
Right.
if you could respond to those.
Absolutely. So for the noise, in the first iteration in the 2018, we were supposed to plant trees, and unsuccessfully, we planted about 120 trees, but only 2 have survived. So we're going toward this solid wall fence, and hopefully that's a one and done. And I think there is some sound mitigation from that. So we did have a noise complaint called on us. We've gotten a lot of calls in the last couple of years, but one of them was sheriff showing up, and he said that we were in compliance. And I don't know about he talked about having to register a certain decibel on the neighbor's property, and he wasn't able to do that. So that's for the noise. And then for
Light,
the
light, yeah.
light, yes.
pollution.
So for the light, we don't have anything after 5 o'clock. We've never had anything on that property after 5 o'clock. So 9 to 5 is where we've been operating everything.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I would like to add one additional question to that, and it's with regard to, again, the criteria here. Special use would not otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. And I would like to ask a question about safety, because you do have some devices here that are probably generally safe, but you just don't know what kids can get into from time to time.
Absolutely.
And, you had some hay bales stacked up, so there's a little bit of height there, and a kid might fall off of that. Pony rides, you just never know what might happen there, and a few other things that you've got on site there. So how are you prepared to handle with, an accident? What do you have there? And are you prepared in case something goes wrong, somebody gets hurt, and, what do you have as far as safety equipment or whatever?
Great question. So we have a fire and rescue nearby. Hopefully we'll never have to use it, but we do talk about that. What's the reaction the manager or anybody on site needs to do if anything happens? How do they need to respond? A lot of our activities are generally consistent across the nation with pumpkin patches, if we're talking about hay pyramid and such. We do research on that, but also Colorado has a rides and devices group, and we have them come in and they actually write an approval for the Caltrain. They're involved in the safety from that perspective. And then they've talked about other things in the future being added, like hay rides, but right now the Caltrain is the only thing that's under their auspices.
Okay, and do you have? I appreciate those answers.
Absolutely.
Do you have something that's I don't know what it might be called, but maybe like a first aid station or some first aid gear in case somebody needs a Band-Aid or skins a knee or something like that? Do you have that kind of equipment?
We have first aid. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm done actually. Thank you.
We have first aid kits at different stations around the pumpkin patch for response to low impact injuries like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Williams.
Just a few questions. And I'm trying to focus mostly on the Tulip Festival and the
Okay.
pumpkin patch, because that seems to be the days when the traffic gets exceptional. How many individuals do you employ on those days?
Yeah, just to be clear, you're talking about Tulip Festival, correct?
Well, I could go, if it's different, either from the Tulip Festival or the pumpkin patch.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a difference. So yeah, the turnout for the Tulip Festival is low and exceeding the 50 cars right now, but it's not anything like the pumpkin patch is. So the pumpkin patch does see a high number of cars. And at that time, on those days, we employ about 35 teenagers and adults that help us to provide to the public everything that we need to be providing.
So even if every one of them came in, two people came in one car, you would still have 20 cars about just coming in alone from your employees on the pumpkin patch days.
If they all park there, yeah, a number of them are young and they do get dropped off. There are a few adults that park, but not many overall but it could be, you're right, it could be.
Okay. I think that's it for now.
Okay.
And then I might have you address my original question as well about are all the cars parked on property on the max population days?
As far as I understand, yeah, I mean, if anybody got lost and didn't make it, but we don't have anybody parking or walking in. So they are, I mean, we invite the Canterbury to come in for free, so sometimes they will walk in. But when we're talking about people driving all the way down, we have signage that directs them down the road, and then they end up close to 105 at that parking area. And then we usually have maybe up to 5 employees out in the parking lot helping with parking out there.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Geithner, did you have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Gotta move it way down here. Okay, special use will conform to all other applicable county rules, regulations, or ordinances. So as has been previously identified, if the special use is approved, then we will submit for a site development plan, which will demonstrate compliance with all other aspects. So now we wanted to cover the conditions of approval. As Justin provided, staff is recommending 4 conditions of approval. So we wanted to go through each one of those. Condition number 1, we don't have any concern with. Condition number 2, we don't necessarily have a concern with that one, but we do have a proposed alternative. Condition number 3, having to do with construction of that privacy fence. We're concerned that in 3 months' time or 4 months' time, The ground might still be frozen, so it would not be an ideal time to be putting a fence in and digging fence posts. So we would request the authority for the PCD director to extend that timeline if the ground is still frozen. And then for condition number 4, we do have significant concern with recommended condition number 4. So I've got several slides to speak on that one. So a lot of people believe that these types of activities are very lucrative and that people are making tons and tons of money off of these seasonal operations. That's not the case. So the taxable income for the Chapmans and Colorado Kids Ranch was less than $100,000 last year. So for comparison's sake, the monument area median household income is $102,000. So just a little bit over $100,000. So they're not making tons and tons of money off of this operation. The anticipated cost to construct the required off-site improvements required in condition number 4, now that's just the cost, construction costs, it doesn't necessarily account for design and review, is upwards of $750,000, which is a significant cost for anyone to bear, especially a small business owner. The county criteria does not account for peak traffic being limited. If you trigger the thresholds and you trigger the turning movements, you have to do it. It doesn't matter if it's only a few weeks out of the year. The county criteria also does not include any allowance for special events. So there's nothing within the criteria that would allow for the property owners to just do uniform traffic control the way that you might see if somebody's doing a special event with biking, where they close down part of a lane for a day. The county criteria also does not take into consideration that the level of service is an A or B regardless of these roadway improvements. If condition number 4 was put in place, the result would be they would have to close their doors. There's no way that they can front over $750,000 in 1 year. Not only that, logistically speaking, it will be very challenging for them to do all of those improvements within 1 year. You asked the question previously, would they have to acquire right-of-way? The answer was yes. So we're talking about right-of-way acquisition, the design of all of these roadway improvements, and the construction of all of these roadway improvements in less than a year. It's just not possible. I believe Daniel covered this in his presentation, so I won't cover the various triggers, but I will just point out the left turn is triggered even if there's one turning movement every 6 minutes. So the thresholds are very, very low. Again, the county criteria doesn't take into consideration that for the other 317 days out of the year for the current operations, it's not even being triggered. These improvements aren't even being triggered. So we're doing nearly $1 million of improvements for activities that take place just a few weeks out of the year. All that being said, the property owner is willing to construct those roadway improvements, but they can't do it within a year, so they need longer. So now I'm going to go through our requested conditions of approval. So this first slide addresses just the on-site improvements that the property owner has committed to. There was discussion at the Planning Commission about why there was no specific condition regarding 325. The property owner is willing to put a cap on the number of vehicles. So condition number 3 is the number of vehicles on site shall not exceed 325. You might be wondering, is that enough? We feel as though it is enough. So the highest volume year that he's seen to date was at 275. So we've taken that 275, but we of course want to see his business continue to succeed and not be in violation in the future. So we've added a buffer of 50 to allow for some limited growth. Requested condition of approval number 4 is the interim situation prior to the site development plan being approved so we can actually spread the asphalt millings. And it would require a watering truck or trailer to be utilized. This is an approximate cost of $1,500. The requested condition number 5 would require that the site development plan be approved prior to May 15th of 2024. Keep in mind that there's a road impact fee that would also be triggered at that time, and the road impact fee is nearly $30,000. Requested condition of approval number 6 would require that the parking area and driveway be resurfaced with asphalt millings prior to May 15th of 2024. That represents the start of the Tulip Festival. Requested, and that's an approximate cost of $15,000. The requested condition of approval number 7 is that privacy fence, and that would require it to be constructed prior to that Tulip Festival. That comes at an approximate cost of $45,000. And then lastly, that the main and overflow parking areas be improved prior to May 15th of 2024. You might be wondering why there's a difference in condition number 6 and 8. So it being resurfaced isn't the same as it being improved. So he would be looking at establishing parking spaces to ensure that the cars are stacked neatly and tightly together within the space. So the total costs that he is willing to bear for year 1 is nearly $90,000 in today's dollars. We've all been following what's happening in the construction world, and we know that those prices are only going to go up, even if we're just looking at 1 year. So this is our preference. I know it's been denied before, but we're going to just give it a try one more time. We've heard from the neighbors that this would resolve all of the issues, so we're just going to bring it up one last time. So our request would be that there is direct access from Highway 105. So condition number 9, direct access to the property from Highway 105 shall be limited to those activities and functions associated with the special use as described in the letter of intent and depicted in the special use site plan. Knowing that there's a huge concern with 105, he is willing to install those improvements by September 1st, 2024. The right-of-way acquisition on that end most likely won't be as challenging because he'll be talking about his own property. He could very well shift any of those improvements a little bit further down so that he's not having to acquire right away from people who may actually have a concern with the use and don't want the access at Canterbury. This is also possible because he's only looking at half the improvements. He's not doing improvements at 105 and then also doing improvements down at Canterbury and Saddlewood. So it's a significant cost to him as well. So with this condition of approval, not only would the surrounding property owners that have concern with the traffic be satisfied, but it'll also help him as well financially. So that's our number 1. If that doesn't get approved, we're proposing something else. So if that doesn't get approved, then the conditions of approval, condition of approval number 9 would require that the roadway improvements be designed prior to December 31st, 2025. So that design includes the Highway 105 improvements, all of those various turn lanes that are being called for. It includes the design also down at Canterbury and Saddlewood. Condition number 10 would require that the Highway 105 intersection improvements are constructed by December 31st of 2026. And then lastly, the Canterbury and Saddlewood improvements be constructed prior to December 31st, 2027. We understand that there's a desire by El Paso County staff to have those improvements installed immediately, but it's just not possible. He can't do it. Are there any questions on the proposed conditions?
I don't have any questions, but I will ask staff to maybe have those conditions printed out on a single page for us when we come back from the next recess. Thank you.
And I don't know, I'm going to look back at Ryan to see if he still wants me to ask about these housekeeping items. They were the changes, but now they've had a chance to read them all. Are you fine with me skipping it? I don't think so. So
Could you go ahead and go over it, please?
oh, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll first explain what it is. So the Planning Commission packet and Board of County Commissioners packet was finalized prior to us having an opportunity to resubmit the letter of intent addressing the comments that the county still had. So at the Planning Commission hearing, Ryan had asked that we cover those items that had been changed, and I wasn't sure if that was still needed. Commissioner Williams, is that something you would like? They're included within your packet that you read today.
Okay, then I've read them. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just kind of skip through. Maybe if it'll work with me here. Okay. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Any commissioners have any further questions of the applicant? Okay.
Thank you. I know that was lengthy and I appreciate you guys sitting through it.
And to confirm, does everybody have the revised letter of intent? Okay. With that, before we move on to the next segment, is there any more from staff, from the staff presentation?
I might have some questions of Josh just to ask him right now, of Mr. Palmer. So this is specifically related to Highway 105. I know our new tax to continue constructing Highway 105 to 4 lanes all through this section doesn't start until January 1, 2025 through the Pikes Peak RTA, if I'm correct on that date. But we've pretty much shut down a lot of access to Highway 105, have we not? Because of the anticipated costs of property acquisition to acquire properties to expand that 4 lanes all the way to Highway 83.
Yeah, so there are, for PPRTA 2, there are 3 identified phases for a project. This is an A-list project. Phase A is what's currently going on, which is basically I-25 to Lake Woodmore. Phase B, which is completing design, is Lake Woodmore to Martingale. And then the final phase for RTA 2 approved project goes from Martingale all the way out to Highway 83. We don't have a clearly defined scope of work of what that phase of the project will entail. We're waiting until we can get to construction on B to determine how much money is left over, and that will kind of help us finalize what our scope is. But we have a requirement to the voters to do something. The long-term plan for Highway 105 is a 4-lane principal arterial from I-25 to Highway 83. I don't anticipate being 4 lanes for the entire stretch as part of the RTA 2 project. Something will be done. My general assumption is there'll be intersection improvements, minor capacity improvements to account for some high-profile areas. There is a PPRTA 3 A-list, approved A-list project, which slightly overlaps Phase B. I believe it's Arrowwood to, I can't remember the other cross street, but it slightly overlaps Phase B, so it will extend the Phase B project of RTA 2. It's kind of convoluted, but so there is RTA 2 project all the way out to 83, and then additional RTA 3 project that will approve. And that is the portion that will not be have funding available until 2025 at least.
So let's say we get to 2035 or 2040. We never know when these projects will come up. Roller Coaster Road is most likely to be a light-controlled intersection or a bridged intersection.
There will be some sort of traffic control there. It could be a signal. We're considering a roundabout. We're considering all options to better facilitate flow at that intersection.
Okay, and then the next traffic-controlled intersection would not be until Highway 83? Or would it be at Canterbury?
No, it will not
No.
be, it will not, I won't say definitively, but with pretty high level of accuracy, it will not be at Canterbury, no.
Okay. All right. And I think that that's one of the reasons why, obviously, right turn access only onto this pumpkin patch would resolve a lot of problems. But I think that that's one of the reasons why we've considered denying that, because of the future improvements and the cost to do these improvements.
So you had a second part to your question about removing access that currently exists along Highway 105, and we are doing that. Phase B, we're considering removing some access that already exists, and this goes back to the point that I made previously about trying to correct for improper long-term planning. Having multiple access points along the principal arterial is unsafe and flies in the face of the primary objective of principal arterial, which is to safely move traffic in an urbanized or suburban area from point A to point B. Direct parcel accesses, I think it's mentioned in the presentation, is subordinate to the safe movement of traffic. So we actually are going to most likely have to remove or realign or redirect access, direct access that currently exists to Highway 105. That could be through additional current infrastructure, adding in frontage roads, things like that. But direct access is definitely going to be removed rather than add. So, and there is that road, Cherry Creek Ranch Road, is that the name of it?
Cherry Creek Ranch Road.
Directly across. So as that development progresses, that road is actually going to be closed off as well. So we are currently along Highway 105, we're in the business of unfortunately removing access and not adding additional access, especially if there is reasonable access that already exists, which it does at Canterbury.
Now, if you send a lot of cars on Canterbury or on Saddlewood, and what does the county do then to keep those roads in good condition? Because they're both currently dirt, am I right?
Canterbury is paved.
Okay.
So they will have to pave a portion of Saddlewood from Canterbury to their current access to their property, which I don't know, how far is that? 500 feet or so?
If that wasn't paved, what would they then?
A tenth of a mile? So it's currently a tenth of a mile of unpaved road that would have to be paved. So there,
What could they do if they didn't pave it? So would that require extra work during the summer, coming out or helping, reimbursing you all to come out and do some work on it?
I don't think we would pursue any sort of reimbursement. There are many areas in the county where we deal with the circumstances and the situations and the conditions that we have. Whenever it is possible, we require and expect necessary improvements to be made. Maintaining a gravel road, whether it's 10 miles or 1/10 of a mile with this amount of traffic is there's much more of a burden to maintain a gravel road with that amount of traffic as opposed to a paved road, which is why we have the triggers that require paving. I will say that the triggers for paving a gravel road, when you extend, they're all related to the level of service that's required for maintenance. This is where the fact that they currently only operate 11%, is that correct, Daniel? 11% out of the year? You could point to that fact and say, well, it does trigger the need for pavement, but it's only 11% of the year, which is why I feel like we have much more flexibility on what we would require and the timeline for requiring that to be paved. Unfortunately, the triggers for turn lanes and the denial of access to direct access to 105 cannot be spread out over an entire year. You have 325 vehicles on one day, or you have 325 vehicles one day throughout the entire year. You still have too much traffic and too many vehicles at any point in time. It's not a level of service. It's not a requirement for maintenance. It's a snapshot in time of a safety issue. So while we can step back and say the flexibility we have for paving a gravel road can be spread out over an entire year, it's not so with the requirement for turn lanes or the issues with direct access to 105. And I will say that even if direct access to 105 was allowed, you still have 325, and I'm just using that as a point of reference, you still have 325 vehicles trying to exit and enter onto a 2-lane highway. Whether or not it happens at 105 or it happens at an access point further down the road, you still have too many vehicles trying to use a road that is not designed to handle that amount of traffic. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Geithner, I do believe we will have the opportunity to ask more questions of staff and the applicant after the public comment period. Does your question directly relate to something here? Let's go ahead and ask that. And then just to give people an idea, I'm seeing lots of people need to get up for a moment too. After this question and answer, we will take a quick recess. And when we come back from that, we will be ready for the public comment portion. Commissioner Geithner.
Thank you. So I want to just address the questions around reducing access here and the specific request of the driveway. I actually happened to, I took time this morning to go drive this area. I wanted to have it firmly in my head, though I do drive by it frequently. So I actually drove down Canterbury. I drove directly in front of the Colorado Pumpkin Patch and turned around and came back down for the rest of my day. But there is a driveway. I think that was mentioned. I will tell you, I really thought that was Canterbury when I was driving down there, having not specifically turned there. And so it is already there. So when we're talking about limiting access, is that something that could be limited? I would assume we certainly would not be taking away an access point to a driveway if it was legally done at this point, if it has been that way for some period of time.
It's possible that there would be existing direct accesses that would be removed, but we would only do so if there was a safe and efficient way to provide access at some other point. If there was a frontage road or they could connect to a nearby cul-de-sac or something like that, we would not remove it arbitrarily without a plan in place. But what we do want to try to avoid is adding additional access, especially if the current infrastructure already supports the access that's necessary. I hope that answers your question.
It does somewhat, but I'm going to push on this a little bit here because currently one person is already turning off this road. And so it is already there. So it is already being utilized. Moving the traffic from Canterbury to this location that's already there is harder for me to see logic in. Or not being open to that. It's harder for me to see in logic because people are either going to be turning in Canterbury or they're going to be turning here, and they both already exist. So though only one person is using it currently, you still have the same number of people turning off the road at a different point that is already there. So what outside of, I understand the written criteria here, which is this is what we do on this particular type of road. Give me a layman's reason why it is more dangerous to turn off onto that if they were to be allowed to utilize that as a driveway. How it would be more dangerous to turn off there instead of going a few feet down and turning off on Canterbury that's already there.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily at the moment any less dangerous, but what I would say is it's unnecessary. And the reason why I think that's important to consider is at some point in the past, 10, 15, 20, 50 years ago, somebody thought that it was good to give access to everybody who lived off of 105 without the consideration of, is this necessary? At the time, it made sense. Highway 105 there was nobody that lived in Monument. There was nobody that traveled Highway 105. It was a state highway. There are many things that we don't know, and we try to do our best to plan properly for what may occur in the future. You could say that there is no additional safety issues between accessing at what could be their direct access point versus Canterbury, but what we will say is it's not necessary. The access at Canterbury would not go away. We don't know what the future holds as far as subdivision, as far as additional development. We don't know what's going to happen necessarily on the north side or to the east. We don't know there's development that's going on in the city. There's a lot of unknowns. So what we try to do is make sure that our criteria allows us the ability to fall back on accepted and tried and true engineering criteria to make decisions that would help us mitigate any potential issues. That was a long-winded answer, I understand, but we're trying our best now to plan for the future so that the staff in 20 years, when none of us are around, are not trying to go back and retroactively correct mistakes and make it really difficult for people who may have been given something. It's difficult to take something away. It's a lot easier to not give it to them in the first place.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go into recess briefly, and as I mentioned, we will come back for those of you who have public comment to offer. As I indicated earlier, before we started the hearing, we will allow you to combine time, and each person is allowed 3 minutes each. So if you're combining time, it would be one spokesperson or a few spokespeople on one side of the issue, combining in increments of 3 minutes per person here and willing to donate. And again, you can only donate your time one time to someone else who is acting as a spokesperson. So with that, we will start with those in support of the application when we come back. So if you would like to be ready in about, let's give it 10 minutes this time. If you'd like to organize yourselves in support, and we will take comments from alternating sides and be ready to get through this efficiently and hear what you all have to say. With that, we're in recess.
Planning community development. I think on that issue, if we're aware of a traffic situation or made aware via complaint, we would go out and require them to provide overflow parking to avoid a violation, essentially, of their special use permit. Most of those people are probably going to be all too glad to provide overflow parking because obviously that means business is good. So we try to work with those folks and not be heavy-handed. I think most of the ones you see, you have really quick turnover of vehicles. If you go to a pumpkin patch or whatever, you might spend an hour or two, but you're going to have peaks and valleys in terms of the traffic. I think most, probably have a pretty good idea because they've been in operation somewhere else, or they've already come through our process, maybe with a temporary use permit. They have a pretty good idea how popular, so to speak, their operation is. The reason why we wanted to allow some flexibility by going through the special use process is, to me, it's kind of a sliding scale. If you have hundreds of acres, then you should be able to request additional parking spaces because you're going to host a much bigger event potentially. If you have a smaller piece of property, less than 35 acres, then maybe the number of spaces, that being 50, should be less. It's kind of, it's commensurate with the impact that could be created really based on the size of the property. So we want to provide that flexibility so that we can look at it. And, if we get something that's let's say 300 acres, there may be a need for us to have them look at constructing permanent improvements like a turn lane, maybe even put in, they call it methods of handling traffic, but traffic control out at the site during the peaks of their operation. So it gives us an opportunity to look a little bit closer at those higher volume type uses. By setting a cap, anything above that, we get to look at it with a little bit more detail.
Commissioner Waller.
Do we have an idea of how many types of businesses or how many businesses out there are looking to do this in El Paso County? And I'm just wondering if they provided input into this process.
So we actually did reach out to several of the businesses in the county that we were aware either had gone through a separate process and they would have qualified under agritainment, or they stopped
I will call this meeting back to order. We are on item number 4, and we have just completed the staff and applicant presentations, and we will move on at this point to those in support of this application. I said a little bit about how we'll do that, but just to repeat, each person is allowed 3 minutes. You can combine time. And I understand we have 2 people online, and for efficiency's sake, we will kind of stagger those. And so if you are going to speak on behalf of someone else, I ask that you introduce yourself, your name, and let us know who else you're speaking for. And those of you that are present in here can raise your hands and just give us a nod and confirm that you've given this person the ability to speak for you. Sound good? Okay, with that, again, this portion of the hearing is for the public input and evidence in support of the application. Please state your name, if and whether you're speaking for others, so that we can adjust the clock, and you may begin.
My name is Ian Stain. I am speaking for myself. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share my passion and present perspective from not only that of a grandfather and a parent, who with my wife are thankful to have raised our family in this spectacular country over the last 60 years, but also to share my passion and perspective and lessons I've learned having served 8 years for Governor Hickenlooper on the Colorado Tourism Board, my board seat representing my passion, outdoor recreation in Colorado. The lessons learned working with communities who had to deal with, amongst others, the impact of seasonal traffic resulting from growth in tourism. As part of those tourism board responsibilities, I had the joy of chairing the Colorado Agritourism and Heritage Tourism Committee, culminating in agri-tainment. One of the most common denominators was how to resolve these seasonal traffic issues as a result of growth experienced from agri-containment, like the pumpkin patch. Successful communities found ways to mitigate the seasonal traffic concerns in cost-effective ways without choking those businesses responsible for creating popular events like pumpkin patches. So why should we find economical, practical ways to resolve traffic concerns rather than shutting down the events or simply limiting the traffic counts? There is an abundance of data from studies pointing to the benefits to families and friends who spend time in the outdoors. Attractions typically found in agritourism and heritage tourism and agritainment. Agritainment events like the pumpkin patch became popular seasonal events for teaching visitors about agriculture, where our food comes from, and local history, amongst other benefits. Because of the multitude of benefits ranging from improved health to improved learning skills to improved lifestyles within our neighborhoods and societies, agritainment, agritourism, and heritage tourism have been a high priority for our state for a long time. El Paso County has been one of the best at implementing and executing agritourism and heritage tourism. One of my wife and my passions for families spending more time together in the outdoors is the result of our belief that many of the challenges families face, including the tragedies we face in society today, stem in part from the breakdown of the family unit. It's difficult to imagine some of these horrific atrocities we see being committed by someone who comes from a loving, close-knit family. It is not by accident El Paso County is a leader in so many ways. It is thanks in great part to the decisions made by this Board of Commissioners and your predecessors on matters such as before you today. It would be wonderful if these seasonal traffic concerns could be solved by exploring ways to access ORF 105 in particular, given the earlier testimony today. Thank you for the opportunity to share my passion. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. Blake, do we have the next person online? Ready? Thank you.
Soon. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a mom. I don't live I live in Monument, but I don't live near the pumpkin patch. But everyone that I know knows where the pumpkin patch is, and I greatly value the ability to go there and take my kids there. They like the hay maze, the hay ride. Of course, we do family pictures with the pumpkins and come home with pumpkins. And it's just an asset to our community. I appreciate the Chapman's family values, and I 100% believe that our community is stronger and healthier because of what the Chapman family contributes to our town and to our neighboring towns. I also want to speak on behalf of the farm camp. My kids have done that. They've never, this is where they learned how to feed animals, muck stalls, make jelly. It's just an amazing opportunity for kids to be able to know what it's like, what farm life is like. And I just greatly appreciate that, even though I know that's only a 2-week venture. Anyway, I can't imagine our town being without this opportunity during this time where the pandemic has seemed to trickle on through this year, and they're talking about it coming up, even stronger, that the pumpkin patch is a healthy place for us to go. It's wide open. You're not, you don't have to worry about wearing a mask. It's just a healthy, wonderful environment that we greatly appreciate. And so hip hip hooray for the pumpkin patch. Let's keep it going. Our world needs more places like this. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you hang up, can I get you to please restate your name again for the record? We didn't hear it at the beginning.
Yeah, and can I say one more thing? Do I have any time? I'm Margaret Weisen, Weishun. That 105 entrance, they used to use it to get there. And it just seems so simple to enter on 105. So for what it's worth, I know there's a road there, and we've used it in the early days of the pumpkin patch being there. And I've never been crowded in the parking area ever. And they have it all lined off where you are allowed to park when you go there with your, when I go there with my kids. And I've never had problems with any crowding. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
And just a reminder, in order to be respectful for everybody here to speak passionately on something that you're willing to wait hours for, I would ask that, first of all, you respect the time limit. Secondly, respect the others in the room. You all are doing a great job of that. But it's probably easier to just say, let's not do the clapping. And that allows us to also move efficiently. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Dunstan. Just as a point of order, a young man here named Aiden Hatley has graciously offered to give me his 3 minutes as well. So if you could reset it to begin at 6, that would be very much appreciated. All right, thank you. So about 15-ish years ago, Jeffrey and my son and I stopped by Arby's on the way home just to grab a quick bite. And as we were sitting there, the Chapman family came in, and it was a little after dark, and they were all dressed in their work clothes, and they've been working really hard all day long. And I've known that family from just the community around. They volunteer, they help a lot. They're well known for that, but they're starting this pumpkin patch thing. And I talked to John a little bit about it, and what I was really impressed by was just his grit, his tenacity, his willingness to work so hard for the vision. One of my specialties is talking somebody out of something because it's too difficult or complex. And there was no talking John or his family out of that. That family was committed, they had buy-in, and the whole family was working. And on the way home, I talked to Jeffrey, and I said, Jeffrey, that is the way a family should be. That's the way families have been. That is the ethic and the ethos that's really built this country and what's made us what we are today. And over time, I saw that vision and that hard work come to fruition. I guess I wasn't too surprised when I saw the pumpkin patch become a thing in our community. It's a wonderful thing in our community. It's meant so much to us. It's a staple to our community just as much as the charter school or our public schools or the Y or our churches or anything. It's just essential. Every time I drive by there, I smile. What a wonderful property. But when they were moving from one location to another, and there was a little bit of uncertainty, and they were getting a place ready, a place they have now. The Walden community welcomed the pumpkin patch to be there in the middle of our community on some undeveloped land. And it was a terrific community member. The HOA and all of the community members welcomed it. And there was questions about traffic. What about all these cars? Well, what about all these buses? And there were a lot of each, because it's a big deal, really big deal. And what I told them is, look, the county roads are capable of handling the traffic. And if you do a traffic study, the land that is now developed, that the pumpkin patch used to be on, has 116 lots on it. That's 1,160 trips per day residentially. That produces a lot more traffic on our internal roads than what the pumpkin patch would have produced. It's not accessed off 83. It's accessed off internal roads from legitimate intersections along the highway corridors. And it's worked safely, and it's worked very, very well. And I thought it was interesting. I really appreciate Nina's presentation. I thought it was fantastic. But she said it gets a B grade. I bet you some of our roads in there don't get a B, but they work just fine, and they do the job. What I would really hate to see is some kind of restriction on certain number of days, or somehow restricting the property rights, that they have some limitation placed on them just because there's about 16 people from 8 different local adjacent properties that have, certainly are speaking in opposition to it. An interesting thing, I was just talking with my friend Stan Searle, and he has a ranch just north of there. And there's a house on there that was built in the 1800s, no joke, for real. And years ago, believe it or not, before I-25 and before any of that stuff was there, there was a little road leading right down through there, a little farm that was that original house. The Chapman family live on that property, and they are a working family that lived there. I asked my son Jeffrey, I said, Jeffrey couldn't be here today. I said, Jeffrey, what do you want me to say? He said, Dad, why don't you just tell about, there was a time a few years ago where there's a lot of bad weather and a lot of challenges, and my son talked to one of the Chapman kids. Jeffrey, after we left that evening, Jeffrey said, Dad, it touched my heart big time, because he said, Jeffrey asked the kid, how's it going? The kid said, Papa said we're going to pull through this year. That's how that family works. And they did pull through that year. John reached out to me when he was having some trouble. He said, Matt, I've got to get this permit. I'm worried. I said, John, we got good elected officials in El Paso County. We got good people. Make sure you hire really good representatives. He certainly did that. I think he hired the best. And the only thing I would like to say in closing, that, Nina rightly pointed out, there should be provisions for approving that and overcoming this restriction that was placed on us a few years ago, or on this type of use. And I will tell you that when this gets approved and the roads are capable of handling it, that they will be able to pull through this year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand that our next person online is not available to speak yet, so we'll take the next person in the room. Thank you.
Hi. I don't have 6 minutes worth. You can change. My name is Annie Andrews. I live in downtown Monument. Going to the pumpkin patch has become a family tradition for our family. We enjoy the fall festival, the pumpkin patch, and the other activities there, and we also love the Chapman family. Our son has worked and volunteered at the patch the last few years, and he is learning and has learned invaluable skills at his time spent at the patch, skills that he's going to take throughout the rest of his life in any career he chooses. The patch and the Chapmans provide a wholesome, safe place for our families to enjoy outside together. It's very important. It's been pointed out a million times today, and it's a much-needed addition to our community. They provide employment opportunities for youth, like I mentioned, my son, that can be utilized throughout life. They also assist foster and adopted families, like they mentioned, for the Johnny Pumpkin Seed program. That should be applauded and just encouraged, their efforts that they put into those families and pour into those families in our community. The Patch is a veteran-owned small family business. They didn't talk about that, but they do a great job at supporting veterans and first responders in our community throughout the Patch season. I've heard a lot of concerns about the parking and vehicles and traffic. Like I said, I live downtown Monument. We have never experienced in our time going to the Patch, which is quite frequent, dropping off, picking up, and attending, any issues getting on or off onto Canterbury or going through the neighborhood. We've never experienced any overcrowding in the parking areas or on the roadways. And the most we've ever waited getting on or off 105 or onto the neighborhood roads are very minimal, a few seconds at the most. Living downtown, I live really close to multiple wedding venues. I live really close to Limbaugh Park. It is a place for our community that has a million events, especially through the summer months. So May through September are really busy, but we also see traffic throughout the year. We're talking way more than 50 cars for any given event, and it's almost every day during the summer and weekends during the rest of the year. There's no requirements or needs for those businesses to have on-site parking, or there's no requirements for them to add any infrastructure to downtown. So I just feel like that's a double standard that we're putting on local businesses that is not in line with what we're seeing here. Just in closing, the Colorado Pumpkin Patch, again, like they pointed out, lasts for 6 weeks. I believe that their request is reasonable and would allow this small veteran family business to continue to run and our community to enjoy it. So thank you for being here and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in support? Come on down, and if you want to stagger sides or just be efficient, that would be great. Please state your name and you can begin.
Okay, I'm Nathaniel Peterson, and yeah. I am here to express my support for the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. It's been a great memory going there. We've made so many memories as a family, with friends, just inviting everybody to come over because they have so much space for people, and just outside. And as someone who has enjoyed the Pumpkin Patch again, next paragraph. It's more than just a seasonal attraction. It's a place where all of us get to gather and be outside together, creating lasting memories. And that's one of the main reasons why I really support the Patch and hope that it can continue. It's a local business. Just doing this will keep it running in our community, as like how she was saying, veteran and family owned for over 15 years, and has been something that has really impacted our community and has been a great place for teens to get jobs, which you don't see that often. Really, I couldn't find places, and they welcomed us with open arms and our whole family, and we have 4 of our family members working there now. Really a great working experience, getting to do jobs that I can't do elsewhere. The driving of specific farm tools, doing random tasks like going through baling season was a really great experience because now I know how that whole process works, and getting to like muck the animal stalls and work with the animals has really been just impactful and helped me be a better worker all throughout life. I believe that it's an essential part of our community's fabric. It just brings so much, fosters a sense of belonging, and creates lots of memories that we all cherish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person in support, please introduce yourself and you can begin.
My name is Debbie Holland, and 4 of my 5 kids have worked for the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. The Chapmans are a family of high moral character, and a place I'm comfortable leaving my kids to work for the day. They provide good, honest, hard work for the kids to do. The kids, they're always teaching them new skills and encouraging growth. The Chapmans have not only invested in my kids, but they invest in their community, in veterans, in kids with special needs, in families, which is the glue of our entire society, as well as kids and young adults, providing hands-on farm activities and animal interactions. It's an honor to work for the Colorado Pumpkin Patch, an original homestead, which used to be 160 acres. That home is recorded as being built in 1910. This land has been farmed for over 100 years. My in-laws are farmers. It's an honor to have my kids work on a farm like this. Public speaking is a challenge. The kids learn skills and disciplines, problem solving, working with their hands, doing the dirty work, customer service, patience, and safety when working with children, phone skills, seeing a job through to the end. Planning and execution, animal interaction. My daughter had to go to work, but I wanted to say something for her. She is getting her master's in clinical mental health. She was an office manager for them for a while. She has used those skills. She is working for the school as an office manager in the counseling office. Pays for her tuition to get her master's and eventually giving to this community to serve kids and animals. Another daughter used her skills as a cashier and customer service. She's working in the retail industry because she wanted a job that went year-round. She's away at college now. I appreciate the Chapmans because they will hire before the age of 16, which most places, they want you to be 16. If you put a kid off that long, they lose their motivation to work. My kids love working here. They work hard, and they've learned the disciplines to do a job right. And 105 access would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nick Kunkel. I used to work at the Pumpkin Patch since 2018, actually. I'm going to build off of Miss Debbie and Aiden, who had their kids, or Aiden, who worked at the Pumpkin Patch. And I had such a great experience there. Still to this day, I have different skill sets and values that I've gained from working there that I still hold to this day. I'm going to start off with back in 2018 when I started working there. Mr. Chapman brought me into a nice little room, little barn off the side of his house, and interviewed me. And so that was a cool experience that I never got to experience. And that was kind of the start of it when I was younger, to be able to do that. And being able to just build off of, one, learning how to do certain skills of running equipment, running machinery, running different farm tools, taking care of the animals, and just a bunch of stuff that I've never been able to experience, that I think is a great opportunity not only for young adults, but teens, to be able to work on doing a lot of this stuff, to be able to gain a skill set and further that along in their adult life. And what I love most about the Pumpkin Patch is not only is it just helping the teens and young adults and other adults, in whether it's working with animals, working on hay rides, whether it's in the food industry or out in the parking lot, you know, waving an orange thing to direct traffic, and all kind of working as a unit and a team to be able to work with each other, but provided for kids and families to be able to experience a great time, is what I truly love about it. And with that is going from kids to working with special needs, and the relationships that we get with our public speaking and being able to help one another, all the way to seeing Olympians who are within this town that I don't normally get to meet or see, and was able to provide a good experience for them, and work on my relationship with understanding how to communicate better with people. And so that was a great opportunity for me. And I've worked there for 3 seasons in 2018, 2019, and 2021. And so I would love to see it continue, and any way we can find solutions to help better the traffic flow and help better the community so we can all work together to make sure that we're still giving some positive feedback. I would just love to be a part of that and make it all work out. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Resner. I am actually a resident of the Canterbury Estates. I do not live directly by the pumpkin patch, but I do have some of the traffic that goes by from outlying, from a little bit farther out. I actually work at the pumpkin patch. I've worked at the pumpkin patch for 5 or 6 years now. A couple of things that I really feel like needs to be addressed is the fact that, things like the pumpkin patch provide a lot of tourism for our community during a time when there isn't a lot of tourism going on. So this is typically a time of year when tourism starts to cut down, and we're bringing people in. We have people coming in from Denver. We have people coming in from some of the smaller outlying towns just to come to this pumpkin patch and to be able to, that's bringing stuff into our community, and they're spreading that to other places as well. We are also training at the pumpkin patch. We're training future workers that will then go out and share that experience with the community. We're investing in kids. The pumpkin patch is teaching kids services and community interactions, such as you've heard before. It gives the teens a healthy place to gather. This is a place where a lot of times these kids, I have several of them. I tend to work in the kitchen, and I have I'll end up with 15 or anywhere from 15 to 30 of them go through the kitchen at some point or another. And they will come and work their shift and then turn around and come back just to hang out. So several of the youth programs and businesses also gather at the patch as a way for them to strengthen their connections among their groups and team building stuff for them, which provides for a stronger community. I know that I am affiliated with the Academy of Life and Leadership Taekwondo program, and we actually come out every year, and our group comes out and does an activity every year for that sole purpose, is to build community. It's a nice, fun place for all of our students who are, range anywhere from 3-year-olds all the way up to in the 60s. And it's a place where they can all go together and find something together to work together as a family and become stronger. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barb Kunkel, and I have the privilege of teaching Taekwondo for over 20 years in this community. And I have studied kids and how they learn. And in our program, kids think they're kicking and punching, while we get to teach them valuable life skills and reinforce those valuable life skills that we want: the confidence, the focus, the discipline, and the respect. And similarly, that's what the pumpkin patch does. The pumpkin patch takes agriculture, and it takes everything that it does. And many people say it's an amusement park, it's not agri-tainment. I'd have to highly disagree. And the reason why is because my kids think they're kicking and punching, but they love learning this other stuff, not because the kids came to learn respect, they came to learn to kick and punch. The parents get the benefit, and everybody else gets the benefit of the focus, confidence, and respect. And that's what this does. It takes activities of farming, which our kids a lot of times don't know these days. It takes hard work. It takes all this kind of stuff, and he brings in a lot of other activities. It doesn't matter if it's face painting. It doesn't matter if it's a cow ride. It doesn't matter whatever it might be. It makes that period fun for a child and educational, hands-on learning, but yet it deepens our understanding of agriculture as well as love of nature. The other thing that I love about the pumpkin patch is it's a multi-generational opportunity. It's an opportunity for kids, parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents to have a common goal and get together to have a common activity. There's not a lot of those things out there these days. Kids go, we go and watch. They play basketball, baseball, whatever it might be. This is a common ground. I'm also a huge, huge believer in memories. And this provides lasting, long memories, not just amongst family, but friends that join. When the pumpkin patch first started, as a business owner in Colorado Springs, I want to make a positive impact in our community and build positive leaders and improve families. And so what we wanted to do was, how do we well-round our athletes? How do we well-round our families? And so not just doing the kicking and punching, but we take them to the pumpkin patch. And in the beginning, we only had a few families go. But over the years, it has grown tremendously. And I will tell you, we have more than 50 cars that go in one day. So if there is a 50-car limit, we would not be able to go as a Taekwondo family. And so my request is that we do find a way that we can grow these businesses and we all can continue to be family-oriented at this one location. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or evening. It's getting late. My name is Russ Paluschek. I want to speak from a little different perspective. I would say from that of my heart and that of my grandchildren who love the pumpkin patch. I would have to say maybe more than Christmas. I told my wife I wasn't going to get emotional, but this little story is kind of close to my heart. Recently, my 3.5-year-old grandson and his little brother were at our house digging in the garden, and he pulled this little piece of grass out and started taking his little garden shovel and chopping it up. "What are you doing?" And he said, "Mommy says when the grass dies, the pumpkin patch is going to open up," because he equated the grass dying with fall season and the harvest. That wasn't that emotional at the time, but the thought of the pumpkin patch closing down when my daughter told me later, and we live very close to the pumpkin patch as well, was kind of heartbreaking to think that Caleb and his little brother Maverick wouldn't maybe be able to go there anymore because he's been waiting all summer for the grass to die so he could go and see Rosie, his favorite little donkey. So I don't need 3 minutes. I just wanted to share that. So thanks.
Thank you. And forgive me if I didn't catch it at the beginning, but can you repeat your name?
My name is Russ Paluschek.
Thank you.
You bet.
Hello, my name is Chris Gospel. I'm a military member on my second tour through this great place of Colorado Springs. I guess as we go into the opposition and we start looking at that, really what we have is a not my backyard scenario here, where I don't think anyone that opposes a pumpkin patch opposes the idea of family, faith, people moving together, people rallying together in community. But again, it's not my backyard, not on my roads. And that's what really the question comes here. Someone who's served in government for my whole entire life, basically, I found it easy to get to the answer of no. The rules are inherently written that way that we can solve and get to know very, very easily. What I beseech you guys for is specifically, how do we use wisdom to get to yes? Yes for community, yes for our families, yes for our future, specifically. This place has provided community, joy, happiness in times when a lot of times it's tough to find that inside of our communities. The Appleseed program has benefited directly people that I know and love. My kids, my 2-year-old or my 2 5-year-olds, Ryder and Knox, and my 3-year-old Bo, talk about the pumpkin patch year round. So as a military member, again, I've been asked to sacrifice, my family's been asked to sacrifice. The Chapman family has been asked to sacrifice as we're former military also. Again, there's gonna be sacrifice that has to be made by our community for the good of the community on there. And if that is a couple extra cars on the road at any given time, I will gladly shake those people's hands and say, thank you for your sacrifice in making our community better. So that when the question comes, not in my backyard, I say yes in our backyard. Colorado Springs needs to say yes to this kind of things. Yes to joy, yes to family, yes to togetherness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in support?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Bill Denham. I'm a retired colonel from the Air Force. I retired here 4 years ago. And since then, the pumpkin patch has been an instrumental part of raising my sons. So it's exactly the kind of experience I was looking for when we moved here. All three of my sons have been impacted by the pumpkin patch. I have two sons that have worked there, Patrick and Stuart, who are now a senior and a sophomore in high school. And when I talk to them, the words they use about what they learned at the pumpkin patch are things like work ethic, responsibility, problem solving, analysis of problems, conflict resolution. All these are things that the Chapman family mentors and builds into their employees. And I've seen those results directly in my sons. I've also had my oldest son is also autistic, and he's directly benefited from their caring and their love for those special needs folks through their Johnny Pumpkin Seed program. And again, that is just something that they do purely out of the kindness and the goodness of their own hearts. From a very practical perspective, I can say that after dropping off my sons there countless times for both beginning of work or picking them up in the middle of the day, I've never seen any excessive traffic that would be a massive problem. And I say that as someone who lives in the Walden neighborhood just to the east of there, where Monument Academy was just put in. So I have some idea of what it's like when something moves into your neighborhood and it brings in an extra traffic burden. But it's also for the greater good. And that is something that I think applies in this neighborhood as well. Furthermore, there's a lot of accesses in that neighborhood that have not even been discussed. Again, that's a technical issue, but there's accesses to the south and to the west into that neighborhood that can be used that were not part of the discussion as far as I could tell today. So finally, I really think that what you all need to decide here is whether or not a property owner with property rights is not only allowed to survive as a local business, but I think this kind of local family-run, veteran-owned business should be something that the county would be interested in ensuring that they thrive, not just survive. The Chapmans are the very kind of people you would want to thrive in your local community. What they do is part of what makes Monument special, it's part of what makes El Paso County special, and they are exactly the kind of folks that you should want to support today. So thank you for consideration for them.
Thank you.
Good evening at this point, and thank you for your time. My name is Jill, and I'm here on behalf of the Pumpkin Patch. I wrote a couple things, and then everybody has said very valid points about the Chapman family. They have the biggest hearts of people that we know. My family has attended the Pumpkin Patch, and we have seen the family Chapman through 10 years of growth in their business. The family has personally touched many lives through Johnny Pumpkin Seed and the things that they do. We are a foster adopt family with special needs. And they have opened their family to our family with open arms. Our kids, currently, we have 3 on employment there. We have 3 begging to work and volunteer there that just are not old enough yet. And as far as the traffic goes, we have been in and out of the Pumpkin Patch for years with dropping our kids off when they didn't have license, picking them up, taking them back and forth. I've never seen during the high point of the Pumpkin Patch season, traffic backed up on Canterbury. I've never seen traffic backed up on 105. I've never seen people dangerously speeding through the neighborhood. And there are points where I've been in and out of there 6 times a day just to pick up my kids and drop them off with different schedules. And I've never honestly seen that. And I applaud the one that said, I believe that if our family goes there and comes from different directions here in Colorado, they're gonna exceed 50 cars very easily. We have a lot of people that come to the Pumpkin Patch to see, like he said, it's multi-generational. Or we go there and we see friends from school, we see friends from church that we haven't seen in a while. It's a family reunion when you go there. I mean, we spend our lives scattered on a daily basis, chasing our tails and running around. The Chapman Pumpkin Patch is a place that we can gather and we can look forward to every single season. And our kids thrive off of that. I mean, I saw faces here today that I haven't seen in months. And it was a huge hug and it was excitement to see their faces. And we get that every season for 6 weeks. So I'm sorry, but if you guys decide to limit it to 50 cars, you're limiting relationships. You're limiting family get-togethers. You're limiting their income to try to make the improvements that they're more than happy to make. We just need to give them the opportunity to do so. And this is a community that is growing. There's construction all over Colorado Springs, especially Monument right now. And if all those other places have the opportunity to grow, this small, local, struggling, veteran-owned business needs the same fair opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And are we ready for our person online? Okay, we'll hear from that one next.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Phil Stupford, and I live just north of this property and been there for about 9 years. And it's already been said by several of the residents around there that, you know, over all the years that I've been here, I have not seen any major traffic issues. You know, maybe you go by and it's a little extra busy when some of the events are going on, but there is no major traffic issues, and I agree that limiting it to 50 cars just doesn't make sense. I mean, this kind of use happens all around the state of Colorado. It's a great community event, and I really, really hope that we can, you know, help this business to thrive. You know, any of our local businesses like this one are just fantastic to have, and if the county starts having regulations and doing things that does not allow some of these great businesses to grow, that's just a disservice to our community and to the county. So I think some of the conditions of approval that were proposed by the applicant seem to make some sense. There is some give and take with those items, and I think that seems very, very reasonable. One of the other things, I think it was mentioned that there could be a use by right for like a religious institution, just the way it is. And I think, you know, this use is about the best you could possibly have right now, and it fits the character of the area. So you bring in some sort of a large religious institution, then I feel like that maybe does not fit the character of the area. So I hope that you approve this. I am in full support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak in support of this application? Just introduce yourself and your 3 minutes will begin.
I'm Micah Jube, and I'll start now. So just to go to the traffic thing, I kind of serve a different relationship to this pumpkin patch than I probably fit 3 definitions. I went when I was 10 years old, and that was the first time. It was lots of fun. They have giant slides, and I love the giant slides. I went up and down all day. And now I got married, and I have 2 little kids, and they love the pumpkin patch even more than I did. I mean, they just absolutely love it. I am a neighbor also. I live a couple doors down, and I have never experienced any delay in traffic whatsoever or anything dangerous when it comes to the traffic. 300 cars sounds like a lot if you're thinking about a church event or a school event where everyone's showing up at once and everyone's leaving at once, where, you know, on Sunday morning, all the traffic kind of slows down right around noon when everyone's going to lunch. These cars come in and out all day, you know, 1 or 2 cars every 5 minutes, and I've never experienced any sort of delay. I would be willing, though, as a neighbor, to sacrifice some sort of delay for the pumpkin patch. It's 6 weeks out of the year. I love seeing all the cars gathered. I love seeing the community get together. And I'm very excited to take my kids somewhere that I got to enjoy when I was a young kid. And I would really appreciate it if we're able to take that and if we have to wait an extra minute or 15 seconds to get to Monument from the east side, I would be willing to personally sacrifice that, and I hope most people would for a community thing. The opportunity my kids have to have pumpkins and ride horses and see the chickens and all the agriculture that they have on the property, I would say is the definition of what an agricultural property is supposed to be like. So we don't get those opportunities anymore. I moved to the city once I got older, and now I'm lucky enough to live in the country next to this, but we don't have horses, we don't have chickens, we don't have any of that stuff. So for my kids to be able to experience that like I did is a huge opportunity, and for lots of families in the county. Again, I drive past it every single morning. I drive past it when they're doing the Tulip Festival. I drive past it when there's pumpkins everywhere. And I would much rather get my pumpkins there than from Walmart. I have 15 siblings, and my wife has 9 siblings, so I understand we could be causing the traffic problem, but I promise if you vote this through, we'll carpool, and we'll make it much easier. And I really don't want to get my pumpkins at Walmart. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support? Nope. Thank you all for your patience.
Hello, I'm Kevin Simbeck. I live in the adjacent neighborhood in Walden. I've kind of changed my talk because it's been said before, but I appreciate you all even more. Thank you very much for dealing with these kind of things. These are very tense, highly emotional, but important things that help our community. And I followed this on Nextdoor. I live just in the adjacent neighborhood, and they're similar neighborhoods, and they're great neighborhoods. I grew up in Franktown, so I haven't traveled very far in my life. Well, at least I've ended here. And I really value the opportunity for people and young kids to have access to this sort of lifestyle. This is the West. This is pioneering. This is our history, and it could disappear if we lose things like this. So I really do appreciate the values. I've actually seen some people here tonight speaking that I know them from totally different circles, and these are people I totally respect. And it's like, wow, I didn't know he was a coordinator, related to this or tied in with the Chapmans, but I don't know the Chapmans well. So I can speak from being in a similar situation, because in that neighborhood I'm in, last year they put in the Monument Academy. There was a lot of strife in the neighborhood, a lot of catastrophizing about how awful it was going to be and the impact. And yes, there was impact. I did not want it, but change is inevitable. It does delay traffic. I go out a different, I've made accommodations personally to deal with the Monument Academy, because at 3 o'clock, I'm not going to go out in my close access. I'm just going to go the back access, which takes 3 minutes. So that's what I've done. I totally respect all of the people that want to, this is their home. When I drive home, I just love pulling into my neighborhood in my driveway, and this does affect that. So just like the Monument Academy has affected ours, it hasn't been as bad as everyone thought, myself included. I think if you look at alternative uses, whether it's a kennel or something at night with noise pollution or light pollution, I think there's so many more impactful uses that this property could serve that would not bind the community like it does. And I really want to put it on to county commissioners to find a way where they can make this work, because for the full community, it outweighs the desires of the few, which is unfortunate. And I do feel for those that oppose this, and they don't oppose the farm or the camp, but I know it does impact their lives because of the traffic. But I think that can be safely accommodated and concessions can be made. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Blake, do we have another one online? Okay, no one else online. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Riley Chapman, and I just wanted to take this from a little bit of the insider perspective. I've been with it for the whole time, and I've seen the way that it's grown. I've seen and heard testimonies from people who have come in from as far as Fort Collins, driven 2+ hours just to come over and come see us, because they love the activity, they love having fun. And that's one thing that's always stressed at the pumpkin patch. Like, how can we do this the best way for the customer that they can have the most fun? You know, like, how can you interact? To the point where dancing in the parking lot, doing little dances, that way they're smiling before they even get in. And I know safety concerns are among that, you know, especially for the patch. You know, sometimes I'll pitch to my dad, oh, you know, what about this idea? This would be really fun. And he's like, yeah, but, you know, like, let's make sure everybody's safe when they're doing it. So let's make sure no matter what we're doing, that everybody's going to be safe and have fun. So especially for the traffic in the community, like, that definitely hasn't gone overlooked by us. We definitely care about that. We put up signs. We try to make sure that that people know where they're supposed to go. Some of those signs disappeared, stuff like that. And so we try to make sure that everybody's considered. We're posting workers on the road, that everybody can come and have fun and enjoy. And even the community, we make sure the community has free passes. If they want to come play, they can come and join in on this fun. And so I know the heart that we have when we're coming in is not to bother anybody, but to provide a place where people can come and enjoy and have a family experience and just be able to enjoy the community and let loose outside and not worry about stuff, where they can come from no matter where they're at and enjoy the activities, the simplistic stuff, even if it's silly and dumb, like the little xylophones or whatever. They can enjoy watching their kids have fun. You know, the kids love the bounce pillow, that type thing. And watch the kids run up or themselves go down the slide and hear the parents go, woo! So the whole point of what our intention in coming into the community is to have a place to bring everybody in and bring everybody together. And so I appreciate your time and the consideration for allowing us to have, if not the 105 access, at least the 325 cars limit, to where we could have people to be able to come in and have that fun and enjoy without bothering people. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in support of the application? One down, sir. And just checking again online. There's no one else waiting. Okay. Thank you. There is not anyone online.
Yeah, my name is Steve Ariel Jr., chairman, members. I've lived in the community for 40 years, and first in Arrowwood, then in Woodmore, and I developed the 80-acre piece of land there on the southwest corner of 83 and 105. That's at Whispering Winds Farm, the horses that everybody loves to see when they go and come. And I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of change in our community. I remember when they cut the roads to build Ventry. I remember when King's Deer had cattle on it. And now they built all those homes there. And the 105 continues to sustain all that traffic. And we thought, gosh, it's not going to be able to do that, but it has. And then they built the Come and Go. Then they built the elementary private school. Then the LDS church. And so I'm sure all these these homeowners and these retail employees and the people that go to the Come and Go, and those that go to school at both the Monument Academy Elementary and the high school, and those that attend the LDS church, I'm sure they're very happy that nobody objected to these developments and these new expansion in our community. And those have been a benefit, and so is the pumpkin patch. You know, I drive 105 all the time, and I've never seen cars backed up. I've watched them turn into the main entrance there at Canterbury, and I've never had to stop and wait for people to pull out. So 105 is continuing to sustain that traffic. Noise pollution, there's more noise pollution on 83 than there is from that pumpkin patch. If you've ever heard like 25 motorcycles going by there from coming back from O'Malley's, it's really loud. Dust. I've go back and forth when the pumpkin patch is going on, and I've seen the water trucks out there, water in the parking lot. No dust problems for me. So traffic on 105 and the turning egress and ingress to Canterbury is insignificant. So I would ask you to vote in favor of the special use permit. Any questions? And as a side comment, not to garner any favor, but during the last election, Ms. Williams, I voted for you.
I think Ms. Williams knows that she's not allowed to consider that in this very fair hearing today, but thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of the applicant? Okay, hearing none. One more check online. Okay, hearing none, we will move to those in opposition. Same ground rules. Please introduce yourself. 3 minutes each. You're welcome to share. Share your time. Donate your time to another individual. And at this point, we will move on to anyone in opposition of the application. Thank you. So 6 minutes, Blake. Thank you. And there's a PowerPoint for the citizen. I think he's driving it from there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, my name is Ricky Van Pelt. I live in Canterbury, and I'm directly impacted by this, by the traffic and safety issues. I really appreciate that I get to stand up here and give our side of the story, because I really struggle with mistruths, and there's been a lot of that. And the first one is that the Chapmans didn't know that they were out of compliance. This is the early assistance meeting notes, that the patch would be less than 50 cars at any one time. The early assistance meeting, one of my favorite quotes was, if your letter of intent says commercial, it'll be a hard sell. If you give us a letter of intent that says agri-tainment, it's a slam dunk. You can go and listen to that entire meeting. It was brought up that if you do go commercial, traffic was going to be a safety issue. The 50-car limit was explained during that audio meeting. This was everyone that was at the early assistance meeting at 228. I'm sorry, that was 2018. And their letter of intent, traffic will not exceed 98 average daily trips, 49 per day average, therefore having a parking area sized of a max of 49 cars. One of the other, he's a businessman, and he applied for this permit before he purchased the property. The property was purchased on 5/5/2018 after submitting that letter of intent. As a businessman, he had to have calculated his income based on that 50-car limit. And it really, really bothers me that we keep talking about the pumpkin patch shutting down if they don't get the 325-car limit. That's just not the case. That was not what his business was founded on. This is every person that wrote you a letter of opposition. There were more, but these are the people that are directly impacted by the traffic. I really recommend that you read through our letters of opposition. The common theme is safety, neighbors, close calls, getting run off the road. My kids were personally almost hit on our own property. We've had people drive through our backyard to try to find the pumpkin patch. It also bothers me that my one neighbor, that doesn't have an X right there, she is a neutral party, and she would probably have a heart attack if she knew that she was being used as a pawn and saying that she supported it. She is a neutral party, and she is impacted greatly by the traffic. She constantly has people off 105 pull into her driveway. With that, I want to focus on two criteria. The special use will be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood, and the special use will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare of El Paso County residents. We live in a covenant-protected community. As you can see, the county agrees. These are my kids riding their horses and bikes in our neighborhood. It is a residential road. This is Canterbury Drive on the left, Saddlewood on the right. There is no traffic. These are my kids riding their horses down Canterbury Drive. As you can see, there's no traffic. It is safe. This is the harmony and character of our neighborhood. This morning, I took a video of Highway 105 at 8:51. I think one car passed the whole time. This is Canterbury Drive during the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. This is our residential road where there's no sidewalks. So it's a narrow road. We are being run off the road by people driving.
All right, go ahead. Do you want me to go first, or do you want? Just stay on the far left.
This is the parking lot. This was not addressed in Nina's presentation. She showed a fourth of the parking lot. This is dust. We talked about, I know it was brought up about light pollution. This is the unapproved two-way street on the back of my property line. This is there right now for opening day coming this weekend. I can't enjoy my property in the back, and I can't enjoy my property in the front. This was after him using a watering truck, by the way. This is a picture of the dust. It is an overuse of the property. The amount of people that are on property at one time is unacceptable. 10 to 12-year-olds directing traffic. This is the Google summary of people from the community that don't know any of us. I paid an $8 addition for my daughter to ride the pony in a very small pen with teenage staff that could care less. It's not a pumpkin patch. It was $75 a day, and we left eating dust. They were completely overwhelmed by the number of customers. They are happily selling as many admissions as they can, even though they can't remotely support the number of people. A teenager directing traffic again, that was brought up in multiple reviews, which is a huge safety issue within the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. And people felt like they were doing it for the wrong reasons. And then lastly, I just want to hit on this, that they didn't really mention a lot about the traffic hazards within our neighborhood. And this was sent out to people in the community for their support. And they said the neighbors, us, and the county are concerned about traffic. They're concerned about traffic. We're concerned about traffic. The county's concerned about traffic. So I'm not sure what we're voting on today, because the safety of our neighborhood matters. The safety of my kids, the safety of my neighbors matter. Thank you.
And Blake, do we have anyone online in opposition? Okay. Will you just flag me if someone pops on? Thank you.
Carl Wolfert will give me his 3 minutes. Also will Russ Herndon.
So 12 minutes?
David Ellis here. Okay.
Oh, well, plus his 3, right? Were there 3 people donating?
Yeah, 3. It'll be 9 minutes.
Okay. Got it. I misunderstood. Thank you. It'll be 9, Blake.
12 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wait till 9. Very good.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Ellis, and I am a resident and property owner in Canterbury Equestrian Estates. Thanks for this opportunity. I have 4 topics today. The first one is Colorado Pumpkin Patch operates an outdoor amusement center, not an agri-tainment enterprise as defined by the El Paso County Land Development Code, and therefore cannot be allowed to operate in its present RR5 zone location. Excuse me. The pumpkin patch provisions inserted in the code in 1917 facilitated the move of Colorado Pumpkin Patch from next to, from the other side of Highway 83 to its present location about 2 miles away in our neighborhood. 2 miles away from its old location. The events in these past 5 years increasingly demonstrate that the agri-tainment provision is written in the code is a terribly flawed concept, and I'll tell you why. This is because there are precious few checks and balances to deal with the continuous abuses of agri-tainment parameters by the Colorado Pumpkin Patch, LLC, as well as habitual lies in their submitted site development plans and subsequent failures to comply with those plans. My hope is that today's hearing will quick start a process to heal the county's agri-tainment concept and just as quickly stop the Colorado Pumpkin Patch's egregious abuses. First, there's prima facie evidence the Colorado Pumpkin Patch is operating an outdoor amusement park. One of their attractions is a barrel train. It requires a state permit, a state license from the state's Amusement Rides and Devices program. Colorado Pumpkin Patch operated this amusement park attraction barrel train without the required amusement park permit from the state in 2022 and May 2023, regardless of whether Colorado Pumpkin Patch has subsequently obtained the required permit. Their barrel train is, in fact, the mechanized amusement park ride as defined by the state of Colorado. Does not fall within agri-tainment parameters. It's an amusement park, amusement center ride. Neither is the barrel train agriculturally related. It is a thrill ride. And what I passed out is an email chain between me and the state of Colorado pointing this out, this problem down here with the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. You know, it's one problem. It's for a neighbor to find out and report them so they get to be in compliance. They're, I'd say, rather negligent in their compliance without assistance from outsiders. The Pumpkin Patch also operates non-mechanized amusement park attractions that are completely outside agriculturally related agri-tainment parameters. Among these are 3 100-foot thrill slides the operator calls hay slides, but have nothing to do with hay and agriculture. They are purely amusement park attractions, not mechanized, but eliciting screams from delighted children 6 days a week, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. There's the laser tag attraction. Again, purely an amusement park attraction, causing yelling and screaming all day long. A giant sewer pipe swing. I don't know what the Pumpkin Patch calls it. Again, eliciting yelling and screaming all day and having nothing to do with agriculture. I've never visited the attractions on the Pumpkin Patch grounds, but I'm a volunteer to accompany county officials during the inspection of these attractions. There are very likely other attractions not related to agriculture. In my youth, I milked a herd of Guernsey cows twice a day. I mowed, planted, raked, baled, and put up hay, took care of 3 Belgian draft horses, and did all that stuff in my youth. So I think I'm better qualified than most to have an average sense of what's agriculturally related versus not, and can be of assistance to county inspectors. I posit that the entertainment attraction causing screams are not likely to be within the agri-tainment parameters. Instead, scream causing attractions fall in the category of outdoor amusement center, which is never permitted in any residential zoned area, but instead can only be placed in agriculturally zoned districts or commercially zoned districts. Colorado Pumpkin Patch does not have to end their existence. All they have to do is move with the current business model to an agricultural zone district, and they are fine. And there's a lot of that space in Colorado here. The codes lists allowable agri-tainment attractions. Are these likely to produce yelling and screaming from children all day? a pumpkin patch, a hayride, a corn maze, a hay maze, a petting zoo, a historical farm, a farm tour, a vineyard, agricultural festival, community garden, and other similar uses. Because no, those won't produce screams, but that's what is in the code as examples of acceptable agri-tainment operations. Because the pumpkin patch is clearly non-compliant with the limited scope of agri-tainment business, it should not be allowed to open its planned September and October 2023 operating season, let alone get it approval for an increase of 50 cars. Colorado Pumpkin Patch has not obtained a single permit that I can see from the Pikes Peak Regional Building Department for the structures and building on its pumpkin patch grounds open to the public. You showed pictures of the 100-foot long thrill slide platform way up there with railing around it. It's clearly not ocean compliant. And in May, I contacted May of this year, contacted the regional building department and say, I don't see any inspections at all for Colorado Pumpkin Patch. And they said, well, we don't show any either except for the residents, and that's not part of the pumpkin patch. I said, please investigate. I have a formal complaint here. I didn't hear anything back. It's in progress. I called them the beginning of this month and said, hey, what's the result? And the regional building department said, well, I ran it up the chain of command. It came back down, and this is what we're going to do. There's going to be, they have a request for a special use permit. If that is approved, then we're hands off. We're not going to investigate lack of building permits at all. Like for the 1,500 square foot at least, thrill slide building and run out. And I said, well, from the way I understand it, it's just the number of vehicles to their property that the special use would be approved. How does that affect building permits? And they said, that's the way it is. Believe it or not, that's the way it is. So approve the special use. Nobody looks into building permits. They're free and clear. They can do whatever they want. Isn't that ridiculous? Okay, we're going to run out of time. Is it possible for Dave Wilson to give me his 3 minutes at this time, or is that too late? Dave Wilson? All right. So if we could add 3 minutes, thank you so much. In April of this year, I put in 3 street signage requests with the road department of the county, and they accepted them. In my handout here, I have the identifying numbers for those. And all I asked for was caution signs with a rider and a horse, stick figures on it, yellow caution sign. There's only one in our whole Canterbury neighborhood, and we have 5.2 miles of interior roads and 4 entrances. So if you come in from the roller coaster road onto Shahara Road, in there about 120 feet is one of these caution signs. That's the only one in 5.2 miles, and that's the only one for 4 entrances to Canterbury. So people come in 3 entrances, including the major one that's used by people going to Pumpkin Patch, they never see this sign, the equestrian activity caution sign. In my second request last April, I even volunteered to reimburse the county for their expenses to put up these signs, and it's crickets. So I'd like 3 more signs to cover 1 each of the 3 other entrances, plus 1 facing each direction on Saddlewood Road, which is about a mile long. So until those caution signs are up, people are going to drive in. They're not going to know it's horse riding, and therefore you shouldn't increase the number of vehicles. Simple as that. Okay, last topic. When the Pumpkin Patch first began operation, most Canterbury residents were unopposed, thinking agri-tainment was a nice concept and good for children. Today, the complete opposite is true, especially for those Canterbury owners within earshot of the Pumpkin Patch which is usually within 3 or 4 of our 5-acre lots. Pumpkin Patch's greed for dollars has led to their development of an outdoor amusement center extremely attractive to children. What child doesn't like an amusement park? With stresses from the excessive and dangerous neighborhood traffic and the constant amusement park screaming, some Canterbury residents, including myself, discovered now that we suffer from post-traumatic stress syndrome, PTSD. Mine is triggered by the constant screaming. I must wear ear protection when outside during the Pumpkin Patch's operating hours to avoid being constantly startled by screams, a universal warning, and figuratively shoved in a dark place. I spent 38 years in the Air Force, and I flew as a pilot the whole time. I instinctively wanted to retire to a quiet neighborhood, and Canterbury fit the bill perfectly for years until Pumpkin Patch came along with their excesses and screaming each day. You may just say it's temporary for a month and a half. One day of that's too much for me, okay? And I'm not the only one. So they don't deserve special privileges above the law. They brag about charitable contributions we contribute to charity too. And that's my opposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Thank you. Just one person. So a total of 6 minutes on the next one, Blake, please. Thank you.
Move that down. I also have a presentation, PowerPoint.
While that is being pulled up, can I get a quick show of hands of how many more 3-minute segments we have, just so I can figure out when to schedule the next break? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, it's for Melanie Sweet. Oh, I can use a mouse. I do this for a living. My name is Melanie Sweet. I am that person that lives at the entrance of the Colorado Pumpkin Patch at the corner of Canterbury and 105, and I appreciate you driving around the neighborhood just to see what it looks like. I wanted to include a picture straight on of what the pumpkin patch looks like, and the current condition of the condition of the intersection and the road. We do have a lot of washout, but fall is in the air, and the pumpkin patch time is right around the corner from our homes if you live in Canterbury. A planner said last week that everybody loves a pumpkin patch, but nobody wants one in their neighborhood. We're not trying to shut down the pumpkin patch. We are voicing our concerns about the safety of our community and do not believe the expanded use should be approved. We'd like to see them in compliance with the current special use permit. And to date, we continually see hundreds of cars we've counted in there. And I have to agree with my neighbor. A lot of people have covered a lot of things I was going to cover in this presentation, so I'll just kind of move on. But we know CPP, that I like to call you guys, can't control how the public drives or behaves on the public roadways. But we know that you are responsible for attracting the paying customers that they do not turn away when they know they're out of compliance. And we have a hard time believing that they didn't understand what 50 cars meant. 50 cars meant 50 cars. So we know that they need to make their nut for the year during the Fall Festival. It's their signature event. However, being able to have hundreds of cars during this time is harmful, and it's all at the cost of their neighbors. We do want to live in harmony with the pumpkin patch. We've just found that the general public can be very aggressive and reckless when going to have clean country family fun. Most of the traffic enters right at 105 and Canterbury Drive, right where I live. These pictures kind of show the current condition of the road. This one on the top left, you can see the fill-in here that was completely washed out and just recently filled in. We've got a lot of washout here going into the neighborhood, and it doesn't seem to be maintained as far as some of this washout goes. Highway 105 is a 2-lane high-speed arterial roadway. Thank you so much to Mr. Palmer, the county engineer, for pointing out that there are no turn lanes. We do not have sidewalks in our neighborhood on our local access roadways. There's only room for 2 cars. So if anybody else is on the road, we kind of get pushed to the side if traffic isn't yielded to us. And also, Canterbury can be a tight turn from either direction at the posted high speeds on 105. I was just here to talk about the special use criteria that's already been fairly well covered today. But we basically argue that there is congestion, and I did cover last week in the planning session about the congestion in both directions on 105, north and southbound congestion at roller coaster on 105. Over here on the left, the top picture, you can see the red just from Google Maps during an event, and some additional slowdown there. Within the neighborhood, we've seen a lot of near misses as well. So it's definitely a concern. I'm concerned about anyone riding a horse, riding a bike. I do not let my 11-year-old do anything on the roads during 7 weeks of the fall right before winter. So there's a few other things here. Unmitigated traffic. I don't know what qualifies as unmitigated traffic, but I believe using the sheriffs to mitigate traffic doesn't qualify as unmitigated. We also not sure if the traffic study was completed during the operation of the Fall Festival of Events, and there was a lot about level of service. But we'd like to point out level of service really does not equal level of safety from what I've witnessed from my office window all day long. On 105 in Canterbury, we've seen a lot of near misses. We've heard a lot of near misses. We've had road rage incidences where people are pulled over on private property. We've had kids running around in the woods. We've had a lot of other kinds of public safety issues as a result of the traffic. We did have a traffic counter last week at our request, and the main takeaways from here is that the high volume of traffic is during the hours of operations. It's about an average of 343 headed south on Canterbury, and what goes in must also come out. It also shows that about 85% of people drive over the posted limit, but lastly, drivers slow down when they see that there is a traffic counter. There was a little bit of a bottleneck just with the traffic counter. We just want to point out that we feel like their business planning originally was meant to have 50 cars. And they said it themselves that their revenue depends on maximizing the number of vehicles that they can get in there every day that they're open, and it's that simple. We just feel like a little bit more reasonable traffic limits could really help us, and we really just have a hard time believing that, just being limited to 50 cars is going to shut you down. That was part of your original plan and your original letter of intent. How does this affect us? It's basically our safety, our property, and our community. We've got a lot of concerns, and we really appreciate your time and consideration, and access on 105 would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll take one more. Is there any donation of time? Just one or two? Okay, we'll take this one for 9 minutes, Blake, and then we're going to take a very brief recess, and we'll continue with the testimony in opposition right after.
Okay, I had a PowerPoint presentation. Brian Canan. Okay, as I said, well, first of all, thank you for letting me speak here today. Appreciate the time. My name is Brian Canan. I live on the corner of Canterbury and Charles Loop. This is a slide right out of the El Paso County Master Plan that identifies Canterbury as well as the Colorado Pumpkin Patch as large lot residential. And I'd just like to point out primarily on this slide, the land uses are the supporting land uses for commercial, retail and commercial services do specify specify limited. And these are some much easier to read out of the same master plan. The character here, we've talked a lot about, but it's supposed to preserve a rural aesthetic. And it's also supposed to incorporate the conservation of open space and that it's compatible with the character of the existing developed areas. And furthermore, on the function of supporting uses, it's supposed to be minimal in this place type with a small scale, and also standalone business located on a major roadway. The reality of the Colorado Pumpkin Patch, as far as character goes, is it's a complete disregard and destroys the rural aesthetic. Colorado Pumpkin Patch is destroying the open space and in complete opposition to the character of the existing developed areas. The supporting uses, as we've seen over and over again about traffic and number of people, it's massive and it's very large scale. And it hosts many events and businesses on a single access on a small driveway located on a rural residential dirt road. This is not consistent with the El Paso County Master Plan. Oh, can I go back one? Okay, so the scale of that, so 325 vehicles at any given time per day with an observed stay time of about 2 hours, 8 hours of day per operation is 1,300 vehicles per day. So for those that said there's no traffic and it's not minimal, this is the reality of it. The observed average of 3 persons per vehicle, this does not include the numerous observed buses and vans. 325 vehicles times 3 people 3 people per vehicle equals 975 people on the property at any given time. So 1,300 vehicles times 3 people equals 3,900 total people on the property per day. They're open for 6 weeks, approximately 40 days for the fall festival only. That'd be 3,900 people times 40 days. So the approved potential of this, if this is approved, would be a potential of over 156,000 attendees for the fall festival alone. That's not minimal, that's not small scale. To put that into perspective, the official total head count of the 2023 El Paso County Fair was 25,936. So if this is approved, CPP would be allowed to operate at over 6 times the attendance of the El Paso County Fair with their fall festival alone. And one thing I would like to point out is they're also authorized to operate with limited civil liability. This is a massive event to have limited civil liability. And this is the state of Colorado legislation that says they do have to post, which they did show a sign of. But most people that I've talked to that attend the event are unaware that there's no liability. So attendees would have to, they're responsible. I mean, the pumpkin patch is not responsible for injury or death. Also, right out of Colorado state legislation is the, which we talked a lot about, agriculture, recreation, or agritourism activity means activity related to the normal course of agriculture as defined in section 35-1-102. And this is the definition right there. Agriculture means the science and art of production of plants and animals useful to man, including a variable extent, the preparation of these products for man's use, and so on. And so CPP is not an activity related to the normal course of agriculture. Just some photos taken at different times, different events. This is not agriculture. The Colorado Pumpkin Patch advertised 2023 commercial events. This is a list of them. And again, if this is approved, there will be no limit on the number of events. They use the word seasonal quite a bit, but what does seasonal mean? A seasonal event can be hosted every day in just different seasons. So there will be no limit to the number of events they can host. Off of their website, these are the non-agriculture amusements that I've identified. I'm not going to read them all. Several of them have already been mentioned, but this is an outdoor amusement center, and this is specifically excluded in the Land Use Development Code 5.2.6G. Another point that was brought up also, but they have no building permits for 3 of the new buildings that have been put on that property since I had that aerial view from 2014. But there's new buildings on there that are permanent structures that have no building permits that I can find on the Regional Building Department's website. And also, so that is required by the use development standards for agritainment under Section F, under building permits required. And also a lot of time, I mean, we've seen a lot that agritainment is a right. There is nothing in this use-specific development standards that identify agritainment as a right. There are specific codes that must be met for agritainment to be allowed. CPP does not comply with the Land Development Code 5.2.6. In summary, if this is approved, there will be no limit to the number of events, the duration of events, and no limit to the number of people attending any or all events. Colorado Pumpkin Patch is requesting approval for an exemption of civil liability for an undefined number and duration of massive events under the guise of agritainment. Yet I will be liable when CPP visitors are trespassing on my property and injure themselves. And yes, as was discussed, people do park on my property. And it's quite a ways from the pumpkin patch. And every year, Colorado CPP, misspelling there, sorry, are on my property, either in their vehicles turning around or just letting their children out to play. And in one case, to fight another Colorado Pumpkin Patch visitor. I had a road rage incident on my property. Both of them were coming to and going to or from the pumpkin patch. Colorado Pumpkin Patch amusements, events, and activities do not comply with the El Paso County Land Use Code as it is written now. They do not comply with or are not consistent with the master plan or state of Colorado legislation. Please disapprove this request and disapprove future requests asking for unlimited commercial use. Colorado Pumpkin Patch is destroying our community and endangering all residents by continuing their unmitigated illegal activities. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, as mentioned, we will take a very brief recess. We'll be back in 5 minutes, and we will continue with the next person ready. Be ready here at the stand. Thank you. I will call this meeting, this land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners back to order. We are on item number 4, and we are currently hearing those opposed to the application. And at this point, if someone, is there anyone else opposed to this application? I'll have you come down, state your name. Let us know if anyone's donating time.
No, I've just
Okay.
have
You do have a presentation?
sign I want to
Okay.
put up.
I think he'll pull up that and then you can drive it from there and pick yours out. Does that work? Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alton Gansky, and I live at the top of the hill on Canterbury Drive in Canterbury Equestrian Estates. I provided my opposition letter that outlines the winding, narrow, and hilly nature of Canterbury Drive. At the last Planning Commission hearing on September 7th, the Pumpkin Patch requested 325 additional parking spaces. And with these 325 plus vehicles entering and exiting onto Canterbury per day, I came up with 650. You've heard estimates over 1,000 to 1,500 cars going back and forth on our road every day. This level of traffic will produce a large volume of dust, even on paved roads. You don't see it. The most harmful of these particulates on roadways, all roadways, you can't see. They can be suspended for up to 10 days after any single event, and we don't know what carcinogens or other contaminants are in these dust particles. So with that in mind, with no shoulders and steep ditches on both sides of our road, makes the traffic on Canterbury Drive with pedestrians and horseback riders very dangerous. Residents backing out of the driveways, just trying to get in and out their own homes. It's very dangerous. Since we don't know what carcinogen contaminants may be in the dust particles put up by thousands or hundreds of cars, we should discuss what this added traffic as relates to added contaminants in our air. The proposed expansion of the pumpkin patch to year-round use, as outlined in the Kids Ranch application, would aggravate this airborne pollution. With this large amount of road dust and contaminants, it would cause serious health issues for residents of Canterbury Drive and the people actually in the pumpkin patch as they're, enjoying it. In addition to all these concerns, at the last meeting, our neighbor Corey Town, he actually lives on the corner of Saddlewood and Canterbury, and his property is actually surrounded almost by the pumpkin patch. He was out picking up trash that was thrown out by the attendees of the pumpkin patch when a car driving by from the pumpkin patch threw a lit cigarette out the window. Fortunately, he was outside and he saw this and was able to extinguish it. As you can tell by the aerial photographs, Canterbury is in a very wooded, heavily wooded area with narrow roads, pine needles right up to the edge of the road. This is very, very concerning to us. I had a house burned down in Waldo Canyon, so I'm acutely aware of fire. I have mitigated the heck out of my property. Because people driving up can see it's the house, and you can see very well. Other requirements, also at the last site development plan, that the pumpkin patch was returned with notation from the department stating that the pumpkin patch had not met all of the fire and safety requirements. So that has been returned with notations. I don't even know that they have a proper fire requirement set. Other requirements, is that my time? There's a lot more. Anyway, I ask that you vote.
Thank you for being respectful. Did you submit written testimony as well? We do have, if you submitted an email or gave testimony at Planning Commission, we do have that as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking in opposition? Well, the next person is making their way down. I'm going to let you know the lay of the land so that you can figure out the next couple of hours for yourselves. Thank you for participating and being patient. We are going to go into the evening here and into the dinner hour. So we'll finish up all of those in opposition to this. And then I think at that point, we'll take a 30-minute break. Hopefully that's enough time if you want to stay for the remainder. You're welcome to try to get some food and make it back, and we'll still try to keep it efficient before we get into the late evening hours. But that's kind of the time frame right now. We'll finish up the public testimony and then take a 30-minute break. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Barron. I live in Canterbury, second house on the right off of 105 on Canterbury Drive. I've lived there for 39 years. And the pumpkin patch, as you've heard from many of my neighbors, has presented numerous concerns. For me, the number one concern is safety for the community of Canterbury. It's been talked about by those in favor of the pumpkin patch. It's also been talked about by our people. I can tell you this much. I walk just about every day. Last fall in October, I think it was the first week in October, it was on a Thursday. And there was a lot of traffic on Canterbury. I only live a 1/10 of a mile from 105. I almost got hit twice in that 1/10 of a mile by people coming off of 105 onto Canterbury to go to the pumpkin patch. When I got back home from my walk, I decided to sit down in my driveway and count the number of cars. In 15 minutes, I counted 51 cars going south on Canterbury, which would be in the direction of the pumpkin patch. And I counted 24 cars going north to 105. You can do the math pretty quick. That's 300 cars an hour. I don't know where or when the traffic study was done. I would guess that it was not done during the time of the pumpkin patch last year. And I would ask that you strongly consider that when you look at granting them additional 325, although they're saying 275 with a 50 buffer. They have not adhered to the 50, as evidenced by many pictures. And I can't believe that they will adhere to the 325. Thank you very much.
Celia Canan, she has a presentation.
Thank you. And are you speaking for yourself or?
Yes, he was
Okay.
just helping me with the
Thank
technical.
you. 3 minutes, Blake. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Celia Cadan. I live in the Canterbury subdivision on Canterbury Drive. I have been in my home for 27 years. I am here today because I profoundly oppose the Colorado Pumpkin Patch CPP special use permit. Listed in my charts are just a few examples of the CPP admitting to the press of their own wrongdoings. The destruction to the Canterbury subdivision began in 2018 when CPP moved in and immediately began operations without a permit, placing the community in danger. CPP has boasted their pumpkin patch business began in 2008 on property in the Walden neighborhood, just east of Highway 83. There is no permit on record with El Paso County. CPP states 3 forced relocations due to misinformation and poor counsel, including a situation on property near Larkspur, where they were denied a promised operating permit the day before the patch was to open for the season. 3 forced relocations due to misinformation and poor counsel. Really? here we are today. This now makes the 4th time with the blame game excuse. CPP admits to the increased traffic and impacts to the neighborhood. Since 2018, I submitted complaints to El Paso County Planning and Community, where Nina Ruiz was the manager. All of my complaints were closed without resolution or explanation. Once again, CPP plans to conduct their out-of-compliance and illegal amusement park activities for 2023. With no limitations on the number of vehicles, proven by advertising in the Denver Post just last week, with no turning away vehicles, no online ticketing, and purchase tickets on site. Board of County Commissioners, please disapprove the CPP special use request. It is riddled with unlimited and undefined amusement park activities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I am Justine Fisk. I have a video. Can I pause it? Yeah, I'd like to play that at the end. Thank you. My name is Justine Fisk. I was raised in the Canterbury equestrian community, specifically Canterbury and Charles Loop. When growing up in Monument, there was more than enough to do, and there still is to this day. My family has created many traditions and memories, and none of them include the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. Growing up with my 4 siblings, there was never a shortage of things to do. Just to name a few: Santa Fe Trail, Fox Run Park, YMCA, library, Monument Ice Rink, youth group, Palmer Lake, Monument Lake, D38, activities, clubs, and sports. My 4 siblings and I obviously had more than enough to do, including local employment. We all obtained jobs within the Monument area before we graduated high school, all without the Colorado Springs Pumpkin Patch. Currently, with a young family of my own, we can't afford to go to the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. I don't know if you've seen the price tag of their small fall festival, but there's nothing small about it. Between the admission fee, the price of a pumpkin, and one of their many paid activities, the price tag is one I would associate with an amusement park. During the Colorado Pumpkin Patch fall festivities, it's too unsafe and dangerous to take my daughter to my parents. Between traffic and random people on my parents' property that are not their neighbors, it creates an unsafe and dangerous environment for my family and I. To call the fall festival seasonal is inaccurate, as there is no date range requested for the special use permit. The chaos and confusion is the point. All they are requesting today is unlimited parking. How is it that the Colorado Pumpkin Patch can uproot an entire community for their greed? My family's story is generational, and the Colorado Pumpkin Patch has no right to take away our safety, neighborhood, and peace of mind. Most of the people that attend the Colorado Pumpkin Patch Fall Festival are not from Canterbury and the surrounding communities. These people come and destroy our neighborhood, all to be entertained for a couple hours. The Colorado Pumpkin Patch and the people that attend leave no positive impact other than to line the pockets of the Chapmans. This video is 1 minute. This video is Saddlewood, where the cars are turning is the Colorado Pumpkin Patch driveway. In the video, there are 24 cars. Multiply that by 60, that's 1,380 cars. Just in this one, if you multiply that for an hour, that's 1,300 cars just in an hour coming and going from the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. The Chapmans are absolutely destroying this community. And as you can see in the video, they do park on the roadways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blake, can you pause the video? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Rogers, and I'm coming here today to speak not as a resident of Canterbury. I don't live in the neighborhood. I actually have gone to church with some of these ladies that are on this side of the aisle. So I'm not coming here to pick a side, but I am coming here as a concerned citizen. A little bit of background about myself is I've lived in the Monument area since 2015. I live about 10 miles east of the Colorado Pumpkin Patch. I have a bachelor's in mining engineering, and I worked in the aggregate industry. And part of my training when I worked in that industry was dust mitigation. So every year I was certified as a dust mitigation specialist. So what I want to talk about is fugitive dust. You've heard about dust control, dust measures, and fugitive dust is the dust that is in the air, and it's caused by land development and overusage of the land. So it's pollution, it's small particles suspended in the air that we breathe in. One of the people that spoke earlier for approving this special use permit was talking about how spending time outdoors is beneficial for your health. I agree. But when you have an excessive amount of dust in the air, which as you can see from the massive amount of traffic that is coming into this unpaved road and onto the unpaved land, you're going to have respiratory issues, you're going to have lung damage. And it's not only just to the neighbors that live there, but it's also for the employees and for the wildlife. So I think it is the responsibility of the Colorado Pumpkin Patch to mitigate this dust. Again, I don't live in that neighborhood. But some of the ways that they can do that is by increasing the moisture content, reducing the speed of traffic. But the most important part is to reduce the traffic. So I'm going to run out of time. One of the things that they said is if they don't get this permit, they're out of business. That's not how that works. I think what's important for you guys to consider is staying within the limits of the 50 cars to show that they can control the dust, that they can manage the traffic before you grant them this unlimited amount of traffic and cars. Again, I'm not in opposition to the pumpkin patch, but I am in opposition of uncontrolled, unmitigated health concerns. And again, it's not, I'm a citizen. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Take your time.
Thanks, guys, for letting us come, and I will forgive you if I sound angry. I am angry, and I'm not used to speaking in front of people. So for those of you who are supportive of the pumpkin patch, you don't live on my street. You don't have to deal what we have to deal with. You don't have to worry about walking in fear on your street. I'm not here to beg, and I'm not here to plead, and I'm not here to grovel for somebody to make the right damn decision for our neighborhood and our property. But this seems to be what is going on right now. I'm retired. I don't have a lot of money to pay for expensive lawyers, and money talks, and I know that. Mr. Chapman knew what he was doing and what he was going to do when he bought this property years ago. This is going to be a year-round property. It's in the writing, people, and you're going to be asking us to put up with this crap 365 days a year. What is this going to do to our property level, much less our safety, much less everything else? We have people in our neighborhood that want to sell our homes, but guess what? They've been advised you can't do this while the pumpkin patch is holding their thing. Well, I'm going to put mine on sale also because I have a husband that needs to come out of this altitude. Now, how long am I going to wait? How much of a discount am I going to have to take because of this pumpkin patch thing going on? Nobody thinks about these things. They only think about how much money Mr. Chapman is going to put in his pocket when this is all finished. I was going to stop here, but let me just point out one more thing. I looked out on the website, and guess what, everybody? Mr. Chapman's whole calendar for October in the pumpkin patch is already there with a starting date of September 16th. Does this man know something I don't know? Is our fate already done? Is the decision already been made? If this stuff has been done without representation from us, then where is our democracy here? Because this is not right. Mr. Chapman wants it, he has a dream. Let him move this pumpkin patch to a place where he can follow his dream and let me and my neighbors have our dream. We have had people that have lived here for years and their lives are being destroyed. And if you think destruction is mild, you have no idea what this is going to do to our community. Absolutely no idea. So I just want to say one thing. We matter. Our community matters. Our safety matters. And all we are asking you people to do, and you people to do, is one thing, two things. Know that we matter and that we are asking you to protect our community, to preserve our safety, and to protect our children, and also our property values. Please put that into this consideration because nobody on either side has brought this up. I'm sorry if my emotions get away from me. I am not a technical person. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a statistic person. This is my community and this is my neighborhood. And by God, we do matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Minutes coming from Linda Hotchkiss, and then I also need a picture brought up if that's possible for
Okay.
Jake Van Pelt.
So Blake, that's 6 minutes on the timer, and are you able to pull up your own?
If he could just get that picture up, that's all I need on there.
Okay.
Wherever my file is. Mouse. I can do this. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Jacob Van Pelt, and I live in Canterbury. Why are we here today? Years of noncompliance has led to families being exposed to serious safety risks that I want you to be aware of. This entire hearing stems from code enforcement violations and noncompliance of their agri-tainment permit. We are here because CPP is trying to avoid litigation with the county by obtaining a waiver that neither satisfies the special use criteria as well as it no longer fits the parameters of this agri-tainment. They have filed an incomplete application with gaping holes in critical areas. For example, there are no definitions of what peak hours are and how long a seasonal operation. By trying to find a loophole with a waiver, they are trying to avoid things like having a site development plan that is required by a special use permit, and it avoids things like entities like the fire department and engineering review their plan and make safety recommendations that have to be followed then. You do not have a current site development plan. You have a site plan. Their latest site development plan still has fire department requests that were never fulfilled. What they have in front of you bypasses all the people in this county that are telling you it's not safe to have an unlimited amount of people in this small area. An example, which we did not get to see the two slides that include all the code enforcement. There are too many, but I will speak to one. And it goes back to you, Commissioner, that with the Tulip Festival, along with the violation of being over the code or amount, an example of the most recent violation this year resulting from non-compliance can be seen in this picture. During this year's Tulip Festival that resulted in the most a recent permit to be revoked. Multiple violations occurred, this being the most disturbing. The CPP moved their parking lot off their designated lot according to their site plan, parked guests out of sight from 105, and illegally parked paying customers in and around their primary residence and around dangerous farm equipment, personal farm equipment not related to the festival. Families with little children were observed playing around these very sharp and dangerous pieces of farm equipment. You have unsuspecting families who know nothing about farm equipment put into a very dangerous situation without their knowledge. What's worse is that if somebody had gotten hurt, the CPP is not liable since it's enter at your own risk. Families from the public should have a reasonable expectation that the CPP is operating per their permit and have a level of safety that doesn't expose them to safety hazards that can lead to serious injury or death. Now here we are with years of non-compliance, and they want more years to delay safety improvements. In last week's meeting, this point was raised by one of the commissioners. Any developer must bring a complete application with improvements and safety requirements fulfilled before beginning operation. Why would this business not be held to the same rules and regulations as other businesses? This waiver will set a dangerous precedent for any business to swoop in the next day and say, you granted unlimited traffic and forgave enforcement violations to this business in this residential zone, so I should be able to put my theme park in that residential neighborhood. Everyone in this room can actually agree on one thing. The pumpkin patch has done something for this community. This business has torn and divided this community into people who want their kids to have fun from it and families who do not want their kids to die from it. The non-compliance of the 50-car limit nearly cost my children's lives last year. On a regular day on my dead-end road, an average of 5 to 10 cars will pass by, and most are neighbors and mail trucks. With the CPP, it's an average of multiple cars every 30 seconds. I texted JD, I have a text to JD. We used to actually go because I believe in talking to my neighbors before going anywhere else. JD, another traffic incident. It is unsafe. Please do not waste your resources to putting a kid out there. I fear for their safety. I watched cars speed through my front yard, speed through my grass in the backyard. That was with signs up. That's what we came to an agreement. He put a large, ginormous sign on my property and still cars came down. Left and right turns, signs are not going to save my kids. Then they tried using a young employee to direct traffic, which resulted in what no father wants to witness. And I watched a blue Honda CR-V come down last year, and my kids are playing on my own property. The car does not see my children playing. And it happened so fast, and I tried to scream out to get out of the way, but no voice came out. And my kids, and I said, God, do not take them today. And that car, luckily, by the grace of God, swerved with this. Imagine you in my spot, and it's your kids, your family, on your own property, and now every 30 seconds, I'm thinking, this is gonna be the next car that kills my kid. It has become so unsafe that it is up to you to vote for the people of this community. This business is not consistent with the master plan. It's not in harmony. It overburdens. It's unmitigated traffic congestion. It's going to kill somebody. Air, noise, pollution. These are all the things that you are voting on. In the list, they don't fulfill any of them. Please keep us safe for my kids. I don't want to lose them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this application? Okay, and just checking online. We have no one? Okay. With that, we will consider the public comment portion of this hearing completed. And I just wanted to, I know that taking a break at this point probably means that some of you will make a decision to not come back in. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you. This board listens to a lot of contentious issues, and this was one of the most respectful and objective ones that I have been privileged to see. And I'm proud you're all El Paso County citizens. So thank you for being here, for taking the time. And with that, we will recess this meeting and be back in 30 minutes. The specific time, let's just say, let's say 7:20. And with that, when we come back, we will hear the applicant's rebuttal, and then the hearing portion will be closed and deliberations will begin up here. We're in recess. Welcome back, and I am calling this meeting, this land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners back to order. We are on item number 4, and we are at the point in the land use hearing process where the applicant has the opportunity to offer a rebuttal.
I get to say good evening, Commissioners. Good evening. Craig Dossie with Vertex Consulting. We're going to kind of tag team rebuttal here. I think it's appropriate for a couple of reasons. But the main one, there's some what I'd consider pretty severe personal attacks at Mr. Chapman, both as a neighbor, as a business owner, and you know, a resident of our county. So I'd like to bring him back up, have him address some of those particular attacks and those issues that were brought up, primarily because a lot of those are first-person accounts, right? So those interactions, I wasn't there. Mr. Ruiz wasn't there. I'd like for Mr. Chapman to address some of that stuff, if that's okay with you, and then I'll come back up and address some of the other technical issues.
Hi, thank you. So for the, I just wanted to ask a question. So for the personal attack, any of those issues that you wanted to ask me questions about, I could speak to those right now, or I would just move on to the content that's kind of for today. You guys have any questions?
Well, first of all, can I have you reintroduce yourself?
Yes.
Just for the record.
I'm sorry. I'm John Chapman, JD Chapman, and the owner of Colorado Pumpkin Patch.
Excellent. Do we have any specific questions that we would like for Mr. Chapman to address?
Okay. So I'll go on, and as for some of the content for what we're approving today, I'll go ahead and speak to some of that. We do care about some of these comments, and it's been good to hear some of them. I think we can think of a few ways to improve. Ultimately, long-term, we do want to probably do a matching fence on the east side. It's just not required at this time. That may help in some small way with sound. We had a comment about trash in the neighborhood. We do pick up trash a lot, but a way that we can improve that is to go out and add more trash cans to the parking lot, and add one before you exit the property with a sign, please don't discard in the neighborhood, please drop here if you have any trash. So the building inspectors brought up, we're getting inspected all the time. There's all kinds of calls being made on us. So the building inspectors, the code enforcement has come out, and they've said you're fine because your buildings are less than 200 square feet. So everything you have is compliant. So for the people on Cheros, that is a concern. So here's what we've done. So we went and actually sat with HOA in 2019, and we said, what would you guys like to see? What are your concerns? And one of the things that came out of that was signs for the neighborhood to help traffic on its way to find us easily. We had the HOA leadership in 2022, without speaking to us, asked neighbors to pull those signs and don't allow them and pull them up. We thought that created a problem, but we were still concerned about people on Cheros, so we put them up at the entrance of Cheros, and they were removed immediately. We've offered signs for Cheros, people on Cheros, and a gate for that secondary access that keeps getting violated. So I would ask, whether it's our gate or your gate, please put something up to protect your family. I'd like to speak also to Cheros. One last comment is that we decided last year to put staff on Cheros to turn cars away if they made an errant turn. So we would put staff up there. And the young man that was here today that yielded his time for Mr. Dunstan told me that the day that he was up there, he counted 2 cars. Others told us they counted 4. The others told us they counted 8. I think there is a scenario that could happen where everybody's following whoever turns. So I think there is still a concern in this plan. The county's talked about allowing, with certain paperwork, the signs being allowed on public roadway to help direct traffic down the street, and I think that's a good plan in the right direction. The picture that was showed about a violation during the Tulip Festival was actually what the county asked us to do. In the original plat in 2018, we had started with parking on that side and decided for overflow reasons and for 105 pursuit reasons, it would be better to have that on the south end of the property. And so that's what the follow-up in 2021 with the update was for. But that picture was actually taken when we were asked to park there for that and keep the cars under 50, and the highest number there was 33. So we weren't trying to hide anything. It was just what the county was asking us to do. So let's see, dust issues. I think there are dust issues for sure. I like the plan the county's submitting about dust prevention, both whether it's water truck or the milled asphalt. The milled asphalt is a good long-term solution. And also we're getting extra milled asphalt that we can hopefully put out not only for the dust, but I think it'll help with the dust, but it's to create paths with in the future, paths that would at least encourage people to stay on the path, and that would wear down the grass less, but it would also allow for Johnny Pumpkin Seed recipients to come in. Maybe we get a lot of people that are interested in coming in with a wheelchair. Some do. It's a little bit challenging, but that would better allow them to enter and exit the property as well. One question. All right, I think I'm done, and I'll yield back to Mr. Dossi.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to start off by saying we really appreciate all the residents that came. I know you all are champions for public process, as am I. It did feel like a pretty healthy discussion, which is always nice when people can be cordial. I'm going to touch on individual comments that were made. I want to touch on some that were in opposition, as many as I can, and please, if I miss some, please remind me. But I also want to touch on some of those in favor and then have some closing thoughts for you as well. Going through the folks that were in opposition, I highlighted some of the comments that were made. There were several comments made stating that this was not agritainment. Your staff has decided that this is agritainment. Ms. Ruiz showed you the definition, both within state statute as well as in your land development code. There are uses there that are the entertainment side of agritainment, no question, but those are still part of the definition of agritainment. So Mr. Ellison brought up the use of mechanized amusement park rides. I've been there. These aren't mechanized amusement park rides. They're not thrill rides. You know, they're slow moving rides for children. Yeah, kids are going to scream. I hope a lot of kids scream when they're having a good time. That's sort of the nature of these types of uses. Mr. Chapman touched on building permitting. It's not required for the buildings that he has or for playground equipment. Ms. Melanie Sweet brought up the issues with washing out the road. That is not Mr. Chapman's responsibility. As you all know, the county maintains those roads. It's been a particularly wet year. It's unfortunate, but I suspect that we're seeing that probably all over the county. Certainly, if Mr. Chapman could help with that, he'd be happy to, but that is the county's road to maintain. There's an argument regarding the amount of congestion. I'm going to touch on that. I want to focus on the idea of anecdotal evidence versus empirical evidence. That's one of the things I want to touch on, and that's part of what I handed out to you. Mr. Knapp did some math for you, identifying how many people are coming to the property on a given day. That's based on worst case scenario. Worst case scenario does not start at 9 o'clock and end at 5 o'clock. That's the peak amount of people coming on the property. You can't expand that over the course of all the operating hours. Mr. Alton Gainsey talked about road dust. His slide said road dust on paved roads. I think he probably meant road dust not on paved roads. As we've identified, we do want to put down those asphalt millings. We agree dust is always a problem, right? It's anytime you have agriculture, it's definitely a problem. Growing up driving a tractor, I can tell you that with great certainty. But that's something that we can address, and that's something that we're proposing to address. There were a couple comments speaking to the fire department not meeting their requirements. The fire department provided a comment, and it's in EDARP, stating that they want the parking area to be free of combustibles. That's the whole plan, right? That's why we're bringing in the asphalt millings, to make sure that we don't have grass there that can be caught on fire in the parking area. That was the fire department's only comment. That's it. Somebody questioned what the traffic impact study was based on. That traffic impact study is based on actual counts, actual attendance on the property at both the highest weekend time as well as the highest weekday time. So it really is worst case scenario. You can sit out and count cars going down your street, but that doesn't mean that that's what it projects over the course of the entire day or over the course of the entire 6 weeks. Ms. Justine Fiss said the customers aren't from Canterbury. The customers were all from Canterbury. You'd probably be going out of business just like any other small business. You're hoping to draw other folks in. I don't think it's reasonable to expect that all customers would be from Canterbury. Ms. Audrey Rogers identified that it's Mr. Chapman's duty to mitigate the dust, and you heard from him. That's exactly what he wants to do. We agree with that. I did not get the lady's name who spoke, so I apologize. She suggested that Mr. Chapman move to another place. This is one of the other topics I'm going to bring up in closing, but development that encroaches around land uses is really the problem with land development in general, and it's becoming more and more of a problem in this community and in the state of Colorado. And I'm going to expand on that a little bit more. The same speaker said that we matter, that our safety matters. We completely agree. Mr. Van Pelt said there's no definition of peak hours. Peak hours is your highest volume of trip generation. He cited that, and sort of insinuated that Mr. Chapman is trying to get away with something by not providing the site development plan. The site development plan is an administrative process. It comes after you get your special use approved. It's not required right now. He's not getting around anything. Those are your procedures currently. He has provided a site plan, which is required with the special use. So he's not getting around any of the county's regulations. He cited the list of code enforcement violations, and I think he's citing a slide that staff presented at Planning Commission, but it was also in Justin's timeline. Not all of those occurrences are violations. Very few of them are. A lot of them are when meetings occurred. A lot of them are when applications were made or permits were issued. So I don't want you to think that every single one of those somehow indicated a violation, because they didn't. They were kind of woven in there, but most of that is efforts to be in compliance. Commissioner Geithner, at the outset of the hearing, you mentioned the fact that a religious institution could go into this property as a permitted use. You're exactly right. And what I would have you consider is, at one point, New Life Church was in the middle of nowhere, right? And everything grew around it. Look at New Life now. You could have the same type of religious institution happen on this exact property, and their activities are not just on Sundays and not just on Saturdays, they're every day. So I think that was a very astute comment that you made. Commissioners, I handed out to you this document. This was actually presented by one of the folks in opposition, but I don't think it got fully discussed. When we talk about empirical data, it's data that is derived from actual analysis. It's not somebody's opinion. It's not an emotional response to something. It's actual data. I want you to notice that this analysis was done starting on September 30th, 2022 through October 27th, 2022. All of this is in that upper left-hand corner in that box. I want you to also notice that the number of days was 28. This was done during the peak of the Fall Festival last year. It wasn't done in July. This was something that the folks in opposition asked for. The average speed that was identified in that window was 26 miles an hour. The speed limit is 25. The average speed is not 50, it's not 60, whatever. It's 26 miles an hour. It's 1 mile an hour over. That's the average speed. We're gonna break this down a little bit more. The 50th percentile speed, also just under 26 miles an hour. The 85th percentile speed, 29 miles an hour. I would think we'd all be hard pressed to find a road in the county that has speeds like this. I would guess that they're much higher. The pace speed range means kind of the general pace of traffic going through there was between 21 and 31 miles an hour. Again, the speed limit is 25. And I also want to highlight, this was taken at Canterbury Drive in Charros. So that first intersection coming in off of 105. If you go to the second page, at 8 o'clock, you had 17 violators of the speed limit. 17. His use doesn't even open until 9 o'clock. That was one of the highest occurrences. If you look at the percent, it was 2.8% of the time. That was one of the highest occurrences before his hours of operation even kicked in. Going down to 10 o'clock, after his business has opened, under total number of vehicles, That was the peak time during the day. 1,368 vehicles. It had 0.6% violators. One of the lowest recorded on this sheet. An hour after opening, which based on this data is the peak number coming in. At 1,700 hours, you had your highest occurrence of violators. 1,700 hours, in layman's terms, is 5 p.m. That suggests the people that were coming home, the commuters, were part of the problem. 3.1% of the time. And that's only the second highest number. Alarmingly, the highest percent of violators happen at 20 hours, otherwise known as 8 o'clock at night. Right? That wasn't during business hours. So if there's a problem with driver behavior, I would suggest to you that some of the residents are part of that problem. That's unfortunate, but this is empirical data. This isn't somebody's opinion. This was something that those in opposition asked for, right? This was something that they created. There's a reason why they didn't show you this to you. And it's because of those statistics that I just identified. This doesn't mean there's not volume. Absolutely there's volume. We even accounted for that in our traffic study. But volume does not mean bad behavior, and it does not mean speeding. Typically, in the world of traffic engineering, more volume means slower, not faster. Any questions on that? Again, this was something that they provided to us. It was not something that we created.
Any questions on the traffic?
Okay, some other things, commissioners, that I want to touch on.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. So kind of looking at that data, I'm just wondering if there might be another explanation for why you're at this under 1% when you have the highest number of cars in there. Because if you have, say this 1,368 for the 10 a.m. time period, you know, if you divide that, I think that's an hour's worth of numbers of cars going through there. And if you divide that out, that's actually a car every 3 seconds. So could it just be because of the density of cars on the road that they can't speed?
That's exactly, and that was what I was suggesting, Commissioner Vanderwerf, is there is volume, but that doesn't mean that it's high speed volume, right? It's slow speed volume. And when people aren't familiar with the area, they're gonna drive even slower because they're trying to find their way. So a lot of the comments are about driver behavior. And this suggests that the driver behavior is it's not people from outside coming in. Some of the driver behavior is what's happening within the subdivision. Mr. Chapman, and I think Ms. Reeves also touched on the plan to put in a fence along that western boundary. Some of the comments you heard were with regard to people kind of wandering onto their property. That fence will keep them from going onto those properties. It's a 6-foot cedar fence, privacy fence. They're not going to climb the fence to wander over. So that'll definitely help with that. Having said all that, what I want to do is try to focus you back on what it is you're actually being asked today. What you're being asked today is to approve more than 50 cars to park on this property. You're not being asked about dust mitigation, although that arguably that's definitely tied to it. You're not asked about whether or not this is aggretainment or something else. You're asked whether or not to approve more than 50 cars. And at this point, what you're asked to do is approve more than 50 cars for a grand total of 6 weeks and 4 more days, which is 2 weekends. That's it. 48 days out of the year. It has not been talked about by staff, and it's not, even Ms. Reeves didn't touch on it. But the basis of a special use, which is what is being asked of you today, is these are land uses that are generally acceptable in that zoning district. When you changed the land development code, you made that decision. You said these should not be variances, which is what it was before. This shouldn't require 2 hearings to get an approval. This should generally be an allowed use but for the need to mitigate certain things. Your staff, your engineering staff, as well as Mr. Chapman, have told you that staff has told you if Mr. Chapman makes these roadway improvements, then he has mitigated his traffic issue. Mr. Chapman's agreed to do those, although we're going to get into kind of the timing of some of those. That's all you're asked to do. Decide whether or not adding more than 50 cars, whether that impact has been and can be properly mitigated. Your engineering staff has already told you that it can be.
I just have one question. So there's 6 weeks for the pumpkin patch. Are we also considering the 2 weeks for the Tulip Festival?
As of right now, Commissioner Winston, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
As of right now, it's not seasonal based. The problem with doing it seasonally, if he's also asked to do all these other improvements, he flat out can't afford it. He's doing improvements for year-round traffic, but he's only causing an impact of 6 weeks plus 2 more weekends. It's disproportionate. The ask doesn't fit the impact, quite frankly.
Thank
you. Another comment that was brought up at Planning Commission was, how about limiting it to 50 cars? Or how about, turning people away? I think that's a real risk to this business and any other business like this that tries to grow. And the reason why is you can only be turned away so many times before you stop going back to that place. If you can't get in and you can't get in and you can't get in and you get turned away, you're going to stop going. If people stop going, because maybe it didn't happen to me this year, but maybe it happened to me next year, eventually everybody stops going. Now, not only is the business not growing, but it's not surviving. So I talked about anecdotal evidence versus empirical evidence. What you've heard today from the neighbors, with exception of a brief discussion about this, is 100% anecdotal evidence. It's all based on personal opinion, based in large part on emotion, and I understand some of the concerns, and I don't want to minimize those at all, because that's not right. But you've heard anecdotal evidence. What we have provided and what your engineering staff has provided, and through their review of our traffic study, is empirical evidence that says, with this, you are properly mitigating your impacts. That's data. That's real. Opinions are great, and everybody should be able to express their opinion, but that does not mean that those are the impacts. Those are perceived impacts, and we all know what happens with perceptions. They're very dangerous. What we've provided is very objective analysis. I've even provided you objective analysis that the neighbors provided us that suggests speeding is not a problem. The speeding that is a problem is not attributable to Mr. Chapman's use. Your county engineer has said you can't provide access off 105. You have to remember that engineering standards are written to be applied on a broad scale. They're not written for every single instance and every single access. He is the expert. I'm not an engineer. I don't even want to play an engineer. But I will tell you they're written for broad application. I would suggest to you that any access could be engineered to be safe. And what better time to do it than while we're already looking at Highway 105. So we would still like to ask that that access be given off of 105. Maybe it doesn't happen today, but we're hoping eventually it does. Our challenge, and Mr. Chapman's challenge, is paying for improvements that are throwaway. We don't want to do that. I don't think you want him to do that either. But the neighbors are saying, get access of 105. We did everything we could. We're walking through the weeds right off of 105 with Mr. Palmer to try to find a way. And it was, just categorically no, and that's fine. That's his job. I respect that. I've been in that position, as you all know. But that resolves neighbors' issues. It certainly is more cost effective for Mr. Chapman. And you're already in a position where you're going to start planning for that section of road. It's a perfect time to have that discussion. Mr. Chapman is proposing specific mitigation measures, right? Backing up to special uses. What is the basis of a special use? It's generally accepted, but for additional mitigation that needs to happen. He's agreeing with county staff. I will do this. I can't do it on your timing, but I do want to do it. We've addressed visual mitigation, another mitigation point, right? Even though it really wasn't brought up that much in terms of the visual impact, want to put up the fence to mitigate that further. If we could put up a fence on the east side that would be beneficial, we'd do it. It's just going to be cost for the sake of cost. Very sensitive to the neighbors. I've never met, I've worked with hundreds of developers, property owners. I've never met somebody who's more concerned about having a negative impact on his neighbors. Sure, what you heard from the neighbors certainly didn't suggest that. I don't think Mr. Chapman slept in weeks because it does bother him that people are impacted by what he's doing. He's trying to do the right thing. And he even touched on some of that with some of the signage that he tried to put in that got removed to try to direct people in the right direction. It's not malicious. You heard a lot of testimony about Mr. Chapman's character. A lot. Far outweighed what you heard negatively. Your nearest neighbor to the parking area is 600 feet away. 2 football fields, that's a long ways. I don't, the suggestion of him relocating, I don't know where he could find that and still draw customers. I think that would be a real challenge. Mr. Reeves touched on the history of agritainment. And I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit, but I think it's important because I know you guys are dealing with these very issues every day when we talk about the interaction between state and local government. You took the first step. That was the audio that Nina played back. Commissioner Vanderwerf, you were on the Board of County Commissioners at the time. I believe Commissioner Gonzalez was too. You took that first step because you wanted to champion that cause. Today's the day where you champion those causes. You said, this is what we want. Yeah, there may be additional oversight needed at 50 cars. That's up to your planning community development director. But you wanted to champion those causes. And I would go so far as to say you wanted to make sure they could grow beyond 50 cars. Today's that day where you get to say that's the right thing to do. There were numerous comments in that adoption hearing made regarding trying to make sure small businesses can survive. Today's the day to help a small business continue to survive. Commissioners voice very specific concerns to events just like the Fall Festival. It's impossible to know how many people are coming to your site. Well, we know now, right? It's pretty popular. That's great. Who wouldn't want that? You heard so much testimony about what a community asset this is. This is where we support that community asset. Yeah, the parking got crazy, right? It got popular. That's a good thing. To think that today could be the day that you turn that away, a small business that has done well, that wants to grow, and that people want to support, it's unconscionable that that would be the outcome here. I touched on the interaction between state and local government. The state of Colorado continues to creep toward taking over land use authority. You all know what I'm talking about. Literally feels like a daily basis. It's been that way, but it's getting worse. If they're drafting state legislation to support these types of uses, and they continue to hit roadblocks at the local level, you can expect the state will step in. And that's not a threat. You all know that's the direction we're heading if we don't do something about it. And you did that. You took that first step to adopt agritainment. The state's watching, I can promise you, and you all know this. I would encourage you to be an example to the state. We can handle our own. You want us to do this? We want to do it too. Because it is part of our heritage. Yeah, okay, maybe slides aren't part of our heritage. Maybe face painting is not part of our heritage. But interacting with an agricultural environment is part of our heritage. How many people got up and spoke to that? My own personal story, I grew up farming. I told the Planning Commission this. If my grandpa, who's now gone, could have kept his family farm going by doing something like agritainment, I guarantee he would have done it, because that land matters that much. Because being able to farm and teach those skills to the next generation matters that much. You know, I debated whether or not to touch on the NIMBY attitude. I've seen it for my entire career. Our own governor specifically called out the town of Monument as being an obstacle to affordable housing. Constantly denying things if they're not $1 million houses. That's the tip of the iceberg. Now we're denying agricultural-based uses. Again, the NIMBY attitude is starting to take over. You're asking for the state of Colorado to step in, and I would shudder to think what that would look like. To me, it's just wrong, right? We all have to deal with impacts from living in a community. Sure, the traffic's probably higher than a lot of other things. Think about the people that live next to a stadium, next to New Life Church, next to an actual amusement park. Right? That's part of living in a community. We need places for people to gather. Some of our youth that got up and spoke said that. That should break your heart. That breaks my heart. I have a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. I almost don't want to let them leave the house unless I know exactly where they're going and I know it's safe. Mr. Chapman's employing those kids, giving them money in their pocket and teaching them skills. What a huge thing. And today's teens and young adults seem more lost and without direction than ever before. You know, you can think what you want about the pictures the neighbors provided with regard to dust and being hauled around in the cow train. Not one of those kids had a device in their hand. Agricultural uses are going by the wayside. If we do not allow them to supplement their income, they will be gone. I'm going to close now, but what I want to reiterate is the application that's before you meets every single one of the special use criteria, every one of them. Your staff asked for the mitigation. We're prepared to provide the mitigation. It's that simple. That is all special use is. So with that, commissioners, I would humbly request that you approve this so that Mr. Chapman can continue his small business and continue to have a positive impact on additional generations to come. Any questions for me?
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the testimony, you know, that we all heard from the opposition. You may have alluded to it, and I may ask for a confirmation from the staff on some of these points. The first one is this conversation that we're having here about permits. And in one piece of testimony, there are 3 buildings or 3 facilities were pointed out as having no building permits or had no building permits. And then I've heard something else about, you know, the building has to be a certain size and so forth for a permit. So I'd like you to reiterate again why you think you don't need permits for those buildings. And then I would like the county staff to either affirm that or say that's incorrect.
Commissioner Vanderwerf, it's really pretty simple. Any building that's 200 square feet or smaller does not require building permitting.
Okay, that's great.
Building inspector.
So let's say for the moment that's the requirement. I can't tell from the photograph what the actual size of the buildings are. So are you also saying all 3 of those buildings are under 200 square feet?
Yeah, so the building inspector has been out to the property, obviously as a result of complaints, and has not once issued a violation based upon any of those buildings.
Okay, and this one might be a little bit harder, but certainly was a lot of conversation about the concept between what is an outdoor amusement center and what is agritainment. And I think there is a state definition, and this may end up needing to be maybe a question for council. But I seem to vaguely recall, and this comes back actually from the work that I was doing when we had the COVID pandemic, and we were trying to get the outdoor amusement centers in El Paso County reopened. And there was a state definition for what an outdoor amusement center is. And there was specific provisions in there with regard to when a state agency has to inspect something. And I think we did talk about the fact that the state does come in and permit some of the devices that are used at CPP. But I seem to remember that above a certain number of those, the state was defining it as an outdoor amusement center, and below a certain number, they weren't defining it. I don't know if you are aware of that, or maybe council could research that.
Yeah, I would have to defer to Ms. Segal on that, Commissioner.
Okay.
In terms of the number, I'm not familiar with that regulation.
And I may be mistaken myself, but I think the state does have a definition about you rise to some kind of threshold, and then it is in fact defined as an outdoor amusement center.
Okay. Yeah, we're not aware of that one, Commissioner Vanderwerf. Sorry.
Okay. I would like to ask that same question to the staff and see if they might be able to find it. So just be ready. I'll be asking you in a moment here. And if you can't find a reference, then you can't find a reference. So I just want to, yes, please.
Lori Segal, County Attorney's Office. Commissioner Vanderwerf, I could take a moment and look up whether or not the state has a definition of what an amusement center or an amusement park is, but I think the more relevant definition would be the one found in our land development code. It is defined. There is an outdoor amusement center definition in the code. I'm happy to read it into the record if you would like, or we can have it put up on the screen, or both.
Reading into the record is fine with me.
Okay. So in our land development code, an outdoor amusement center is defined as an establishment which can be contained in part by a structure, but is largely exposed to the weather, designed or intended to provide entertainment or recreation for the general public, characterized by being open for specific hours, receiving remuneration, advertising activities or use of the property, using sanctioned leagues, or holding organized events. The term includes, among other things, drive-in theaters, amusement parks, carousels, miniature golf courses and driving ranges, go-kart tracks, skateboard parks, water parks, and privately owned outdoor recreational facilities, but does not include bars, nightclubs, or sexually oriented businesses. Accessory uses may include the preparation and serving of food or sale of equipment related to the identified uses.
Okay, thank you. It seems to me with that particular, with those words, we don't have some type of a specific demarcation line that we can use in this case. So, but I wanted to ask the question. Another question that I have is, I know that we've been through the kind of the conditions, what the applicant is willing to commit to, and we've been through that once before. But before we get to a vote, I'd like to hear that again and make sure I understand what the applicant is willing to do or not do. And let's see. And then there was another question, and again, this may also have to be for the staff, and this is the question of civil liability, exemption for civil liability. And I'd just like to make sure I understand what all of that means. Maybe that's a standard procedure for things like this, but there's potential liability involved in these things, and so I just want to make sure I understand what does that in fact actually mean.
And if I could, I'd like to have Mr. Chapman come up and address that one regarding liability insurance on this property.
Okay.
We did find a legal definition, and of course, Segal saying, I don't know the source. Lawinsider.com, amusement park means a permanent indoor or outdoor facility or park where amusement rides are available for use by the public that is located in a county with a population of more than 1 million, encompasses at least 75 acres in surface area, is enclosed with access only through controlled entries, is open for public. We don't have 75 acres here.
Thank you.
And then I just want to bring this definition back up. This is state of Colorado's definition for agritourism. Some of the things that were identified specifically spoke to the operation of motorized vehicles. You can see here, and riding or operating a motorized recreational vehicle that occurs on or in proximity to the property of agricultural operation or adjacent roadway. That's pretty broad, in my opinion.
I have some questions too. So if you would go, and if you just keep this PowerPoint presentation up, this is the one that you and Nina have done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The slide where it said requested conditions of approval on site, where you come up with a list of new conditions. There we go. Okay. So this one has certain dates of which things would be improved by. And then if you go down 2 more slides, it says the off-site alternative proposal with the access through the neighborhood. That would be the possible paving of Saddlewood Road. Would that one included?
Yes.
And that would be at a cost of $750,000, at least right now. Okay, I just needed to see those again.
And this is, that 750 is compliance with all of the off-site improvements. That's an estimate. We actually think it's probably going to trend closer to $1 million after you do design and permitting.
Okay.
And that's why it's spread out over the course of 3 years. It's just too much to tackle. And literally in the first year, it's probably practically impossible to get it done, and financially not feasible either.
All right, that was my one question.
Thank you.
One more question.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thanks, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was also an individual, I think it was the last individual that testified, a fairly emotional amount of testimony, and he was talking about the danger to his kids and a car driving on his property, I think in the back, and I was pretty worried about it. I don't specifically know where he lives. Does he live on one of the properties that's immediately west of CPP, in which case the fence would resolve that concern of his?
The fence would definitely keep cars from going.
Well, it would keep cars from going on to those properties, but was he one of the landowners of one of those properties, or was he somewhere else?
Yes, I believe he stated he was right off of Canterbury.
Okay.
Oh, Charles. I'm sorry, Charles. Right there. Which obviously is exactly where the fence is going.
So he's one of those?
Yeah, the one that the cursor's on right here.
Okay, it's that property?
It's that property.
Okay.
And so, if we can get the signage approved through the license agreement with the county, obviously that's going to direct traffic a lot better than what has been happening. It's terrible to hear that. That's a terrible story. And Mr. Chapman knows he has to be better, but he wants to work with the county to make sure that signage gets put in, the fence gets put in, start putting some rails around some of this stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant? I had a list of them, and between my colleagues, I think you've covered them. I also wanted to know a little bit the detail on the liability, so looking forward to hearing that.
Thank you.
And then he also addressed the parking that we saw in the picture presented that was closer to the residents. Fire mitigation, that's been addressed by you. And then I think the only other thing I would like to hear about is just a very clear answer about whether year-round use is intended, and at what volume. Is it going to be a steady state thing? Is it an occasional deal? We have lots of mechanisms to do special event permitting and things like that, that doesn't, I think I just want an idea of, with approval of this, is it intended to be full year-round use fully, as if at the same capacity we see during these 6 weeks? I'd like some clarification on that.
And if I could, I'll address that briefly, and then if Mr. Chapman has more to add to that, I'll have him do that. Obviously, there's very few events you can have in January where you're going to have 325 people showing up outdoors, right? So there's going to be certain months that are just dormant months. It's just product of outdoor uses like this. Quite frankly, if he's asked to do $1 million in improvements, he needs to have more income. That's just business. That's just good business. He can't afford $1 million in improvements, both on-site and off-site, and operate 6 weeks out of the year. Something has to give. There has to be additional revenue. You know, having 320, maybe 325 is not the magic number. You know, we identified that his peak time was 275. Maybe that's the magic number. But limiting it to 50 all the time, he's never going to be able to pay for those improvements. Because you got to count staff cars too. Right? So immediately you're less than 50. You're probably half, maybe 2/3 of that. But when you count staff cars that are parking in the parking lot, you've already cut into your proceeds coming in. So it has to be more than that if he's being asked to do these improvements that mitigate the use. There's no other use out there. I've been doing this 20 years, commissioners. There's no other use out there that gets told you have to do full-time improvements, improve all the infrastructure, but we're only going to let you operate a month and a half out of the year. We don't do that to development. We don't say your houses can't leave their garages. The folks living in your houses can't leave your garages 10.5 months out of the year. If he's going to invest the money needed to make those infrastructure improvements, that revenue has to be there. The use has to be there. I mean, it's just business. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just business.
And before we hear from Mr. Chapman again, sorry, I had one more question.
That's okay.
It was also referenced that there was potential of access to the south and west that wasn't off of Canterbury. And I'd like to hear your take on that, and then I'll ask the same thing of staff after we close this portion.
I think what I heard was there's other access points leaving the area. That's obviously not a preference because now you're driving by even more residences and more neighbors. I think some of these roads
It's still adjacent to residential streets, right?
Right, exactly,
Okay.
right? Like we'd never want to direct traffic that way. Let's get them out to the major arterial, not as soon as we can, but in the most direct way we can. So routing that kind of traffic through neighborhoods, that's not what we want. And I assume that's not what you want.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chapman.
I will note that it's almost 8:15. You guys have had a long day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I would just really, just for the public record, I'd like to hear what your liability insurance covers, looks like, and just get that on public record for us,
Sure.
if you would.
So I think where this started maybe was an assumption that we didn't have anything because the state was providing something. We had and we were supposed to have a sign up, and we did. But so the state is trying to protect, agritainment. So they've of course created some leniency both with the equestrian stuff and agriculture stuff. But that doesn't mean that we overlooked getting insurance. So we've had insurance for years. We have insurance that covers with the standard deductibles, and it's kind of standard with pumpkin patches around the nation. They work with a lot of the same vendors for outdoor entertainment type venues. So a lot of people that would promote that kind of insurance would be somebody who sells insurances they cover pumpkin patches, but they also cover other outdoor businesses. And you get your insurance through them, and I can get those limits for you. I don't have them off the top of my
I don't
head.
need the
Okay.
I don't need the numbers.
Sure.
Just wanted to verify that if
Absolutely.
we are supposed to be considering all the way around health and safety, we need to know that you have that in place.
Absolutely.
So, okay. Any further questions for the applicant?
Do we have another question?
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know that we seem to have drifted away from a possibility of a 105 entrance, and we're talking about what all these other considerations are. And I know that a 105 entrance means, a possible violation of some other requirements that we have in land use code. But if there were to be an entrance at 105, it would certainly alleviate a lot of the neighborhood concerns. And I had heard that, I think I heard it somewhere in the testimony that if there were a 105 entrance, excuse me, that would be somewhat less expensive than the collective cost of these other things. But what I don't know is, does anybody have any idea what that cost is? And if the staff might have some
Good question.
idea too. Yeah.
There's going to be some analysis that needs to be done because it depends on how much additional roadway you need for those turn lanes. Our initial estimate for the improvements at Canterbury and 105 was approximately 2/3 of that overall cost of $750,000. So that's about $500,000 there. Now that obviously we touched on, there's not going to be as much need to acquire that additional right of way because it's property that Mr. Chapman owns. So that does help. And he's committed to doing that improvement up front if he can get that access and keep his traffic off the neighborhood roads.
Okay. And I think we've got staff willing to come up, but I'll just defer to the chair if this is the right time for staff to respond to that question.
Josh Palmer, county engineer. So we haven't actually seen any hard numbers. I don't doubt that their numbers are probably fairly accurate. The improvements that would be necessary, the turn lanes would be required at Canterbury or at any access off of 105. I don't, a look at our GIS map shows that we have at least 100 feet of right-of-way along Highway 105. So again, we haven't seen any plans or any survey about what would be required as far as right-of-way, but we do have, in theory, enough right-of-way to account for the additional capacity to allow for the turn lanes. In theory, again, we haven't seen any plans. I trust the overall estimate. The turn lanes would be required regardless of where the access is needed. The need for dust mitigation would be there regardless. I think the only thing that you would really benefit as far as upfront costs and improvements may be the necessity to pave that portion of Saddlewood. So other than that, I think the majority of the improvements would be necessary regardless of where their customers are entering or exiting the property.
Okay, looking into a crystal ball, which is always inaccurate. If we were to allow access off of 105, at some point that access will be taken away, correct? The next 20 years, the next 10 years, the next 5 years. I don't know what our estimated schedule is on when we get to that portion of Highway 105. All I know is that we've been really strict about what we allow in anywhere on Highway 105.
I will say that the expectation as we build out Highway 105 is that accesses are going to be reduced or eliminated rather than adding. So our goal is an overall reduction in the amount and the frequency of conflict points which are found at access and intersections. So overall, our expectation is to encourage and provide the safe movement necessary for our principal arterial, which requires the elimination of many access points. So by adding one additional, it's just one more that we would have to try to account for in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. With no further questions of the applicant and nothing further for the applicant to submit, the hearing portion of this is closed. And that brings us up here for discussions and any further question at this point from staff only. Mr. Palmer, I'm sorry, I'm going to have one for you. As we're talking about and looking at 105, and we have, as you mentioned, PPRTA and plans for improvements further, really on both sides of that road. At what point is it in the plans to ever consider a frontage on this side of 105? And then the other part of that question is what, and a little bit separate from this particular application, but I want to know if it's in the plans anywhere. On the other side, on the north side there of 105, does that line that I can see that looks like a road, is that operating currently as a frontage road on the other side of 105, on the north side right now, or are those property boundaries? It's hard to see on this particular PowerPoint that's on the screen.
So the overlay in our GIS maps are not always 100% accurate as to where the roads or the right-of-way actually exist, and sometimes they're bust in what our right-of-way actually is. So as far as I know, I don't believe there's any existing frontage road in this area on either side of the highway. Long term, just like we did for the other phases of Highway 105, we did look at the possibility of frontage roads to provide a mechanism by which we could remove access directly to the highway, but still provide partial access. I don't know, until we get into the scope and actually get out and start doing survey and utility locates, I don't know what we would encounter. What we did find on the west side of 105 was significant topography and geometric barriers, vertical and horizontal issues, the size and the amount of walls and property takes that we would have to incur to put the frontage road, and utilities as well. There's a lot of utilities up and down this corridor. Sometimes the requirements to pay for a utility company to relocate even 20 feet or so could really make it impossible to construct. So a frontage road is a possibility and something that we will definitely look at. There's nothing in the plans yet for that, though.
Okay, thank you. I do always like to know that we're looking forward as we're considering things even today. So any further questions of staff? Okay. Any comments? Who would like to kick off the discussion here?
I will try. Okay, so what I see is we have an existing business right now that's asking for an increase in the number of trips that they can have, and then is also being asked to spend a lot of money to accommodate these trips. And I've asked, I know that we have a road impact fee of which they would have to pay, and I'm looking actually at, I may ask Ms. Ruiz or Mr. Dossi to drive their alternate requested conditions of approval. Because that first list that you just had, 2 slides back, I like these conditions of approval better than what the Planning Commission considered. But I know this is a lot of work. And then the ones that are, so this approval of number 3 through number 8 shows about 90,000 in today's dollars of approvals. But then when we go down 2 slides, we're asking them to also do another 770,000 or 750,000 of improvements, while we're also asking them to do a road impact fee. And that is one of my concerns, is that it's already an approved business plan, but they've been exceeding the number of vehicles. And I really have gone back and forth throughout the whole hearing on this as to what we needed to do. But I do like these conditions of approval on this page. I did not like them requiring them to pave Saddlewood or Canterbury. We obviously have what is a very successful business here in agritainment. It's grown more than it expected to, or more than, I guess maybe it just became one of the businesses that we needed in the area, because we used to have the Venatucci farm that my kids went to when they were young. And so it has become exceedingly popular, and yet we have neighbors who are suffering from the effects of its popularity. And so I do want to see some mitigation from the business, but I also don't think the business needs to be paving a road for $750,000. So I'm still leaning both ways here, but those are some of the things I see, is that I see that the owner's willing to make some internal improvements, such as getting a fence up to the cost of $45,000, and improving, the dust and the things on their internal roads. But then I think when we come to start requiring them to pay for the cost of paving, and like Saddlewood, I think that's an unfair burden to the business.
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you. And maybe this can be posed in the form of a question, but just to make sure that we have clarity on the $750,000, and in particular for Commissioner Williams' benefit. The $750 is a cumulative cost, I think. If you could go to the first page that starts with condition 3, so the $750 would include all of the costs that are identified on this page, I believe. No, it does not. Okay, so maybe I do not entirely understand what the $750 is. Explain for me then, what is the $750,000 cost? Is that just, if you go to the page that has a $750?
Madam Chair, I know you closed testimony. Are you okay if I answer that question? I don't want to get out of order here. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Can I ask the staff that question?
Yeah, we could ask Mr.
Okay,
Palmer
let me
to
ask
come
the staff
down.
that question.
And someone.
Sorry, so to repeat the question, please.
Yes, so you see on this page at the bottom of approval number 11, condition number 11, there's a combined cost in excess of $750. And what I'd like to do is just understand what is embedded in that $750.
I believe that cost is inclusive of the off-site improvements. So that would be the installation of the turn lanes and the paving of Saddlewood.
Okay, so that's the off-site improvements.
believe
So
that is for the off-site
fence
improvements.
cost and some of the others are on top of that.
Yeah, I believe so. And the reason I say so is because there is a condition by which the time they shall be installed, the off-site improvements were part of the discussion for extending out the timeline for the off-site improvements.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
I would like to hear others people's thoughts as well.
Commissioner Geithner.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I took a lot of notes, and I definitely have a lot of thoughts on this, as all of my fellow commissioners know, and probably many of you. I talk a lot about the fact that I live in the unincorporated area of the county, and as such, I am pretty familiar with some of the other agritainment sites that we have. I think that one of the things that really concerns me when we're talking about the amount of costs here and all of those pieces, and to be honest, even approving more than 50 cars, is that we have other uses that would be uses by right that would be allowed to have more cars. And that actually makes me feel like we're discriminating against agriculture. That is very concerning to me. So I do not think that limiting them to 50 cars is a fair limit in this situation, when there are so many other uses by right that could be even more impactful than this one. I also think that, when it comes to rural character of communities, we sit here all the time in hearings and we hear about developments that come in, and neighbors certainly don't want those. And so it does make me think that in this area, there are even if these folks did move, they could end up with far, far more impacting situations that would be, again, allowable in this area. So I definitely think that that is a huge thing to consider here. I also am very concerned about the, part-time kind of nature, the seasonal nature of this, and asking for such huge improvements. When we have these improvements for other types of developments, they are, again, permanent developments. So it does seem, again, a bit unfair in this situation. There are, again, as I said, other agritainment places that are very, very similar to this in the county. I'm also going to say, before I was elected to be a commissioner, I had a friendship with a small farmer who farms down in Rocky Ford and then has a stand, essentially, that's open part of the year and that also does agritainment, including a fall festival. And I think went through a little bit of the same story, and I can't, I certainly am not going to place all of this on this individual. But this was a farmer who, quite frankly, tried to be in compliance and struggled to be in compliance. Not because he wasn't a good human, not because he was trying to break rules, but quite frankly, he was a farmer who was just trying to run a business, and our rules can become overly complicated to these folks, and it can really deter small businesses. And I see a little bit of that in this situation where we could be doing the same thing. I mentioned to one of my colleagues recently about the type of incentives that we often give to businesses. We here at the Board of County Commissioners are sometimes asked to help with public improvements, and we're asked to help in the city, which is not our primary responsibility, and we sometimes give willingly when there are public improvements that we think are going to be beneficial to the business community or to our residents. And so to speak to Commissioner Williams' comments about, we should be able to do a little better for this business, I agree. When government regulations become so burdensome that we have to turn around and I'm not, this little apples and oranges here, but when we have to turn around and give subsidies for public improvements, we should just limit the number of improvements we're requiring so that we don't have to turn around and then give subsidies. So we do need to keep those regulations in check and make sure we're not overburdening. I think those things are well said for certain. So also as a small business owner in the past, it's very easy to sit back and think about, why don't they just do this or why don't they just do that? But it's very difficult to balance making a profit, and there's nothing wrong with making profits. I'm a capitalist through and through, and I believe that is the right of an individual to use their property. I've said many times from here, private property rights are some of the most foundational constitutional rights. And I do not believe that this individual has done anything outside of what we really intend to have in our county, especially when it comes to agritainment. And in so many of the comments related to amusement park versus agritainment, I think I want to encourage that agritainment. It's exactly what I want to see in our community. My kids enjoyed pumpkin patches when they were younger. I will also say I have teenagers. And as I listened to the stories, I thought, gee, it is hard for teenagers to find jobs. And especially in a place that you feel like they're going to grow. And I think there's so many benefits here. Really going back to the criteria, though, I think it does meet all the criteria. I think part of the conversation has been lost on the fact that agritainment is already allowed. And I also think that if we disallow, what's interesting about this is it doesn't say how many people they can have inside of their venue. It says how many cars they could park. And if we only allow 50 cars, people could just decide to start parking on the sides of the roads. It's more responsible to have allowable parking here than it is, and quite frankly, you know, unless there's some place on the side of that road, generally there's, you know, the sides of a public road are not off limits. And certainly that wouldn't be beneficial to neighbors either. So I just don't think that even not approving this would solve the problems, especially because many of the problems were, you know, children screaming or having a good time isn't going to be changed with only allowing 50. And I certainly don't want to put this small business out of business. So that's a lot of words to say. I agree with Commissioner Williams. I do think we need to look at those new conditions. I think those are much better. I respectfully and appreciate that we have rules, but I do also believe that rules are there for general application, and sometimes we do have to look at those. We've talked about 105 a lot over the time period, but it did make me think today, you know, as we start to talk about classifications of roads, have we put a classification on a road and now the area is changing and we're not changing with the change that's happening? You know, I do think it's something I would like to have more conversation about, but we can't do that today. So what I would be in favor of is the changes in conditions, but I would actually like to create some sort of time period for us to go back to having that conversation about 105, because it seems like that would be better for the neighbors, and see, you know, delay the implementation so that there's no expenditure of funds before we can have that conversation, and give some amount of time to continue to have that conversation. That would be my suggestion on the best way to deal with the fact that, you know, we do still have a kind of lingering thing that I think we'd all like to look into a little more, but we don't have that luxury tonight.
And as I understand it, it's set and authorized, this is a permit for next year, is that correct? Or is it for this Saturday? Where's Megan?
Well, I think if I'm understanding one of the conditions of approval anyway, they would have 120 days regardless to submit the site development plan.
Okay.
And so that is outside of the, that is outside of when this year's fall festival is completed, but I'd love confirmation of that.
For the record, Megan Harrington, County Planning Director. They plan to open on Saturday. We're giving them additional time to finish up the process, but they're opened, and with this approval, they will be opened and moving forward, and then we will work through the conditions. The site development plan is submitted. The site development plan, which is that next step, is submitted. We're just working through the final details on that, and then the timing of the improvements, whatever you said here this evening, is what will happen in the future at whatever time you dictate.
So yes, you can have a follow-up, but I'm going to throw something out there, and it's certainly not what I want to do at almost 9 p.m. either, but I wonder if we couldn't, I also would like to open up the discussion about whether and how we could potentially get to a 105 access point. But that might require an executive session, perhaps.
Or I might even ask access to 105 until 2026 or something where they can have the access. I mean, because this is not a road project that's going to happen in any of our commissioners' terms based upon my judgment. Now, maybe a miracle will happen. It will start on January 1, 2025. But it's not, I do not see this section, and I hate to postpone a decision to a future commission, but the 105 access temporarily for several years, one, resolves the initial problem we're having today, but two, also gives them time to save up to do any of the internal neighborhood improvements that we might ask of them in the future. And that's the hard thing I'm having here, is asking a business that we have already approved that is running as agri-tainment to pay $700,000 for a road improvement. And that's where I'm having a really hard time is, yes, I know it's a horse community because I've driven by there before. I've seen the signs. And I know that this business has been very successful and has a lot of cars coming through, and that is not fair at all to Canterbury. But if we could have access off of Highway 105 right now, even temporarily, to relieve the Canterbury neighbors and see if we could come, I mean, I don't know, Highway 105 is obviously not going to be a permanent fix because we know sometime, probably long after I'm gone, it will be upgraded. I'm just not finding a happy solution tonight, I'm sorry. So, and that's just, I can't see the solution I'm wanting to get to. And I apologize for running on and rambling and taking up the audience's time, but I am not seeing a solution that I want to get to yet. To me, the easiest solution is temporary access off of Highway 105 for a couple of years. And that's going to make my county engineer and my county public works director pretty angry.
Well, and to clarify too, I think you're looking at a driveway access to 105 from the current property owner's property. So you're not dealing with access via another road or any acquisition of any kind. It could be fairly direct. They just need the permission and the permitting to do so. So I think I'd like to, let's hear Commissioner.
Yeah, and it needs to be known though, right up front, that 10 years from now, that may be taken from them. If we get into the Highway 105 project, because we've already discussed how access to the Searle Ranch may be closed off, and we all know where that is as commissioners. So that's the thing, is it needs to be known that it's only going to be for so many years. Because once they get to that point where they're doing improvements.
Wait, well taken. Let's hear Commissioner Geithner finishing up her comments or questions. And then I am interested in hearing what our options to getting to a solution tonight might be from legal counsel, still with clearly some unanswered questions about 105 access. Commissioner Geithner.
Sure, and just to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Williams said, I'll be honest, temporary access doesn't sound like that would end up working out very well because people don't tend to want to change things 10 years down the road. And quite frankly, these lovely folks, to have it moved and then moved back, I would guess, might be a little frustrated with that. So while I hear what you're saying, I do feel like we need a more, we could do something temporary now, but I think to do that and with the idea of knowing it's going to go, and Commissioner Williams, you may be much more familiar with the long-term future plans of 105 than I am. But while it's true, we have to, we want to have these roads that meet definitions and keep people moving and all those things. We also have to give people access to property. So we do have to figure out something, in my opinion, that works well. I don't know how long the Searle Ranch will be in existence. That may end up, being divided into pieces. And then certainly what will we do then? And so we do have to be prepared for the type of changes that are happening in our community. And that continues to be a little bit of my concern here. But in addition to that, there was a question asked about them opening on Saturday. If someone could correct me if I'm wrong here, but I mean, they're able to operate with 50 cars this weekend. They're able to do all of those things. And quite frankly, they could close the gate and say no more cars could park here. And again, I say, if I were the kind of folks that typically they park alongside the road and they can still walk in. So this is my concern is humans are remarkably stubborn in many ways. And so that would be my concern.
So let me clarify from staff perspective. If this is approved this evening, we have no intention of calling code enforcement, no intention of holding them to the 50 cars. If you approve and say, yes, we understand there's going to be up to the 325 cars and they are working towards whatever that schedule of improvements is, then they are moving forward this weekend and this season as they have been operating. And then whatever the timeframes are that you set in place here this evening for additional improvements, we continue to work with them to approve their site plan. You know, the conditions were the fencing, the asphalt millings prior to May of 2024 or something of that nature, which would be before the next event. Then we will continue to work through those conditions for the next event. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear. This starts working, and they will have more than the 50 vehicles this particular season. And that was part of our kind of compromising conditions.
But even if it were denied, they still get to operate this weekend.
If they were denied, they would still be
Right.
operating this weekend.
yeah.
Technically, the 50 vehicles with the overage that staff has given them in the past, but not to the extent that they're here this
I
evening.
just wanted to make that clear because I know someone made comments. They've got things up on the website as if they know something that's going to happen. And I wanted to make it clear that like they can continue operating regardless.
My apologies, yes.
Yeah. So just to be clear, like this is not a question. Neither of the decisions that are made here tonight would be a direct shutdown of this facility. Now, I understand that, some of the comments from the applicant have said, but we can't, doesn't work at these numbers and all of those things. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't, as a de facto, close the doors of the business, but I wanted to be clear because I wanted to make sure for the citizen who was concerned about that understanding that this hearing is not about telling them they can't open their doors or have anyone there, and I wanted to make that clear as well.
Thank you. And along those notes, my interest in getting to a solution tonight is that all of the complex issues are high on our minds tonight. I think we've been very, very thorough in our exploration of them, and so it's really maybe the best time to just plow through to a solution, really for everybody. Ms. Sego, do you have anything to add about what our other options might be if we have questions about, really legality type questions of what we would need to propose or what a condition would look like that would allow 105 access or a path to that, or exploring whether we can?
Madam Chair, I do have some legal advice and some legal interpretation to provide you. And I can do that in one of three ways. We can do that here in the public forum, understanding that you do have a privilege for attorney-client communications that you certainly can waive, and we can hash that out here in public instead. Two other alternatives would be to have a short executive session for me to provide that legal advice, and we can have that legal discussion in a privileged setting, or we can take a recess and I can speak with individual commissioners that may have specific legal questions that I can answer. So however you would like to proceed is those, I think, are your three options.
I'd love to hear from my colleagues. I do have a specific legal question, and I'm all about transparency. But I would like to be able to have that legal counsel myself. So I'm good with two of those options, either executive session or just taking a brief recess, and I can come over and ask you real quick. And I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues on that.
Madam Chair? Yes, thank you. I would recommend a recess so that you can get your specific legal question answered. And I would also like to, before we maybe go down that path, and there may be other comments from our colleagues as well, we seem to be revolving a little bit around what happens on item number 4 here on the recommended conditions of approval. It does say see next 2 slides. I wouldn't mind just looking at those again. If we could have someone come up and scroll to those 2 slides, I'd appreciate it. I think what number 4 has there at the moment is the off-property improvements that include the 2 roads. And we're having a discussion about whether that's the best approach or 105 access is the best approach. So I'd like to just see what it says.
And remember, this is actually Not the staff presentation. This is Mr. Dossie's presentation.
That's exactly what I was about to
thank
say.
you.
This is the applicant's presentation. So I actually asked staff earlier for one of the breaks, Commissioner, to make sure that we all had copies of two different things right in front of us. One is the staff recommended conditions of approval. It's 2 pages. And then the requested conditions of approval that the applicant had. And so you should have those right in front of you. And maybe what we should do is if you have a specific question about that during the break, we can also see if we can kind of, everybody's on the same page, but let's keep to the hearing and not have the applicant's presentation or questions back up.
That sounds great.
Thank you. Any thoughts on executive session or quick break?
A 10-minute break while you ask the question, or a 5-minute break?
Okay, let's do, we will recess and come back at 9 o'clock. through pretty complex things. Okay. With that, I will call this meeting back to order. Once again, we are on item number 4, and we have just finished some commissioner discussion, and I believe Commissioner Geithner has some comments.
I actually have a motion, if that is, if the chair is amenable with that. So I think I made my comments pretty clear, and we all spoke a lot about wanting to make sure we are honoring both the agri-attainment provisions that are in place and also not creating an undue burden. So I'm going to move approval of this item, but I would like to replace the conditions 3 and beyond with the applicant suggested conditions in the phasing of some of the improvements, including the notations as well. And then I would like to make sure that I think it's been clear we really want to continue to look at whether access to 105 or some sort of deviation there is something that would be appropriate in this situation. We don't want to close the door on that in order to alleviate the concerns on the neighbors. I'll say for my part specifically, I'm not convinced that routing the traffic through the neighborhood is more safe than providing an additional access point, and safety is the primary concern. So we'd like, and that's part of the reason for allowing that phasing process, is to be able to let staff continue to work on that issue before we get to those requirements, so that it leaves the door open for that a little bit. So that is the totality of my motion.
So can I have you clarify on the conditions of approval as presented by staff? Number 1 is as is.
Correct.
Number 2 is as is. And
3
and
beyond,
4 are replaced with 3 through 10. 3 through 10 of the applicants'
Yes,
suggestions.
There were kind of 2 sets of the applicants, and so that's why I wanted to be clear. It's the phasing, not the 105 specific ones.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to clarify. My understanding of the motion was that the applicant's conditions 3 through 11 would replace staff conditions 3 and 4. And we would be, so I would direct your attention to what I think is slide 55, or the 3rd page of the paper handout that you were given. Those delineate the phased off-site improvements, and they include 9 through 11. So 3 through 11 of applicant conditions, staff conditions 1 and 2, and then the 3 staff notations was my interpretation, if the motion maker could affirm.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So kind of just to continue on that, because on the applicant's proposed conditions, page 54 has condition 9 and 10, and page 55 has condition 9 and 10 and 11. So I think it would be great to make sure we know what the motion is. It's clarity here. Is this a motion, basically, condition 3 through 8 on page 53 of the application, or of the applicant's presentation, and then condition 9 through 11 of the applicant's presentation on page 55. Now, having said that, there's still an interest in seeing if we could actually convert proposal number 2 on page 55, maybe to proposal number 1 on page 54, which is the 105 access.
You had it correct the first time before you said the or. So page 53 and 55, because page 55 allows for the, unless a deviation is there. So it allows us that time to work through with staff an actual process that can be consistently applied across the board and backs up the timeline a little bit, but it gives us the room to still address an access off of 105.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, and I do see the words, and I agree with your comment.
So I would say proposal 2 is what it's labeled.
And
yes,
I will second that motion. And I can say, so as I understand it, the first condition, and I'm going to go ahead and read some of these things. So Justin, I may ask you to move the slides. First condition is the special use is generally consistent with the applicable master plan. Special use will be in harmony with the character of the neighborhood and will generally be compatible with the existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area. So that's from the original resolution that I've ripped up here.
I believe that is the criteria.
That's the criteria. I got it. Never mind.
If
I'm
you
going to
would
agree
like
with her
that read
motion.
into the public record, I can do that, or we can.
No, I
take
think
turns
I
doing
think I understand the motion, but I think
And Madam Chair, one more question.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think if we're going to make a motion to go forward, and maybe it was stated and I missed it, but there's also 3 notations on the second page. So is this a motion with the conditions and notations?
Yes, I believe I did include the notation.
Okay, I just missed it. Thank you.
Can I just summarize really quickly, because I know that was a little confusing. Okay, so I'm going to say again, I am moving approval of the item with the first and second conditions as presented by staff, beginning with condition number 3, substituting the conditions provided by the applicant, and I'll give the page number on 53 of the presentation to be clear. To be clear to this board, if you look at page 54, there was a proposal number 1 for items 9 and 10, and then the following page is a proposal number 2, which was access through the neighborhood. So that would be 9 through 11 from that proposal 2, which is what I meant by the phased approach, not the access directly from 105, with the direction that I would like to preserve the opportunity for and direct staff to continue to work and look at the possible 105 access. This elongated approach and phasing will give them the opportunity to have the time to continue to work through that. But the middle page of proposal 1 is not included because that would be direct access at this particular moment.
and I fully understand that
And
motion,
notations.
and I second that as well as the notations.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, before I call for a vote, I actually, I was letting the discussion happen here, so I didn't give some of my 2 cents. And nobody wants to listen to long ones at this point in the evening. But I do have some significant things that kind of struck me this evening. This was. I've said it before that we have the unenviable job of deciding where one person's private property rights impact and change another's. And so we take that very seriously. We try to come to solutions that will work with everybody. And sometimes nobody's happy when we walk out of here. I think we have a way forward that allows a solution to get there and some decision making tonight as well. I was moved by several testimonials from both sides, and that's really what makes this work. That's why it's not fun to do what I call make sausage from the dais, literally ripping apart pages. But again, I think we maybe came to a better solution because of everything we heard tonight. And so thank you for being a part of that. One of the things that the very first speaker we heard from tonight, he said, you know, it's the agritainment category was created by the state, and that it's our job to find ways to look for ways to mitigate and how to get to yes. And, you know, I'm hoping we got to yes for both groups tonight, in some degree or another. And I wish you the best of luck. This is not a fun process to go through and open your business this weekend either. But thank you for, at this point, trying to jump through the hoops. We're certainly, we want to be able to consistently apply our codes, our rules, and it really depends on people being responsible and responsive to the ways we have of getting there. So I'm just appreciative all the way around on that. I'll leave the rest of it unsaid. The other thing I wanted to thank is our planning staff. I know that it was said at one point that, oh, this could have been just administratively approved, and that might be true. But I'm very grateful for the foresight to know that this was going to be contentious. It was, no matter what side you're on, it means a lot to the people that are in this room. And again, we have the unenviable trust of all of you to make those difficult and thorough decisions. So I'm appreciative that while there may have been the avenue by which some things can get administratively approved, I'm grateful that staff can realize when this needs to really be fully discussed to the point of being here at 9 p.m. tonight. So that's the process we're here to steward. Grateful and honored to do so. And with that, Commissioner Vanderweer, if you have a few comments, and then I will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief. I just want to, first of all, thank all the citizens that are here and were here before for this hearing. It's been a very long hearing. It's been a tough process. I especially want to thank those that came here and expressed their opposition to this application, because you came here to speak what you believe in. You came here to speak what you believe in, and that is really fair. Now, there's something important, you know, as we go forward, we'll see where the vote goes. But as we go forward, you know, we have some challenges. Not everybody's going to be happy with how this is going to go. But it looks like if this does get to an affirmative vote for the motion, the pumpkin patch will have an extensive amount of investing to do. And the neighborhood will get some value from that investing, but perhaps will not be entirely satisfied, shall we put it that way? But here's something that I really believe in. Let's just all remember that we are neighbors, we are Americans, and God loves us all. And we need grace on both sides. And I would encourage everybody, no matter what your position was today, to reach out to each other and keep working on trying to accommodate the needs of the neighborhood and the needs of all the families that are there and the needs of Pumpkin Patch together to the best of your ability. And I think why you've seen quite a lot of deliberation about the possibility of a 105 access, I can tell you from my own perspective, that is not a simple solution, because there's a lot of engineering criteria requirements that are difficult to get through as a result of that. It may or may not necessarily be a permanent answer, but we'll see what we'll be able to work out. And my sense of it is, if we can work that out, at least for a while, it will take a ton of pressure off the neighborhood. So let's try to work with that and see what we can figure out. So my basic bottom line is thank you to everybody that came here, knowing how tough this has been. And as we go forward, let's continue to work together. Let's be neighbors and be friends, be Americans, and really try to keep working towards finding the best solution for everybody. And I just ask for your grace to do that. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments? Ready to vote? Okay. I will call the roll. Commissioner Williams.
I am satisfied that we came to a solution. I think I'll vote yes, thank you.
Commissioner Van der Werf,
Aye.
Commissioner Geithner,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Gonzalez excused. And I lost my agenda. I'm assuming the next item number is number 5.
Item number 5 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item number 6.
Item number 6 is the addendum, and there are no addendums.
Item 7.
Item number 7 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
This meeting is adjourned.
Welcome.